Hi everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Welcome back to the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland. I, Tohsaka Rin, will become a magic god in Type Moon. Synopsis. Synopsis: My child, on the day you were born, the very name Tohsaka Rin echoed throughout Fuyuki City. My child, I watched with pride as you grew day by day, becoming the incarnation of the Iron Fist. You must remember, we have always lived in this world with elegance and wisdom. I also believe you will use the power of dropping the ball with caution. But true victory is leaving the blame to me. One day my life shall reach its end, and you shall become a magic god. Chapter 1 to 34, Chapter 1, From this day forth, I, Tohsaka Rin, set out on the path to becoming a magic god. Dusk fell over Fuyuki City. Tohsaka Tokiomi, accompanied by his wife and daughters, politely saw off Zokenmato. Once Zokenmato was out of sight, Tohsaka Rin, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask Tohsaka Tokiomi. Is Papa really going to send Sakura away? Tohsaka Tokiomi looked at his eldest daughter's furrowed brow, then knelt down with a smile and patted Rin's head. I understand that sending Sakura away makes you very sad, Rin, but this is for her own good. I am proud to have such excellent daughters, but the Tohsaka family's magecraft can only be passed to one of you. I have often worried about this. Now, being able to have Sakura adopted into the Meta family, one of the three founding families, is a choice made for her better future. Do you understand, Rin? Tohsaka Aoi gently patted Rin's head from behind, interrupting her just as she was about to argue further with Tokiomi. Rin-chan, don't argue with your father. He's doing this for your own good. Seeing that the matter was settled, Tohsaka Rin had no choice but to give up and return to her room in frustration. Back in her room, Tohsaka Rin thought about the notification she had just heard. Her eyes grew firm and her fists clenched. She seemed to have made a decision. System, activate. Understood. The Myriad Realms magic system is starting. Startup complete. Welcome, Tohsaka Rin. Some might find it strange. Indeed, this Tohsaka Rin was not the original, but a transmigrator from a certain blue star. She no longer remembered her name or identity from her past life. Having forgotten almost everything and only vaguely remembering that she was a transmigrator, she had become the infant Tohsaka Rin. Perhaps due to a lack of familial love in her previous life, the meticulous care from the Tohsaka couple as she grew up allowed her to calmly accept this new life. It wasn't until today, when Zokenmato appeared, that those forgotten memories suddenly resurfaced. Along with the awakening of her memories came the realization of the tragedies that would befall this family. Only then did Rin understand that the voice often echoing in her mind wasn't a demon, but her transmigrator's cheat, her lifeline. As the system, which had been idle for several years, finally activated properly, Rin felt she now possessed the power to break the deadlock. She breathed a sigh of relief and began communicating with the system in her mind. System, what functions do you have? This system allows the host to master the various paths of magic from across the myriad realms. System, the key is, what can I get right now? Please summon the status panel to check for yourself. Following the system's prompts, Tohsaka Rin quickly opened the status panel. Most of the options on the panel were grayed out with mysterious question marks. The only available choice at the moment was Claim Reward. Rin navigated the panel to open the reward section. 3 figures and their respective magic data appeared: Style Magnus, Osman, and Dehina. So they're from a certain magical index world, the familiar of Zero, and Dungeons and Dragons. System, will different choices affect what happens later? Different choices will affect the world bias of future rewards, but this can be freely modified later on. So, I'm choosing a magic system right now. Just as Rin was considering her options, Tohsaka Aoi's voice calling from downstairs interrupted her thoughts. Rin-chan, come wash your hands for dinner. Rin scratched her head in frustration and made her decision. I'll go with Style. After all, I'm most familiar with him. Besides, most of the magic theories in Index exist in our magecraft as well, so it'll be convenient to use without causing trouble. Styles King of the Witch Hunt is also very useful. It's decided, I choose you. As Rin made her selection, it felt as if something was being forcibly shoved into her brain. A wave of dizziness washed over her as a vast amount of magical knowledge flooded her mind. Rin-chan, what are you doing? Come eat with mommy. I know you're upset about Sakura being sent away, but the Rin-chan I know is a good, obedient girl. Hearing Aoi's voice outside, Rin shook her head to clear the dizziness and quickly opened the door. Coming, mommy. I was just lost in thought and didn't hear you. Aoi looked at her daughter with a smile, gently took Rin's hand, and led her downstairs. Soon, led by Aoi, Rin washed her hands and entered the dining room. Tohsaka Tokiomi sat elegantly at the head of the table. Seeing the mother and daughter enter, he smiled and spoke. Come, Rin. Your mother made your favorite dishes today. Hurry and eat while it's hot. Aoi brought Rin to the table and gently pulled out a chair for her. Once Rin was seated, Aoi took her place beside Tokiomi. Seeing her sister sit down, Sakura whispered softly to Rin. Wani-sama, don't worry about me. Papa must be doing this for my own good. Rin turned to look at Sakura. Sakura's face was calm, as if she wasn't the one being sent away, but the dullness in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. After all, what child would want to be given away by their own father? Rin turned back and slammed her left hand onto the table, standing up to face Tohsaka Tokiomi. Papa, I've decided. Let Sakura inherit the family's magecraft and magic crest. I will forge my own path. That way, there's no need to send Sakura away. Tokiomi frowned at his eldest daughter's sudden outburst and spoke calmly. That's impossible. The path of magecraft is not something one can simply walk through on a whim. Besides, Rin, you're still young and don't understand anything. Stop being ridiculous. Papa, I haven't even tried yet, so how do you know it's impossible? You call me a genius. I am a genius. Why wouldn't it work? With that, Rin raised her right hand and chanted in a low voice. Flame in my hand, its form a sword, its duty to judge. A flame sword radiating scorching light appeared in Rin's hand. Waves of heat rolled off it, demonstrating its extraordinary power. How about that, Papa? This is a spell I created myself using books from the basement. I can definitely forge my own path in magic. Looking at the spell Rin had cast, Tokiomi's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't imagine his eldest daughter, who had only been exposed to magecraft for a few months, could actually create a spell of such intensity. This was no longer just genius, it was talent that completely transcended the term. Indeed, Tohsaka Rin was a treasure bestowed upon him by the heavens. Rin, you truly are a genius. To be able to create and use such a spell after only a few months of study. Was this created through runic script? This is simply astonishing, Rin. Rin dispelled the magic in her hand, and looked at Tokiomi expectantly, hoping he would say he wouldn't send Sakura away anymore. Papa, can we please not send Sakura away? Tokiomi's expression grew solemn as his mind raced. After a moment, he seemed to have reached a conclusion. Rin, I was right to choose you as the successor of the Tohsaka family. With such talent, you will surely achieve the long-cherished wish of the Tohsakas. After praising Rin, Tokiomi looked at her expectant eyes, and then at Sakura, who could no longer hide her desire to stay. A smile once again touched the corners of his mouth. Tell you what, Rin. If you can demonstrate the ability to protect this family within a year, I won't send Sakura away. I will also teach her magecraft. However, don't mention anything about not inheriting the magic crest again. Do you understand? Now, everyone, sit down and eat. Although Rin hadn't fully achieved her goal, she was confident that with the system, she could sway Tokiomi within a year. She happily hugged Sakura. Sakura, did you hear that? You won't be sent away. Thank you, Wani-sama. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 2, Tohsaka Rin strives to become a magic god. 1,322 words. A few days later, in Tokiomi's study. Zokenmeta sat in a chair, leaning calmly on his cane. He spoke to Tokiomi, who was by the window. Tokiomi, you should know that having Sakura adopted into our Meta family is the best choice. Through the window, Tokiomi watched his children playing happily in the courtyard. He replied without hesitation. Yes, Elder Mato, you are correct. However, I must also consider the opinion of the future head of the Tohsaka family. Therefore, I hope you can accept that I will make the final decision on whether to adopt Sakura into the Meta family 1 year from now. Zokenmeta slowly stood up. 1 year it is then. I look forward to you making the right choice, Tokiomi. I shall take my leave now. Tokiomi turned around elegantly. Thank you, Elder Mato, for understanding my predicament. Allow me to see you out. The two then left the study. In the courtyard, Rin was pretending to play house with Sakura. Although her little sister was very cute, Rin, who was an adult in her past life, couldn't find any interest in a little girl's game of house. At this moment, she wanted nothing more than to hurry up and study magecraft. Suddenly, Sakura, who was holding a doll, looked pale. Rin immediately turned to look behind her. Tokiomi was accompanying Zokenmeta out of the house and into the courtyard. Rin immediately understood and took Sakura's hands to comfort her. Don't worry, Sakura. Papa promised us. He won't send you to the Meta family for a year. Your sister is a genius. With just a little effort, I can fulfill the agreement with Papa. You'll never be sent away. Believe in your sister. Thank you, Wani-sama. After comforting Sakura, Rin turned around, shielded Sakura, and glared at that old worm, Zokenmeta. So this is the future head of the Tohsaka family. Quite energetic indeed. Rin, don't be so rude. Come and greet Elder Mato. Rin reluctantly turned her head away and said perfunctorily. Greetings, head of the Meta family. Watching the sulking Rin, Tokiomi turned to Zoken with an amused smile. My apologies, Elder Mato. My lack of discipline has made a fool of us. Zoken waved his hand. It's no matter. Well then, Tokiomi, you can stop here. I look forward to your good news in a year. With that, Zokenmeta leaned on his cane and left the Tohsaka estate. Watching Zokenmeta leave, Rin shouted at his back. Don't count on it. You're absolutely not taking Sakura away. Tokiomi shook his head and patted Rin's head. Then you'd better work hard to fulfill our agreement within the year. Rin confidently patted her chest and said to Tokiomi. Of course. I will definitely fulfill the agreement. In the days that followed, Rin began to work hard. Aside from attending school, she spent all day in the basement researching magecraft, striving to fulfill her agreement with Tokiomi as soon as possible. In the Tohsaka basement, Rin looked at a shattered crystal and scratched her head in frustration. She walked over to a bookshelf, took out a heavy tome, and laboriously moved it to the table, trying to find the reason for her failure. Entering the basement, Tokiomi saw Rin focused on the book. He nodded in satisfaction. Without disturbing her, he walked up behind her and smiled at the shattered crystal on the table. It seems even our little genius has her moments of failure. Startled by the sudden sound, Rin let out a yelp. After realizing it was Tokiomi, she spoke in an annoyed tone. Sneaking up behind someone and speaking like that will scare them to death. Right, it's my fault. Rin, have you run into any difficulties with your magic research? Do you need Papa to clear things up for you? Rin's expression turned serious. She stepped aside and said to Tokiomi. Papa, I tried to compress and transfer some runic script into a crystal, but the crystal shattered after the transfer. Show me the runes you were trying to transfer. Upon hearing this, Rin quickly picked up a crumpled piece of paper from the floor, smoothed it out, and showed it to Tokiomi. Tokiomi looked at the paper covered in dense runic script. His eyes twitched as he realized he couldn't understand it at all. Rin watched Tokiomi as he shook his head one moment and smiled the next. She stared at him strangely. This was the first time she had seen him like this. Sorry, Rin, Daddy can't understand your magecraft research. It seems you've completely surpassed me in certain fields. Rin, since you've run into an unsolvable problem, why don't you go upstairs and rest? Clear your head before you start researching again. Rin nodded helplessly. After cleaning up the crystal fragments on the table, she left the basement. Rin followed the stairs up. Seeing Sakura waiting for her at the basement entrance, her mood immediately brightened, and she happily pulled Sakura into a conversation. Tohsaka Aoi, who was doing housework, smiled happily as she watched her two daughters getting along harmoniously. Tohsaka Tokiomi carefully put away the paper, on which Rin had written the runic script, then shook his head. Rin is good at everything, but her personality is just too impulsive. To crumple such an important thing into a ball and throw it on the floor like that. He then came to the table and took a small box from his pocket. When he opened it, an ancient snake skin appeared. It was the catalyst that Kodomine Risei had found for him at the church today. Tokiomi looked at the snake skin for a long time, before slowly closing the box and tucking it back into his pocket. He then took the crystal dust from the side and skillfully drew a magic circle on the table. Risei, thank you very much. According to the previous plan, I hope Kirai can visit tomorrow in the capacity of a disciple. Then, Kodomine Risei's voice came from the magic circle. Yes, Tokiomi. I will arrange for Kirai to visit the Tohsaka residence tomorrow. That's wonderful. With the help of you and Kirai in this Holy Grail war, we will surely be victorious. At night, Rin was sleeping in bed when a system notification suddenly sounded in her ear. She threw on a coat and stood by the window, looking at the silent courtyard as she slowly opened the system panel. As Rin's research into Styles magecraft deepened, another column was unlocked on the system, Exchange. Rin clicked on Exchange, and a dazzling array of magecraft from a certain magical index world was displayed before her eyes. Rin kept scrolling through the Exchange column. Looking at the grayed out, unavailable spells, she scrolled faster and faster, soon reaching the bottom. System, why can't these spells be exchanged? And what's the difference between this exchange and the rewards? The power of the magic way is the power of miracles. Only when the host achieves a miracle impossible for humans can they gain exchange eligibility. Rewards are given to the host after achieving deeds significant enough to be widely circulated among humans. Rin thought about the Holy Grail war that would begin in over a year. After a moment of thought, she made a decision. She would fight her father tomorrow to demonstrate the power that fulfilled their agreement, and to test if she could obtain a reward. A 5-year-old girl defeating an adult magus should satisfy the condition. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 3, Tohsaka Rin's Path to Magic God, Roar, Innocentius. 1924 words. The next day. As the school bell rang, Rin nimbly stuffed the preschool books on her desk into her bag. Once packed, she grabbed her bag and ran quickly to the door of Sakura's classroom. Arriving at Sakura's classroom door, Rin immediately saw her younger sister waiting for her with her bag. Rin happily waved to Sakura. Sakura very ladylike said goodbye to the students around her before slowly approaching Rin. Sister. Yeah, Sakura, let's go quickly. Rin grabbed Sakura's hand and led her quickly away from the campus kindergarten. Walking through the campus, the two sisters soon reached the school gate. They looked around strangely. Usually, Tohsaka Aoi would be waiting at the gate for them to finish school and take them home, but today she was late. Seeing Rin getting impatient and constantly looking into the distance hoping to see Tohsaka Aoi, Sakura asked. "Sister, why are you in such a hurry to get home today?" Tohsaka Rin pulled Sakura closer and whispered into her ear. "Sakura, I plan to go home today and challenge Daddy. I feel like I can finally fulfill the agreement." Sakura looked at Rin in surprise. "Sister, you're going to challenge Daddy? Keep your voice down, Sakura." "That's right, I'm going to challenge Daddy. So Sakura, you'll never have to worry about being sent to that old worm's house again." "But sister, Daddy is so strong, and you've been studying magecraft for less than a year. Can you beat him? And what if one of you gets hurt? By the way, sister, why do you call Elder Metu Old Worm?" Rin had wanted to make Sakura happy, but she didn't expect Sakura to worry about her and Tokiomi getting hurt instead of being happy about not being sent away. She could only offer a forced explanation. "Don't worry, Sakura. Daddy definitely won't let me get hurt. And like you said, Daddy is so strong, how could he get hurt? As for Zokanmato, doesn't that guy look like a maggot? What's wrong with calling him an old worm?" Sakura then nodded in relief. "That's true. Daddy wouldn't hurt sister, and Daddy is so strong, he won't get hurt." Rin thought to herself that it would be great if Tokiomi really was such a powerhouse. In her past life's memories, Tokiomi was easily backstabbed and earned the title of the culprit of this world. He just wasn't strong enough. Soon, Tohsaka Aoi appeared at the school gate driving the car. Sakura tugged at the pensive Rin, signaling that their mother had arrived. Rin stopped thinking, pulled Sakura to the car, opened the back door to let Sakura in first, and then got in herself and closed the door. "Mom, why are you so late today?" Rin asked curiously. "Sister, Mom is only 5 minutes late." "Sakura, don't tease me." Tohsaka Aoi looked at her bickering daughters through the rearview mirror, and replied happily. "Sorry Rin, Sakura. We had a guest come to the house today. I spent some time helping him settle into the guest room. Forgive Mom, okay?" Sakura, who was being pinned down by Rin, quickly stopped playing. "It's okay, Mom. Sakura doesn't blame you. Sister, you don't blame Mom either, right? Sakura is so sensible." "Rin, are you actually blaming Mom?" Rin let go of Sakura and sat up, asking curiously. "Of course not. By the way, Mom, who is the guest today? They're even staying at our house." "Ah, the guest is your father's new disciple. His name is Kirai Kotomine, and he's a very polite person. Rin, Sakura, you should learn from him. Especially you, Rin, you must be polite, understood?" Rin's pupils shrank when she heard the name Kirai Kotomine. That's right, this guy was the murderer who would kill her father later, and the one who would lead her on a wild goose chase for the next 10 years. Tohsaka Aoi looked through the rearview mirror in confusion at Rin, who had suddenly zoned out. She slowed the car and looked back at Rin, asking nervously. "Rin, what's wrong?" "Ah, it's nothing, Mom. I just thought of something." Seeing that Rin was fine, Tohsaka Aoi let out a sigh of relief. "Don't startle me like that if nothing's wrong." The car soon returned to the Tohsaka residence. Once the car stopped, Rin opened the door and dashed into the house with her bag. After entering the house, Rin followed the voices and soon found Tohsaka Tokiomi and Kirai Kotomine drinking tea in the hall. Kirai Kotomine watched Rin enter the living room, curiously observing the genius daughter his teacher had spoken of. "Rin, why the rush? Have you forgotten the Tohsaka family motto? Also, this is Kirai Kotomine, my new disciple and your senior brother. Come and say hello to your senior brother." Rin quickly tidied her appearance before slowly speaking. "Hello, senior brother. My name is Tohsaka Rin. Please look after me from now on." Tokiomi looked at Rin and nodded with satisfaction, asking. Rin, what is it? Father, I want to challenge you. I want to fulfill the agreement. Tohsaka Tokiomi looked at Rin with some surprise. Does this child already have the confidence to face me? But then he thought that even a genius daughter was only 5 years old and couldn't possibly fight him. To avoid crushing Rin's confidence, Tokiomi stood up slowly after some thought. Rin, how about this? Since Kirai is here, you will duel Kirai this time. If you can defeat Kirai, then I will consider you to have fulfilled the agreement. I'll have to trouble you this time, Kirai. Kirai was slightly stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Rin tilted her head and glanced at Kirai Kodomine. Should she give this future archenemy a little lesson now? Seeing Rin's expression, Tokiomi spoke up to remind her. Rin, don't underestimate Kirai. He was an agent of the church before becoming my disciple. You'll suffer if you underestimate him. Alright, follow me to the mountain behind the house. Seeing Tohsaka Tokiomi get up and leave the living room, Rin and Kirai Kodomine immediately followed him toward the back mountain. Tohsaka Aoi and Sakura, who had just entered the house, saw the three of them preparing to head out and asked curiously. Dear, it's almost time for dinner. Where are you taking Rin and Kirai? Tohsaka Tokiomi looked at his wife and second daughter with a smile and said. Rin's magecraft has been progressing very quickly lately. Since she brought it up herself, I'm taking her for a little pre-dinner exercise. Aoi, you take Sakura and arrange dinner. We'll be back soon. Tohsaka Aoi nodded in relief as she watched the confident and elegant Tohsaka Tokiomi, then led Sakura into the house. The mountain behind the Tohsaka residence. After setting up a bounded field, evacuation of people, Tohsaka Tokiomi came to Rin and Kirai Kodomine's side. Kirai, although I've always boasted about my eldest daughter being a genius, she is still just a 5-year-old child. Please make sure to go easy on Rin. Rin, you should also be careful, understood? Kirai Kodomine nodded. Master, I understand. Junior sister, you make the first move. Hearing the conversation between Tohsaka Tokiomi and Kirai Kodomine, Rin curled her lip, feeling dissatisfied that Tokiomi looked down on her. She thought to herself, just you wait, I'll make you both wide-eyed with shock soon, and this future enemy must be taught a good lesson. Humph, don't look down on me. Watch me take you down in one go, senior brother. She then threw out a large handful of crystal fragments engraved with runic script and raised her right hand to begin chanting. Mtwutfto, construct one of the 5 elements of the world. Iigoiif, O great ancestral flame. Eyeball, that light of grace that nurtures life. Io, that light of judgment that punishes evil. Iimh, while bringing peace and happiness. Ibod, it also eliminates the misfortune of cold, dark and freezing darkness. Iizf, its name is flame. Iims, its role is sword. Icr, manifest. Mmbop, devour my body and turn into power. Innocentius, innocentius. Roar. A giant made of flames roared for the first time in this world. Section 4, Tohsaka Rin. Host, Tohsaka Rin. Age, 7. Alignment, 5 elements. Strength, E endurance, E/A+, A+ under the condition of sufficient mana and using water of life. Agility, E. Mana, C+. Luck. Mystic code, none. Magecraft level, C+. Magecraft domain, possesses a systematic magecraft. Runic script. Runic script consists of 24 magical symbols representing mystery and secrets. It is a magical language used by the Germanic tribes since the 2nd century AD, and is also the origin of Old English. Jewel magecraft. The Tohsaka family's inherited magecraft from Zelrich. It is a general term for magecraft that uses jewels. Jewels easily accumulate the holder's thoughts, and are prone to harboring magical power. Especially in minerals that have long slumbered underground, natural spirits are easily formed, and attribute-bearing jewels themselves are simple magecraft crests. Jewels harboring fire spirits can easily ignite with the injection of magical power, and the same applies to earth, water, wind, and void. Pseudo-fairy tale magic, ogre witch, an obscure occult study. During battle, it summons the witch cannibal granny of the chicken-legged hut from Russian folklore. Because the ogre witch presides over the water of life, that grants eternal life, she possesses astonishing regenerative ability, capable of instantly regenerating even if half her body completely disappears. The regrown parts will be even more plump, moist, and vibrant than before. Magecraft, flame sword, innocentious, idler dispersion, mirage, magic bullet, healing magecraft, reinforcement magic, cannibal granny of the chicken-legged hut, water of life. Host, Tohsaka Rin. Age, 11. Attributes, 5 great elements. Strength, E/C+, starlight form. Endurance, E+/A+, when magical power is sufficient and water of life is used. Agility, E+/B, starlight form. Magic power, C+/B, starlight form. Luck. Mystic code, shorthand codex, jewel sword. Magecraft level, B. Magecraft domains. Celestial Magecraft. This domain was acquired through studying the Aztec spear of Tlahuizcalpantecutli. It derives various uses by converging the light of Venus through jewels, or by reflecting it. Combined with pseudo-mythological magecraft, it can also unleash starlight form by borrowing ancient starlight. Runic script. Runic script consists of 24 magical symbols representing mystery and secret, a magical language used by Germanic peoples since the 2nd century AD, and also the origin of Old English. Jewel magecraft. The Tohsaka families inherited magecraft from Zelrich. It is a general term for magecraft that uses jewels. Jewels easily accumulate the holder's thoughts, and are prone to harboring magical power. Especially in minerals that have long slumbered underground, natural spirits are easily formed, and attribute-bearing jewels themselves are simple magecraft crests. Jewels harboring fire spirits can easily ignite with the injection of magical power, and the same applies to earth, water, wind, and void. Pseudo-mythological magecraft. A brand new magecraft domain sublimated by combining her previous knowledge of fairy tale magic with knowledge related to servants and other entities. Magecraft, flame sword, innocentious, idler dispersion, mirage, magic bullet, healing magecraft, reinforcement magic, cannibal granny of the chicken-legged hut, water of life, temple creation. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone, if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 4, Tohsaka Rin's first battle to become a demon god. 1,325 words. The cold wind of a late autumn evening howled through the mountains, yet the back mountain of the Tohsaka residence was surprisingly warm. A giant flame golem roared, its immense oppressive presence enough to make anyone who witnessed it tremble. Crush him, Innocentius! Roar! As Rin pointed her small hand, the Innocentius raised its massive flaming cross, and fiercely attacked Kirai Koto Mine. Tohsaka Tokiomi, watching the rampaging flame golem, his spirited eldest daughter, and the scrambling Kirai Koto Mine, tightly gripped the jewel and staff in his hands, ready to rescue his newly accepted disciple and future partner at the first sign of trouble. Kirai Koto Mine, dodging frantically, tentatively threw a black keys from his hand, and it quickly pierced the Innocentius with its exorcism properties. Seeing the Innocentius riddled with holes, Kirai Koto Mine seemed to glimpse a possibility of defeating the flame golem, continuously pulling out and throwing black keys from behind him. Rin, grinning playfully, watched the disheveled Kirai Koto Mine. A strange sense of exhilaration rose in her heart. With a wave of her small hand, her mage circuits fully opened, increasing her magical power output. The Innocentius, which had been shot full of holes like a beehive, instantly recovered under Rin's magical power boost and grew even larger. It raised its massive flaming cross, about 3 stories high, and violently smashed it down towards Kirai Kotomine. The sudden reversal left Kirai Kotomine with no escape. He could only futilely raise his hands, intending to withstand the blow head-on. At this critical moment, Tohsaka Tokiomi, who had been watching from the side, instantly crushed the jewel in his hand. With a flick of his staff, a magical barrier barely managed to deflect the blow for Kirai Kotomine, but the Innocentious still sent Kirai Kotomine flying. Kirai Kotomine tumbled repeatedly on the ground, finally stopping after crashing heavily into a thick tree. Tohsaka Tokiomi, seeing the relentless Innocentious preparing to attack again, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his temple and hurriedly shouted to Rin. "That's enough, Rin, stop immediately." Rin pouted, scoffed, and withdrew her magical power, dispersing the Innocentious. Tohsaka Tokiomi approached Kirai Kotomine, who was barely standing, leaning against the tree. He extended his hands, radiating gentle magical power, and began to heal Kirai Kotomine. "I apologize, Kirai, I didn't expect my daughter to be able to use such magecraft. I hope you don't mind." Tohsaka Tokiomi finished speaking, his face showing no apology, but rather full of pride and arrogance. Kirai Kotomine, clutching his most severely injured arm, leaned against the big tree, still expressionless, and silently glanced at Tohsaka Tokiomi. "It's all right, master, it's my own lack of skill." After speaking, he looked at Rin, who was walking towards him, a glint in his eyes. He began to feel curious about this 5-year-old girl. "Rin, just as master said, you are a genius among geniuses, one who surpasses geniuses." Rin stared blankly at Kirai Kotomine. "Is this guy a doll? He's so injured by me, yet he shows no emotion. Should I not have treated him like that? No, he's one of the masterminds behind my family's tragedy in the future. But no, maybe I can use this guy. Anyway, wasn't he easily swayed by that gold flashy? Why can't I do the same?" With that thought, Rin put on a pitiful expression, pretending to be a little girl who had accidentally made a mistake and was sulking, and said, "Senior disciple, I'm sorry, I still can't control my magecraft very well, but who told you to look down on me?" Whether Rin's disguise fooled Kirai Kotomine was unknown, but Tohsaka Tokiomi believed her. Maintaining the healing magecraft on one hand, he put down his staff and stroked Rin's head, saying, "All right, Rin, stop throwing a childish tantrum. Your father has seen your hard work and ability. From today onwards our agreement is fulfilled. Sakura will not be sent away, and from today, I allow Sakura to learn magecraft to help Dad, and help heal your senior disciple." Rin's face was beaming with joy. "I've finally changed Sakura's fate. Next is this family." She then firmly clenched her small fists, ignored Tohsaka Tokiomi's request, and ran down the mountain without looking back, intending to tell Sakura the good news immediately. "Dad, I'm going down the mountain to find Sakura first. I'll leave senior disciple to you." Watching Rin run down the mountain, Tokiomi shouted after her. Rin, oh. Rin, run slower and be careful." Then he turned to Kirai Kotomine and said, "Kirai, am I spoiling Rin too much? Is she too willful?" Kirai Kotomine, looking at Tohsaka Tokiomi, who was full of pride, like an old father showing off his child, was speechless. Rin dashed down the back mountain. To tell Sakura the good news faster, she disregarded her sore mage circuits after the battle, and even forcefully activated reinforcement magic. Rin eagerly pushed open the door, searching the house for Sakura. Sakura, who was watching Tohsaka Aoi cook in the kitchen, suddenly heard a commotion in the house and curiously poked her head out. Rin, who happened to spot Sakura, without a word, grabbed Sakura's head, which was poking out of the kitchen doorway, and happily shouted, "Sakura, you won't be sent away anymore. I've fulfilled my promise to Dad. Are you happy, Sakura?" Sakura, tightly hugged, was now gasping for breath and couldn't answer. Fortunately, Tohsaka Aoi stopped Rin in time, otherwise, it might have been another tragedy. Tohsaka Aoi, turning her head, saw Rin, her body filled with magical energy patterns, rush into the kitchen, grab Sakura's head, and happily shout. Frightened, Tohsaka Aoi quickly dropped her spatula, and rushed to Rin and Sakura, trying to pull Rin away. Rin, let go. Sakura can't breathe because you're choking her. Rin suddenly realized something and quickly let go of Sakura. Sakura, finally breathing fresh air, couldn't help but cough loudly. Tohsaka Aoi immediately squatted down, and patted Sakura's back to help her calm down. Rin, what's wrong with you? So clumsy, and you're still using reinforcement magic. Rin then noticed that her reinforcement magic was still active. She gave an awkward smile, rubbed the back of her head, and feigned ignorance. Mom, I was just too happy, I got excited and forgot. Sorry, Sakura. Sakura stopped coughing, stood up, and smiled happily. I'm very happy, big sister. Thank you, big sister. You must have suffered a lot for me. As long as you're happy, Sakura. I think from today on, I'll be able to see your cute smile again, right? Ha, Mom, your pot is smoking. Oh no. Tohsaka Aoi immediately turned around, saw the pot billowing thick smoke, and quickly turned off the stove to deal with it. Seeing Tohsaka Aoi, who was usually busy, Rin quickly tugged on Sakura's sleeve. Sakura, let's not bother Mom, okay? Come, I'll take you to the basement. We can study magecraft there together from now on. Sakura smiled sweetly, nodded vigorously, and followed Rin towards the long-awaited sacred place. Tohsaka Aoi, having cleaned up the mess, looked around and found Rin and Sakura gone, shaking her head with a headache. Oh, that child Rin. In the dark basement of the Mato residence. Zoken Mato, who had been using his insect magecraft to monitor the Tohsaka residence recently, recalled the scene of Rin using the Innocentious and let out a chilling sneer. It seems that Tohsaka Tokiomi won't agree to adopt Tohsaka Sakura into our Mato family. However, I still have him to thank for producing such excellent descendants. He. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 5, I Tohsaka Rin, Become a Demon God. 1,397 words. At night, Rin finally managed to soothe the energetic Sakura, who had just experienced magecraft for the first time, along with Tohsaka Aoi, and returned to her room to sleep. Rin, dragging her tired body, lay exhaustedly on her bed after showering. After a few hours, the soreness in her mage circuits was far less than it had been in the evening. She softly summoned the system panel, and sure enough, some of the magecraft in the exchange column had lit up, allowing for exchange. After a long perusal, Rin, with a question, asked the system. System, why doesn't the magecraft in the system include formulas like Light's Execution, Heaven's Punishment, or Rocket Downpour? Host's level is insufficient, higher-level angelic formulas cannot be exchanged. Please strive to improve your magecraft level. As your level increases, the system will unlock corresponding formulas and more functions. System, can't you just create a rating panel like other systems? Yes, the system has been updated. Please check it yourself, host. Host, Tohsaka Rin. Age, 5. Attributes, 5 great elements. Strength, E. Endurance, E. Agility, E. Magic power, C+. Luck. Mystic code, none. Magecraft level, C. Magecraft domains. Runic script. Runic script consists of 24 magical symbols representing mystery and secret, a magical language used by Germanic peoples since the 2nd century AD, and also the origin of Old English. Jewel magecraft. The Tohsaka family's inherited magecraft from Zelrich. It is a general term for magecraft that uses jewels. Jewels easily accumulate the holder's thoughts, and are prone to harboring magical power. Especially in minerals that have long slumbered underground, natural spirits are easily formed, and attribute-bearing jewels themselves are simple magecraft crests. Jewels harboring fire spirits can easily ignite with the injection of magical power, and the same applies to earth, water, wind, and void. Magecraft, flame sword, innocentious, idler dispersion, mirage, magic bullet, healing magecraft, reinforcement magic. System, what is magecraft level? What does C rank represent? Magecraft level is a comprehensive rating calculated across all worlds in the myriad heavens. E rank refers to ordinary people who possess, or can simply use magical power. D rank is equivalent to an apprentice who has just come into contact with magecraft. C rank is the level of an ordinary magecraft user. B rank is an elite in magecraft. A rank is a master or grandmaster in magecraft. S rank refers to a magecraft user who is like a god of magecraft. A god of magecraft, huh? Isn't that a demon god? Thinking of the demon gods in a certain magical index world who could change the universe with a single thought, Rin secretly resolved, I must become a demon god to bring happiness to Dad, Mom, and Sakura. Rin secretly clenched her fists, making a vow in her heart. System, help me exchange for the ogre witch formula. Understood. Exchange complete. The familiar sensation of dizziness reappeared in Rin's mind. Time flew by. Over a year passed in the blink of an eye. February 3, 1994. Rin, who had successfully left kindergarten and become an elementary school student, celebrated her 7th birthday today. Wearing a cute dress, Rin held her hands to her mouth and loudly expressed her wish to the birthday cake in front of her. I wish Sakura eternal happiness, and that our family can live happily together forever. After saying that, she blew out the 7 candles on the cake in front of her. Sakura looked at her sister, who was acting as usual, and covered her mouth with a giggle. Sister, you're not supposed to say your wish out loud. If you say it, it won't come true. Rin looked at Sakura, who had become more confident over the past year of magic study, and spoke dismissively. It doesn't matter. If the heavens won't help me fulfill my wish, I'll fulfill it with my own hands. As she spoke, she raised her left arm, rolled up her sleeve, and struck a bodybuilder's pose. Sakura quickly pulled down Rin's posing arm. As expected, her sister was always so full of confidence, truly a sister one could rely on. Such a sister was so dazzling. Sakura held Rin's arm, and looked at her with admiration. Aoi Tohsaka dotingly patted Rin's small head, and handed the sliced cake to Rin and Sakura with a smile. Rin, you're a year older today. Don't be so rough anymore, be a lady. Tokiomi Tohsaka, standing to the side, nodded. Rin, remember the Tohsaka family motto. Alright, I know, be elegant, right? Humph. Seeing Rin grimace, Aoi Tohsaka put on a stern face and said. Rin, don't talk back to your father. Learn from Sakura, do you understand? Yes, I understand. After speaking, Rin deliberately picked up the cake, opened her mouth wide, and took a big bite. In an instant, her delicate little face turned into that of a messy little cat. Aoi Tohsaka shook her head helplessly, took out a handkerchief to wipe the cream off Rin's face, and frowned, intending to continue her lecture. Tokiomi Tohsaka came to Aoi's side, and put his arm around her shoulder. That's enough, Aoi. Today is Rin's birthday, let her be. Aoi Tohsaka looked at Tokiomi Tohsaka with mock annoyance. Dear, it's because you spoil Rin so much that she turned out like this. Rin laughed and looked at Aoi Tohsaka triumphantly. This is the special treatment for geniuses, right, Sakura? We 2 geniuses should naturally get special treatment. Yes, my 2 genius daughters certainly deserve special treatment. Alright, you 3 fellow disciples play here for a bit, your mother and I have something to discuss. Kirai, please help me look after Rin and Sakura. With that, he led Aoi Tohsaka toward the study upstairs. Seeing her parents leave, Rin left her seat, and went to Kirai Kotomine's side. Kirai, where's the gift? Kirai Kotomine, who had become familiar with Rin and Sakura over the past year, handed over a beautifully wrapped gift with a fake smile on his face. Rin, I heard you've been collecting items related to fairy tales. This is a 17th century original manuscript of a fairy tale that circulated in Northern Europe. I hope you like it. Rin took Kirai Kotomine's gift and tore open the packaging. A yellowed, ancient book written in Latin appeared in her hands. Rin casually handed the book to Sakura and asked Kirai Kotomine. Thanks, Kirai. By the way, Kirai, did you find your daughter? Yes, Rin. Based on your guidance, I've found Colin. She's currently at the Fuyuki church with my father. Is that so? That's great. When I have time, I'll take Sakura to the church to find Colin and become friends. Is that so? Then thank you very much. Alright, Rin, I still have tasks assigned by Master to complete. I'll take my leave now. Then goodbye, Kirai. Throughout the conversation, Rin had been observing Kirai Kotomine's expression. Until Kirai left, Rin held Sakura and complained. Sakura, that guy Kirai, no matter how I guide him, he's still like a puppet. Sigh. Sister, why do you want to change senior brother so much? And hasn't he already changed a lot? At least he smiles now. That's not a smile, it's clearly fake. I'm afraid that guy will be used by others. He's too easy to fool in this state. Is sister worried about the Holy Grail War? Yes, exactly. I'm afraid that guy will be fooled by someone during the Holy Grail War. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with him. Sister, father said we aren't allowed to pay attention to the matters of this Holy Grail War. Fine, let's not talk about that. Sakura, how is your progress with the pseudo-fairy tale magic I taught you? Sister, I've basically learned it. Rin picked up the 17th century fairy tale book from the table and handed it to Sakura. It's only been half a month, Sakura, you're really amazing. Maybe in the future, your pseudo-fairy tale magic will become real. This book is yours now, it should make a good mystic code after some modification. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 6. On my path to becoming a demon god, I, Rin Tohsaka, became the mastermind first. 1655 words. Saturday, February 5, 1994. With the arrival of the weekend, Rin took Sakura early that day to find Kirai Kotomine, who was practicing 8 extremities fist against a tree in the courtyard. Watching the tree vibrate continuously, Rin used reinforcement magic and launched a flying kick at Kirai Kotomine. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Kirai Kotomine swiftly turned and blocked Rin's kick, while simultaneously using a clever force to let Rin land safely on the ground. Kirai Kotomine withdrew his stance and asked Rin. Rin, are you planning to do morning exercises? No, Kirai. Sakura and I plan to go to Fuyuki Church to see Colin. We need you to take us, otherwise mother won't let us out the door. I see. Understood. Just then, Aoi Tohsaka passed by the courtyard carrying a basket of clothes to be hung out to dry. Rin quickly stopped Aoi Tohsaka and explained her plan to go to Fuyuki Church with Kirai Kotomine to find his daughter. Aoi Tohsaka set down the laundry basket, went back into the house to get a wallet, and pulled out 2 Noguchi Hideo notes, 1,000 yen each, roughly equivalent to 117 renminbi in 1994, and handed them to Rin. Here, Rin. You and Sakura take 1 each to buy some snacks. Also, Rin, be polite when visiting Kirai's home. Sakura, please keep an eye on your sister. Alright, mother, I'll be polite. Go back to your work, Sakura and I are leaving. Rin hurried to grab Sakura's small hand and walked out the gate, while stuffing all the Noguchi Hideo notes into Sakura's hand. Kirai Kotomine silently followed Rin and Sakura as they left the Tohsaka residence. Seeing Rin leave as if she were escaping, Aoi Tohsaka shook her head dotingly and headed toward the backyard with her basket. In the taxi, Kirie Kotomine sat in the front passenger seat, staring blankly at the passing scenery outside the window, while Rin sat in the back seat, whispering to Sakura. "Sakura, I have a plan later. No matter what happens, don't be surprised." Feeling Rin's breath close to her, Sakura's small face turned slightly red, and she nodded weakly. Rin suddenly noticed Sakura's face had flushed. She reached out her left hand to touch Sakura's forehead and asked blankly. "Sakura, what's wrong? Are you carsick? If you're carsick, why don't we get off here? We're close to the church anyway." Sakura shook her head in a panic and said softly. "I'm fine, sister. Maybe it's just a bit stuffy, so my face is a little red. It's okay." Rin withdrew her hand from Sakura's forehead and rolled down the car window. Instantly, the cool early spring breeze poured into the car. "Do you feel better, Sakura?" "Yes, sister, I'm fine." "You should close the window, or you'll catch a cold." Rin gave a thumbs up, revealing her white canine teeth, and said to Sakura with a smile. "No problem, Sakura. A mere cool breeze is muda. And so, accompanied by the cool early spring breeze, they arrived at the Fuyuki City Church before Rin could freeze into an icicle. Just after getting out of the car, Rin suddenly let out a big sneeze. Sakura nervously walked to Rin's side and said with concern. "Sister. Daijobu, moatainai, Sakura. Don't worry, someone must be talking behind my back for me to sneeze." As she spoke, she turned her head and looked at Kirie Kotomine with ill intent. "Right, Kirie." Kirie Kotomine was startled and nodded reflexively. Rin looked at Kirie Kotomine with satisfaction. Kirie really was a useful fellow, she was almost reluctant to let him go. She hoped he would be sensible. The three of them walked into the church courtyard, where Kotomine Rise stood at the main entrance with a kind smile to welcome them. "Kirie, you're back. Rin, Sakura, your father already spoke with me on the phone. I'm terribly sorry, Colin has just been brought back from Northern Europe, and her body is a bit weak. I've sent Colin to a priest in a neighboring city so she can recuperate there." "Is it because of the Holy Grail War? Is that why you sent Colin out of Fuyuki? Isn't it a bit early? There are still a few months left." Kotomine Rise's squinted eyes suddenly snapped open. What was going on? Tokiomi shouldn't have told his daughters about the Holy Grail War so early, and Tokiomi's eldest daughter seemed to know everything about the Holy Grail War. Rin Tohsaka ignored Kotomine Rise and led Sakura into the church. After entering, she spoke to the dazed Kotomine father and son at the door. "Shouldn't we come in and talk? Does the church let guests entertain themselves?" Kotomine Rise regained his composure and walked into the church with Kirie Kotomine. Kirie, following behind, also closed the church doors. "Rin, how do you know about the Holy Grail War? Can you tell Grandpa?" "Of course, it's because of the man-eating hag. A thick mist suddenly appeared inside the church following Rin's voice. Within the mist, an old voice continuously let out cackling laughter and chewing sounds. Kotomine Rise, seeing Rin's sudden hostility, slowly rolled up his sleeves and struck an 8 extremities fist pose. Kirie Kotomine also reached for his lower back, ready to pull out black keys at any moment. A tense atmosphere lingered among them. After a while, Kirie Kotomine was the first to break the silence. "Rin, why? The Holy Grail War." "Yes, it's because of the Holy Grail War. I want to participate too. I know your church has command spells left over from previous Holy Grail Wars. I need them. If you can hand them over, I'll be very happy." Kotomine Rise stared with wide eyes, curiously looking at Rin's flickering figure within the thick mist. He truly couldn't imagine how such a young girl could use magic of this level, enough to make even an ascetic monk like him feel his hair stand on end. "Then where did you get information about the Holy Grail War?" I don't believe Tokiomi would have told you. From the ancestral books recording the Holy Grail War, of course. I am the future head of the Tohsaka family, one of the 3 founding families of Fuyuki. How could I not know? Oh, of course, you'll say my father would hide the books, but would that be useful against me? From my father's alliance with you to your plans, I know everything clearly. Kirai Kotomine's expressionless face revealed a few hints of surprise. He still spoke in his emotionless voice. Rin, since you know clearly that we are allies with your Tohsaka family, why are you preparing to attack us? Because you are too weak, including my father. You're too naive. The Holy Grail War, although it's a ritual of summoning ancient heroes to fight, don't forget that no matter what, the Magi are the ones in control. You're too naive to think you can win the Holy Grail War just by relying on one powerful servant. Servants, as incarnations of former heroes, are definitely not that easy to manipulate. So, I will also participate. I will join this Holy Grail War as insurance for our Tohsaka family's victory. Hearing Rin's explanation, Kotomine Risei lowered his sleeves, and put his kind smile back on his face. Is that so? Tokiomi really has a remarkable daughter. Then how do you plan to convince Tokiomi? Do you intend to use magic to make Tokiomi submit as well? Of course, I won't let him know. I said I'm just insurance. As long as you don't speak out, who would know all this? Right, Sakura. Sakura was startled when asked, then she remembered Rin's various actions from before. For the first time, she defied Tokiomi's orders and nodded firmly. And what about you? Rin turned and asked the Kotomine father and son. Dispel your magic. I will give the command spells to you, and I won't tell Tokiomi either. I'm not that easily reassured. As she spoke, Rin pulled a Self-Heia's scroll from her bosom, and threw it to the Kotomine father and son. Kotomine Risei took the Self-Heia's scroll, read it carefully, and magic power surged from his fingertips as he signed the scroll. Then, he handed it to Kirai Kotomine behind him, and Kirai also signed it with his magical signature without a word. Are you satisfied now? Dispel the magic and follow me. Rin waved her small hand, and the eerie thick mist vanished completely in an instant. Kotomine Risei led them deep into the church. After arriving at one of the rooms, he took out a left arm wrapped in bandages from a bedside cabinet. As the bandages were unwrapped, the withered left arm covered in dense command spells appeared before everyone's eyes. Soon, Rin had 3 command spells transplanted onto the back of her left hand. She then used Mirage to hide the command spells. She gave the Kotomine father and son a ladylike bow and led Sakura out of the church. Just after Rin and Sakura left, Kotomine Risei could no longer keep up his act. He suddenly sat on the bed, gasping for breath. Tokiomi, you've really raised a monster of a daughter. Tokiomi, we're both old, the future era belongs to the young. Kirai, after this Holy Grail War ends, find an opportunity for Colin to become Tokiomi's apprentice as well. Yes, father. And so, the strongest corrupt referee faction of this Holy Grail War was born. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone, if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 7, I, Tohsaka Rin, on the path to becoming a demon god. 1,425 words. Time flies like an arrow, and soon it was the end of October 1994. Tohsaka residence. Rin and Sakura pushed several large pieces of luggage to the door with great effort. As the Holy Grail War approached, Tohsaka Tokiomi decided to have his wife and daughters return to the Zenjo household first, to return only after the Holy Grail War ended. Rin and Sakura pushed the luggage near another pile by the door. Rin took out a handkerchief to wipe Sakura's sweat, and looked toward the gate. Just then, Kirai Kotomine walked through the gate. Seeing Rin and Sakura, he stopped, a fake smile appearing on his face. Rin, Sakura, good morning. Good morning, senior brother. Kirai, you're here. Is father looking for you? Is it about that? Yes, master intends to arrange his plans with me today. Rin nodded, rubbing her cute chin with one hand, striking the pose of a thinking detective. Kirai, is the catalyst ready on your father's end? It is ready. Good. Remember to summon the queen according to the plan, then bring her to see me. Understood. After finishing her conversation with Kirai Kotomine, Rin waved him off to find her father. Just as she turned back to move luggage with Sakura, a voice suddenly rang in her ear, a very magnetic female voice. Master, have you truly made up your mind to execute such a plan? Caster, shut up. Otherwise, how do you think I summoned you without a catalyst? Sakura looked at the suddenly dazed Rin in confusion, stepped forward, and gently pulled Rin's sleeve. Sister, what's wrong? It's nothing, Sakura. It's just Caster, that fellow suddenly started talking to me. Sister, are you really going to do this? Of course, Sakura. Didn't I already go over the consequences with you if we don't do this? Sakura recalled the various deductions she had made with Rin previously. She nodded forcefully, clenched her small fists with determination, and stared seriously at Rin. Sister, I understand. I will do my best to help you complete your plan. Rin happily pulled Sakura into a hug. It's so good to have your help. Thank you, Sakura. The Zenjo household, the Zenjo residence in the outskirts of Fuyuki. Rin and Sakura had been here with Tohsaka Aoi for some time now. Their peaceful and tranquil life was filled with happiness, but the imminent Holy Grail War would soon shatter this calm. Kariyametu, why are you here? Kariyametu stood at the courtyard gate, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. He looked at Tohsaka Aoi, no, Zenjo Aoi, whom he had been longing for, playing in the yard with her two lovely daughters. Aoi seemed very surprised by his arrival. With a bright smile on his face, Kariyametu said, Isn't the Holy Grail War about to start? There really wasn't anyone suitable to be a master in my family, so the old man could only call me back. Kariya, uncle, are you going to participate in the Holy Grail War too? Kariya smiled and crouched down, looking at the cute Rin before him, and slowly nodded. Uncle is also going to participate in this Holy Grail War. Hearing Kariyametu explicitly state he would participate, Rin felt it was strange. Since Sakura hadn't been adopted into the Meta family, Kariya should have no reason to join the war. So why did he come back to participate? Seeing Rin lost in thought, Kariyametu awkwardly patted her head. Then Kariya stood up, chatted briefly with Sakura, and turned to look at Tohsaka Aoi. A complex expression flickered in his eyes as he spoke. Aoi, seeing you all far away from this Holy Grail War puts my mind at ease. I won't disturb you further. Farewell, Aoi. Tohsaka Aoi nodded expressionlessly, watching Kariyametu walk away. Kariyametu walked into the distance, forcing himself not to look back. His face contorted with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. Zokanmatu, I will never, ever let you hurt Aoi, Rin, or Sakura. Night fell. A massive full moon hung in the night sky, and an unusual atmosphere began to permeate Fuyuki City. In the basement of the Tohsaka residence, Tohsaka Tokiomi stared at the magic circle on the ground. He carefully took a box containing the oldest snakeskin from his robe, and placed it on the floor. Kotomine Risei, who was watching from the side, looked conflicted. Finally, he couldn't help but speak. Tokiomi, do you really intend to use this catalyst? Risei, I believe it will bring me the winning trump card. If that person truly is summoned, combined with Kirai's Assyrian queen, victory will be firmly in our hands. Kotomine Risei said no more, simply waiting quietly with his son for the ritual to begin. The basement of the Meta residence was as cold and gloomy as ever. Kariyametu stared at the magic circle on the floor. So this is the magic circle for the servant summoning ritual. As long as I can gain the power of a servant, I can definitely protect Aoi in this Holy Grail War. Old man, just you wait. Suddenly, the surrounding insects swarmed together, a massive number of bugs churning constantly. Soon, the figure of Zokanmetu appeared in the basement. Korea, are you truly prepared? Of course, old man. With me here, don't even think about hurting Aoi or her daughters. Korea, your level as a magus is completely insufficient. As you are now, you can probably only summon the weakest of servants. What do you want me to do? Zokanmetu pulled a wriggling insect from his sleeve, and handed it to Korea-metu. Take this. It can grant you the magical energy a master should have. Without hesitation, Korea-metu snatched the insect. The moment it touched him, it bit through his wrist and burrowed into his body. A massive, tearing pain surged through him, but Korea gritted his teeth, trembling all over without making a sound. After a few seconds, once Korea felt the insect latch onto his heart, the pain subsided significantly. Drenched in sweat, Korea-metu looked up and stared directly at Zokanmetu. Old man, is that enough? I promise I will bring you the Holy Grail. You must not hurt Aoi and the others, or I will kill you even if it costs me everything. Korea, of course. As long as you bring me the Holy Grail, I will fulfill our agreement. But if you fail, Aoi and her daughters will become the new mother bodies for the Meta family, Zokanmetu gave a cold laugh as he watched Korea-metu, who had been driven to frenzy by his words. Korea, you are merely a pawn. Recalling the scene where Rin used the Innocentious, he chuckled darkly and spoke. Korea, begin. However, I need you to add 2 additional verses to the incantation. Feeling waves of pain in his body, Korea-metu said nothing and simply nodded. As the full moon reached its zenith. At the Tohsaka residence, the Fuyuki outskirts, and the Metu residence, massive storms of magical energy erupted simultaneously. Let silver and steel be the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. Yet, when the vessel is full, it is the time for it to be discarded. Proclaim. Thy body shall be under my command, and my fate shall be with thy sword. Submit to the call of the Holy Grail. If thou wilt submit to this will and this reason, then answer. An oath shall be sworn here. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven. Yet thou shalt serve with thine eyes clouded by chaos. I shall prevail over all evils of all of hell. Thou art the one trapped in the cage of madness. I am the one who holds the chains. Thou, the 7 heavens clad in the 3 great words of power, come forth from the circle of restraint, O guardian of the scales. In the basement of the Tohsaka residence, Tohsaka Tokiomi spread his arms and said proudly. We've won, Kirai. We have won this war. The Kodomine father and son exchanged a glance. Yes, Rin won. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone, if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 8, I Tohsaka Rin, on the path to becoming a demon god. 1240 words. Tokiomi elegantly held a glass of red wine, and spoke to Kirai Kodomine behind him. Kirai, since your servant is the Assyrian queen, I'll leave the intelligence gathering to you. If there is an opportunity, have the Assyrian queen poison those masters. Kirai bowed with his hand over his chest, answering in his hollow voice. Understood, master. Tohsaka Tokiomi gently swirled his wine glass, walked to the window to look at the night sky, and drained it. Victory was already in his grasp. Another day passed in the peaceful and tranquil Fuyuki city. In the evening, at the Zenjo residence in the outskirts of Fuyuki, an uninvited guest shattered the peace, bringing the battlefield to this place. In the courtyard of the Zenjo residence, Rin and Sakura gripped their gems tightly, shielding Tohsaka Aoi behind them as they stared tensely at Zokanmetu. Old bug, what do you want? Rin questioned loudly, facing Zokanmetu, who was surrounded by a swarm of insects ready to attack. You're Tohsaka Rin, right? You're the one who ruined Tohsaka Sakura's adoption into the Meta family. In that case, I will naturally take you mother and daughters all back to the Meta house. Especially you, Tohsaka Rin, you would definitely be the most excellent mother body. Drop dead. Rin circulated her magical energy, the gem in her hand shattered, and a flame sword made of fire appeared in her hand. A gift of pain for the giant. As Rin swung, the flame sword detached at high speed, and shot toward Zokanmeto. A massive explosion instantly engulfed Zokanmeto. Looking at Zokanmeto swallowed by the explosion and flames, Rin did not let down her guard. She exchanged a look with Sakura, reached out her left hand, and gripped Sakura's right hand tightly. The light of magical energy radiated from their joined hands, and a thick fog instantly enveloped the entire Zenjo residence. Rin turned back to the nervous Tohsaka Aoi, took off her pendant, and handed it to her. Mom, take this mystic code. It can protect you. Sakura and I will be right back after we defeat this old bug. With that, amidst Tohsaka Aoi's warnings, Rin and Sakura plunged into the thick fog. Tohsaka Aoi tightly gripped the gem pendant, staring firmly at the fog, and began to pray for her two daughters. Inside the fog, two witches from a fairy tale appeared beside Rin and Sakura, cackling weirdly while gnawing on meaty bones in their hands. At that moment, a buzzing sound came from the fog. With the help of the mist, Rin and Sakura quickly sensed a massive swarm of insects surging toward them like a tidal wave. Rin and Sakura exchanged a look. With a thought, the two cannibal hags received their orders and howled as they charged into the sea of bugs. Sakura, let's just start the plan now. Sakura thought for a moment and nodded. All right, sister. Then there's no need to pretend anymore. Caster, assassin, kill that old bug for me. As soon as Rin finished speaking, a figure in a blue hooded cloak, and a figure in black formal wear appeared beside her. Fortunately, no one was around, otherwise, their ears would have easily reminded people of elves. Master, is it finally my turn? Assassin said with pleasure, and as she appeared, a cloud of purple poison mist began to mix into the thick fog. Caster nodded, opened her cloak, and soared into the sky from the ground. Then, a large number of magic circles appeared around her, and one magic cannon after another blasted into the thick fog. Zokanmeto never expected that a simple operation to capture two minor magi would result in facing two servants. He escaped from the thick fog in a sorry state, leaving the Zenjo residence shrouded in mist. Damn it, what's going on? How can there be two servants here? Did that fellow Tokiomi send all of his and Kodamine's heroic spirits here? Assassin and Caster, who had chased him out of the thick fog, attacked again. Violent magic cannons and deadly poison instantly swallowed Zokanmeto. After confirming his destruction, the two nodded to each other and returned to Rin's side. As they left, a bug emerged from the soil where they had just attacked. It seemed Zokanmeto would not be so easily eliminated. Rin looked at the returning caster and assassin, and as Sakura cleared the thick fog, she looked calmly at the shocked Tohsaka Aoi. Rin, Sakura, what's going on? These two beside you are servants, aren't they? Did your father send them? Mom, I'm sorry. I'll tell you everything after this is over. For now, please sleep peacefully. The pendant Rin had just given Tohsaka Aoi emitted a red light. Tohsaka Aoi felt a sudden wave of intense sleepiness, and could no longer hold on. Murmuring the names of Rin and Sakura, she collapsed to the ground. I'll leave Mom to you now, Sakura. Sakura looked into Rin's sorrowful eyes and slowly hugged her. Sister, don't be sad. After everything is over, Mom and Dad will forgive us. With Sakura's comfort, Rin regained her spirit. Glancing at Sakura, who was staring at her with concern, Rin revealed her former confident smile. See Ma, Queen, let's go. Now we're going to secure the victory of this Holy Grail war. Assassin smiled slightly, looking at Rin with pleasure. Little Master, I'm looking forward to your performance. Caster hurriedly pulled down her hood, revealing her beautiful face. Her pointed ears seemed to twitch due to nervousness. Master, I wouldn't dare let you call me Ma. Your biological mother is still lying there, and I don't want to be the next one. Rin rolled her eyes at Castor. Hey, Sima, as the witch of betrayal, are you actually afraid I'll set you up? Don't worry, I will never abandon you. So that means you will set me up. Sakura, supporting the sleeping Tohsaka Aoi, watched the departing Rin and said worriedly. Sister, you must stay safe. As Rin returned to Fuyuki City with her 2 servants. The prologue of the Holy Grail War also began at the Fuyuki City docks. Like a reappearance of the ancient age of heroes, a spear and a hidden sword clashed at high speeds beyond human comprehension. Accompanied by thunder streaking across the sky and landing in the center of the battlefield, the 2 servants preparing to fight again stared in the direction of the thunder. A massive chariot, pulled by 2 sturdy bulls and accompanied by lightning, streaked across the sky and landed in the center of the battlefield. The red-haired giant driving the chariot couldn't wait to spread his arms and shout after landing. Both of you, put your swords away. You are in the presence of a king. My name is the King of Conquerors Iskandar, and I have manifested in this Holy Grail War in the rider class. Waver on the chariot stared at Ryder in stunned silence and let out an incredulous voice. What on earth are you thinking, you baka? Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 9, I, Tohsaka Rin, will not become an unfilial daughter just to become a demon god, absolutely not. 1280 words. After leaving the Zenju residence, while Assassin took on her spirit form, Castor carefully held Rin in her arms, letting her lie comfortably as they rose into the sky and flew quickly toward the Tohsaka residence. Rin shifted her head slightly to better feel Castor's soft body, and took a deep breath of the fragrance Castor emitted, saying, Sima, you're so kind. Castor was taken aback, then a gentle smile appeared on her face. Fuyuki City, dock area. Hidden behind the containers, Kenneth listened to the King of Conquerors' mockery and silently gritted his teeth. Damn it. In the heroic spirit battlefield, the King of Conquerors was laughing heartily when he suddenly stopped and turned to look around. Hey, there are others here, aren't there? Those of you hiding in the shadows and peeping at us. What do you mean, Ryder? Saber couldn't help but ask. Ryder gave Saber a thumbs up and answered calmly. Saber and Lancer, the honorable battle between you was truly magnificent. Surely I am not the only one drawn here by the clear sound of clashing swords. Heroic spirits summoned by the Holy Grail, gather here now. The King of Conquerors clenched his fists, raised them above his head, and shouted loudly. Those cowards who are afraid to show their faces will inevitably earn the contempt of me, the King of Conquerors Iskandar. As soon as he finished speaking, golden particles slowly formed a figure atop a street light. Humanity's oldest John, Gilgamesh, participates as archer. I didn't expect that in one night, 2 rats who ignore my presence and call themselves kings would appear. Tohsaka residence. Castor, holding Rin, landed slowly on the road outside the Tohsaka residence. Rin leaped gracefully from Castor's arms and landed steadily on the ground. Sima, give me your noble phantasm, and then you follow me in spirit form. Yes. As light condensed in Castor's hand, a lightning-shaped dagger appeared. Master, here. Then she handed the command seals to Rin. Rin took the command seals, carefully placed them into her side-slung bag, gave Castor a serious nod, and turned to push open the gates of the Tohsaka residence. As Rin turned away, Castor gradually became transparent and disappeared. Rin returned to the Tohsaka residence and walked quickly into the basement. Sure enough, Tohsaka Tokiomi was sitting in front of a magically modified gramophone, from which Kirai Kotomine's voice could be clearly heard. At the church, Kirai Kotomine was observing the servant battlefield at the Fuyuki docks through a familiar, and was reporting the situation to Tohsaka Tokiomi through the gramophone. Suddenly, Rin's voice came through the gramophone. Upon entering the basement, Rin walked carefully behind Tohsaka Tokiomi, but no matter how careful she was, she still alerted him. Tohsaka Tokiomi turned his head in surprise, and looked at his eldest daughter. Hadn't Rin gone with Aoi and Sakura to the Zenju residence in the outskirts of Fuyuki City to avoid this Holy Grail war? Why had she returned? Had something happened there? With a head full of doubts, Tokiomi asked Rin with concern. Rin, why have you returned? Didn't I say that during the Holy Grail war, you should take good care of your mother and sister and stay at the Zenju residence for a week? Did something happen there? Looking at the concerned expression on Tohsaka Tokiomi's face, Rin felt a slight pang in her heart. But when she thought of the tragedy that would later befall this family, she steeled herself again. Putting on a sorrowful expression, she replied. Father, Zokanmetu attacked the Zenju residence. Although Sakura and I did our best to drive him away, Mother fainted during the attack. Rin's voice was clearly transmitted through the gramophone to the church. Kirai Kotomine understood that this was the signal Rin had previously agreed upon. This was the last chance to expose Rin's plan to his mentor. He turned to look at Kotomine Risei with some hesitation, as if waiting for him to make a decision. Kotomine Risei looked at his beloved son, sighed, and nodded firmly. Tokiomi, don't blame me. Seeing Kotomine Risei nod, Kirai Kotomine immediately resumed his normal expression, and reported the latest battlefield situation through the gramophone with a hint of urgency. Master, Gilgamesh has become serious, he wants to continue releasing the Gate of Babylon. The voice from the gramophone interrupted Tohsaka Tokiomi's thoughts. He couldn't worry about Rin, he had to handle both the news from the heroic spirit battlefield and the news Rin had brought. With his mind in a state of confusion, Tohsaka Tokiomi turned urgently toward the gramophone and said, to continuously display a lethal noble phantasm before everyone, how reckless. Teacher, please make a decision. Tokiomi slowly raised his right hand, and looked at the command spells on the back of his hand. He didn't notice that Rin, behind him, was now holding a lightning-shaped dagger that emitted a cold glint. It was the command seals. By this command spell, King of Heroes, please quell your anger and withdraw. As the light of the command spell on his hand glowed, a sharp pain came from his back. Tohsaka Tokiomi turned his head slowly in disbelief. A tearful Rin was plunging a lightning-shaped dagger into the body of her newborn father. Rin, why? Rin wept, her voice firm as she replied. Father, forgive me. I will explain everything to you. She pulled out the command seals and threw them on the ground. Her hand glowed with healing magecraft, which she applied to Tohsaka Tokiomi's wound. Then she turned her head, wiped her tears with her sleeve, and looked at the golden figure that had appeared. Tokiomi, did you call me back so urgently just to watch this play? It is indeed a fine play. Little girl, you are not qualified to be my subject. I allow you to commit suicide to atone for your crimes, mongrel. Rin pulled up her sleeve, dispersing the mirage magecraft that had covered her arm. Dense command spells appeared on her arm. A closer look revealed there were as many as 15 of them, 10 from the church, 2 from Tokiomi's hand, and 3 from Kirai Kotomine. Looking at the slightly frowning Gilgamesh, she said fearlessly. King of Heroes, I know you don't like my father. In that case, I, Tohsaka Rin, will accompany you through this Holy Grail war. By the order of 5 strokes of command spells, King of Heroes, during the Holy Grail war, you shall recover your lost Holy Grail under my assistance. By the order of 5 strokes of command spells, King of Heroes, yo, please protect me and my allies during the Holy Grail war. As the command spells took effect, Gilgamesh looked at Rin with a hint of admiration. Little girl, I've suddenly become interested in you. Very well, I allow you to serve me as a subject in place of your father for the duration of this Holy Grail war. Now, let your followers manifest. Assassin, caster. Obey the king's command and manifest. As assassin and caster appeared, Rin walked over to the gramophone and said, Kirai, the plan is complete. Please come to the Tohsaka residence now. Gilgamesh slowly walked over to the unconscious Tokiomi, picked up the command seals from the floor, and toyed with them with a playful expression. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 10, On My Path to Becoming a Demon God, A Conversation with the Oldest John. 1254 words. Castor stared nervously at the command seals in Gilgamesh's hand, seemingly intending to take back her noble phantasm, but remembering Rin's previous warning, she didn't dare to act rashly. Assassin elegantly covered her lips with her slender hand, and gazed at Gilgamesh, laughing softly. She seemed indifferent, yet the killing intent in her eyes was already overflowing. Gilgamesh stopped his movements, frowned slightly, and looked at Assassin and Castor with some displeasure. Sema, Assassin, do not be rude to the King of Heroes. My apologies, King of Heroes. Assassin and Castor do not yet understand your greatness. I believe you, King of Heroes, will soon demonstrate your glory to them, allowing them to bathe in your magnificent light. Gilgamesh's expression softened, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he casually tossed the command seals into Castor's arms. Then, with a flash of golden light, he changed into casual clothes and walked out of the basement. Little girl, it seems you understand me well. I shall be magnanimous this time. You too, if there is a next time, commit suicide, mongrels. Watching the departing Gilgamesh, Rin let out a slow sigh of relief and turned to say apologetically. Sorry, Assassin, Sema, for putting you through that. Master, it's all right. For Master's victory, this is nothing. It's just that this fellow is so rude to Master as well, how hateful. Sema stowed away the command seals, her tone becoming one of gritted teeth, as she spoke the latter half. Assassin said nonchalantly. I had heard of this king's great name back in my time. It seems such rumors are not entirely fabricated. Rin nodded seriously. He is indeed a very capricious king, but he does have his good side. However, it seems my father summoned the side of him from his worst period. After speaking, Rin went to Tohsaka Tokiomi's side, knelt on the ground and turned to Castor. Sema, please use the golden fleece to heal my father. It seems the sudden severing of the contract has had a great impact on him. His magic circuits are somewhat damaged. Castor nodded and quickly produced a sheepskin with golden hair, draping it over Tohsaka Tokiomi. As the golden fleece took effect, the unconscious Tohsaka Tokiomi's breathing gradually leveled out. After receiving Rin's instruction, Kirai Kotomine rushed to the Tohsaka residence with all his might, and arrived quickly. After entering the basement, I immediately saw Rin crouching beside Tohsaka Tokiomi. I calmed my breathing, which was ragged from running fast, and spoke slowly. Rin, is there anything you need me to do? Kirai, you're here. Please carry my father to his room. Then, I need you, Castor, an assassin, to go to the Zenju residence to bring Sakura and my mother back. Upon hearing this, Castor was immediately worried that Rin would be left alone in the Tohsaka residence with Gilgamesh. She spoke up at once. Master, I object. Staying alone with that Gilgamesh is too dangerous. No matter what, either assassin, or I should remain by your side. Rin waved her hand. Castor, it's fine. As a king, Gilgamesh won't break his promise lightly. Besides, I've already used a command spell to ask for his protection. I'll be okay. On the contrary, you and Assassin are in more danger. Neither of you are the type for direct combat, so if you're discovered, you might be attacked instead. Soon, after Rin had finished everything, she slowly walked into the living room of the Tohsaka residence. Gilgamesh, now dressed in casual clothes, was reclining on the sofa, staring at the wine glass in his hand. Little girl, are you finished? What is your plan now? I have no detailed plan. The next course of action should be decided by you, King. As I requested, I am participating in this Holy Grail war as your assistant. Gilgamesh took a small sip of the red wine, and then slowly sat up. Little girl, your name is Tohsaka Rin, isn't it? Rin, I don't believe you have no plan. Speak, the king permits your counsel. Hearing this, Rin first bowed to Gilgamesh before speaking slowly. Then, I thank the king for allowing me to offer counsel. I intend to first find a guardian for the king, and build a temporary palace. Gilgamesh seemed to take some interest. He looked Rin over and said, A guardian? A palace? Exactly. A guardian and a palace worthy of the king. However, regarding the palace, I hope the king can provide some materials, otherwise, I fear the palace built might not satisfy the king. You truly are interesting. I grant the materials. So, Rin, who do you plan to arrange as my guardian? Well then, king, how about the mad dog that offended you today? I think the king would find it amusing to turn a mad dog into a loyal one. Gilgamesh's brow first furrowed, but as Rin mentioned turning a mad dog into a loyal one, he immediately showed a look of pleasure. Rin, you really are interesting. Turning a mad dog into a loyal one, huh? Ha 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 ha. Having said that, Gilgamesh raised his right hand. As he did, golden ripples appeared in the air, and a gemstone, and a rune stone appeared in his hand. Gilgamesh casually tossed the gemstone and rune stone to Rin. As she caught them, he said nonchalantly, Girl, it must be quite a strain to support 3 servants right now. This gemstone will reduce your consumption. I look forward to you bringing that mad dog and making him kneel before me. Ha 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 ha. The boisterous laughter continued for a while. After he finished laughing, Gilgamesh spoke again. Those variant runes in the basement were your handiwork, weren't they? I've seen them, they're somewhat interesting. This rune stone shall be your reward for tonight's play. I look forward to you bringing me even more exciting performances. Ha 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 ha. Then, Gilgamesh turned into golden dust and disappeared from the living room. Once Rin sensed that the gold flashy had left the Tohsaka residence, she gripped the gemstone and rune stone tightly, her eyes twitching as she kicked over a nearby stool. Damn gold flashy, truly the oldest John. So annoying. Whatever, I'll just have to endure it for a few days. After venting her frustration, Rin began to examine the gemstone and rune stone in her hand. I have to admit that gold flashy guy's things are truly top tier. A gemstone like this, condensed purely from the great source's magical energy, in today's environment, if not for him, I probably wouldn't get a second one in my entire life. As for the age of God's runes, these are somewhat useless. Sigh, after all, my magical foundation has become different from the magi of this world because of the magecraft from Index. This can only serve as a reference. Well, I'll try to see if I can sublimate the mystery of the Nordic runes from Index using the Celtic runes from Type Moon. After her lament, Rin went to the window. Standing on a stool and looking through the glass, she stared into the night-shrouded courtyard with a bit of trepidation, waiting for Sakura and her mother to arrive. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 11, I, Tohsaka Rin, am back on track on the path to becoming a magic god. 1507 words. The first night of the Holy Grail War. It was already 11 p.m. Normally, people in 1994 would have already fallen asleep by this time, but the Tohsaka residence was still brightly lit. In the Tohsaka residence, inside Tohsaka Tokiomi's room, Rin and Sakura hung their heads, fidgeting with their fingers. They would occasionally look up at their parents, and then quickly look back down. Tohsaka Tokiomi sat on the bed, looking somewhat weak. Tohsaka Aoi sat on the edge of the bed, frowning and looking at him with some nervousness. Aoi understood that her daughters had gone too far this time. No matter how much she doted on them, their actions had undoubtedly touched Tokiomi's bottom line. On one hand, Aoi was angry at her daughter's actions, but on the other, she was worried that Tokiomi would punish them or even kick them out of the house. Born into a family that once had magi as ancestors, Aoi knew that in typical magus families, there was little room for familial affection. Although Tohsaka Tokiomi was different from those magi, he was still a magus after all. Tokiomi seemed to see through Aoi's thoughts. He reached out and patted her shoulder to reassure her, then turned to ask his two nervous daughters. "Rin, Sakura, I want to know why." Seeing Sakura lower her head even further, Rin took a deep breath, stepped forward, and looked up calmly at Tohsaka Tokiomi. "Father, I did this for our family. I don't want you to die in this Holy Grail war, so I made a plan. Sakura was just tricked into cooperating with me. Please don't blame her, these were all my decisions." "No, father, sister didn't trick me. I joined voluntarily." Tokiomi's brow furrowed as he watched the two girls argue. He seemingly hadn't expected Rin to say such a thing. Shouldn't it have been a little girl doing something foolish just to prove herself to her father? Then Aoi asked. "Rin, why do you think your father will die in this Holy Grail war? And you said you made a plan, did you know about the Holy Grail war long ago? How did you find out about it?" "Father, mother, I made this plan about a year ago. I learned about the Holy Grail war from our ancestors' diaries in the cabinet in father's basement. As for why I think father will die in this war, it's because..." Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and Gilgamesh's figure manifested in the room. He quickly scanned everyone's expressions and then interrupted Rin. "That is because, Tokiomi, you are a very dull man. Normally, even a dull subject has his value. But when a subject oversteps his bounds, he loses all value. Tokiomi, you should thank your daughter." "Ha ha ha ha." Seeing Gilgamesh interrupt her, Rin frowned and said, "Gilgamesh, this is a family matter. Isn't it a bit rude for you to suddenly barge in?" "Oh? Rin, have you finally stopped using that fake attitude to talk to me?" "No matter. As long as you can continue to bring me pleasure, I do not care for such trifles as etiquette." Tohsaka Tokiomi stared at Gilgamesh, his former servant, and after a long silence, he finally realized something. "Rin, do you really think I would die at the hands of my own servant? Fool, how could this king allow himself to be stained by the filthy blood of such a stupid person? This is a great disrespect, mongrel." "Gilgamesh." Hearing Gilgamesh call her father a mongrel, Rin shouted at him in annoyance. Gilgamesh was taken aback and looked at Rin with surprise once more, seemingly not expecting this little girl to be so bold. "These are the rules you just set, Gilgamesh, king of heroes." Gilgamesh, remembering how he had just said he didn't care about etiquette, felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Rin smiled slightly as she watched Gilgamesh suffer a setback. However, she knew very well that she could only needle the king of heroes in small ways like this. Calming her desire to continue annoying him, she spoke to Tohsaka Tokiomi. "Father, I've done the calculations before. Your compatibility with Gilgamesh is 0. If the servant you summon is Gilgamesh, the probability of you dying in this Holy Grail war is 100%. As the king of heroes, Gilgamesh will not follow the plans you've made. If you try to force him using command spells, then as he just said, you will become worthless to him, and the outcome is obvious." Tokiomi's brow remained furrowed, seemingly unable to accept Rin's statement. "Rin, then why didn't you advise me earlier instead of choosing this method?" It's because. Rin's voice grew smaller and smaller. "That's right, why didn't I just tell father not to summon Gilgamesh from the start? With my position in his heart, I should have been able to convince him." "Why was that?" Gilgamesh grinned. Having ruled over countless subjects, he easily saw through Tohsaka Rin's thoughts. He hadn't intended to speak, but remembering the future he had seen on a whim using all the world's treasures while wandering outside earlier, he couldn't help but give Rin a hand. "That's because your daughter doesn't trust you, Tokiomi." Your daughter no longer believes you can protect this home. She has decided to use her own strength to protect your family. Tokiomi, you really are a mongrel, but now I find you somewhat interesting. Hearing Gilgamesh's words, it dawned on Rin. Ignoring Gilgamesh calling her father a mongrel again, she carefully thought about when she had stopped trusting her nearly perfect father. Was it because she knew the plot and knew that besides being a good father and husband, Tohsaka Tokiomi was a scapegoat? Or was it because she became arrogant after gaining knowledge from the system? No, I understand now. It must have started the moment he said he planned to send Sakura away. I'm sorry, father. From the moment you said you were going to send Sakura away, I perhaps stopped trusting you. I stopped believing you could protect this home. So. As she spoke, Rin could no longer make a sound, standing there alone and sobbing. Tohsaka Tokiomi looked at Rin crying alone and thought, yes, from the moment I decided to send Sakura away, I had already compromised. I was afraid I couldn't give Sakura a better future, afraid that once her talent was discovered, she would be designated for sealing. But as a father, shouldn't I face all of this and use my own strength to carve out a future for my daughter? Tohsaka Tokiomi threw back the covers and, supported by Tohsaka Aoi, came to Rin and Sakura's side, gently hugging both of his daughters. Indeed, from the moment I decided to give up on Sakura, I was no longer worthy of protecting this home. Rin, don't cry anymore. You weren't wrong. I forgive you. From now on, I hope you can protect this family in my stead. Saying this, he rolled up his sleeve, intending to forcibly remove his magic crest, and hand it over to Rin on the spot. Rin stopped sobbing in a panic and quickly stopped Tohsaka Tokiomi. She understood that so many things had happened suddenly tonight that Tohsaka Tokiomi's mind was momentarily confused, leading him to make such a decision. Once he cleared his head, as a traditional magus, he would surely regret it and harbor resentment in his heart. By then, the rift would be irreparable. The only way to make Tohsaka Tokiomi truly forgive her and Sakura now was to present the Holy Grail to him. No, the Holy Grail was already corrupted. She should let him see the corrupted Holy Grail, making him give up on his long-cherished wish, and focus on coming back to be a good father. Rin quickly wriggled out of Tohsaka Tokiomi's embrace and said with a slight pout. Father, how can you give me the magic crest so casually? I'm still waiting to present the Holy Grail to you so you can fulfill our Tohsaka family's wish. Have you forgotten our Tohsaka family's wish? Tokiomi was taken aback, but a familiar smile returned to his face, as he reached out his right hand to pat Rin's head. All right, then I'll wait for you to bring the Holy Grail to me. As Tokiomi smiled familiarly once more, smiles also bloomed on the tense faces of Sakura and Tohsaka Aoi, signifying the end of the filial daughter incident. To the side, Gilgamesh watched the melodrama with boredom, curled his lip, and vanished from the room in a burst of golden light. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 12. I, Tohsaka Rin, want to become a magic god. Berserker, I choose you. 1,324 words. On a bustling street, two cute little girls were walking happily hand in hand. Passers-by who saw their pure smiles couldn't help but let a slight smile grace their own lips. Behind the girls, a blonde young man in a black coat followed them lazily with a bored pout. It was Gilgamesh, who had been told by Rin early that morning to go and recruit his own guards. Unable to stand the noisy environment and the idiotic stares of the passers-by, Gilgamesh asked Rin. Little girl, is this what you meant by recruiting guards? Rin, who was happily shopping with Sakura, heard Gilgamesh's words and turned around to look at him with a stern face. Am I not taking the king to inspect his own subjects and territory? Humph, little girl, no need for sarcasm. My kingdom and subjects have long since turned to dust. You're the one inspecting your own territory, you who want to become a magic god. Tohsaka Rin. Tohsaka Rin's pupils shrank, and she quickly put on an innocent face. I don't know what you're talking about. All the world's treasures, it's not that I don't have it as you think, I just turned it off because it's boring. Do you understand, Tohsaka Rin? What did you see? Gilgamesh looked at the anxious Rin, tilted his head, and a smirk actually appeared on his face as he spoke. I'll tell you in 10 years. Now can we go see that mad dog? I can't wait to see him bow down before me. Rin stood rooted to the spot. 10 years later. So in the end, I didn't resolve all the world's evils in this Holy Grail war. This damn gold flashy is even keeping me in suspense. Rin stopped talking, went to the roadside, reached out to hail a taxi, and opened the front passenger door first. King of heroes, after you. Gilgamesh ignored the strange looks from the surrounding passers-by, and sat in the taxi with a swagger. As Rin and Sakura sat in the back seat, and closed the door, the young driver said to Gilgamesh with a smile. Sir, you seem to have a great relationship with your sisters. Your sister even opened the door for you. Unlike the one at my house, Sai, I can't even get a word out of her for days. By the way, where are you headed? Gilgamesh turned to look at Rin in the back seat. Seemingly thinking of something, he rolled his eyes and looked out the window. Then Rin gave the address, and the taxi slowly started moving. Mato residence. Kuriamato, who had been wandering aimlessly outside all morning, returned to the Mato residence, which should have been empty. His older brother, Tsuruno Mato, had already run off to a neighboring city with his nephew Shinji Mato a month before the Holy Grail War began. As for Zoken Mato, he hadn't appeared since the first day of the Holy Grail War. When Kuriamato arrived at the entrance, 3 pairs of shoes, 1 large and 2 small, caught his eye. Kuriamato clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, thinking, could that fellow Zoken have violated the agreement and kidnapped Aoi, Tohsaka Rin, and Sakura Tohsaka? No, those are men's shoes, and the size isn't right for that old guy Zoken at all. Unable to figure it out, Kuriamato cautiously summoned Berserker, and stepped into the Mato residence. Arriving quickly at the hall, Kuriamato was stunned to see Tohsaka Rin, and Sakura Tohsaka sitting on the sofa watching TV. Beside them stood a blue-haired woman constantly trying to feed Tohsaka Rin, while not far away, a blonde man holding a glass of red wine lay lazily on the sofa, staring boredly at the swirling wine. As a magus who wasn't quite a magus, Kuriamato might not have seen it, but Berserker knew that the two in the living room were both servants. He immediately let out a roar and grabbed a nearby table lamp. As Night of Owner took effect, the entire lamp was covered in eerie patterns, transforming into a D-rank noble phantasm. Stop, Berserker! Kuriamato hurriedly stopped Berserker, who was preparing to launch an attack. Little Rin, little Sakura, why are you here? And who are these two? Rin snatched the spoon that Medea was about to shove into her mouth, and casually stuffed the cake on the spoon into Sakura's mouth. Then she turned to face Kuriamato and spoke happily. Uncle Korea, you're back. These are my 2 servants. Allow me to introduce them. This is the Princess of Kalkas from ancient Greece, Medea, and this is the humanity's oldest king, Gilgamesh. I came to see you today, Uncle Korea, because I intend to make a deal. How is that possible? Little Rin, why did you become a master? What's going on? Does Aoi know? Did that damn fellow Tokiomi force you to do this? That hateful Tokiomi actually let his own daughter do such a thing. Don't be afraid, little Rin, little Sakura, Uncle will protect you. Don't worry, I'm going to settle the score with Tokiomi right now. Poor Tokiomi seemed to have taken the blame for another pot. Watching Kuriamato grow more and more agitated as he spoke, Rin couldn't help but frown. She put on a serious little face and shouted loudly. This has nothing to do with my father, and even if it did, it's none of your business. I said I came here to make a deal with you. Interrupted by Rin's shout, Kuriamato seemed to regain his composure. He quietly observed the Rin before him, feeling for the first time how foreign the world of magi was to him. Then, with a distorted expression, he asked. Rin, what kind of deal do you intend to make? Noticing that her sister no longer wanted to communicate with Kuriamato, Sakura put down her spoon and stood up. She slowly approached Kuriamato, ignoring the frenzied berserker beside him, and looked up into Kuriamato's eyes. Uncle Korea, my sister has come as a master of the Holy Grail War. Just yesterday evening, Zokanmeto already attacked us, but he was eliminated by sister's assassin and caster. We found you today because sister believes that no matter the reason, Uncle Korea, you would never voluntarily participate in the Holy Grail War. Therefore it's only possible if you reach some kind of deal with Zokanmeto. Now that Zokanmeto is dead, we believe there's no need for you to participate in the Holy Grail War anymore. Sister and I hope you will hand over your servant, and in return, we will help you rid yourself of the crest worms inside your body. Uncle Korea, what is your decision? Kuriamato was stunned at first, but when he heard that Zokanmeto was dead, he excitedly crouched down, grabbed Sakura's shoulders, and asked urgently. That old guy is dead. And he was killed by a servant while attacking you. Sakura, is this true? Magical energy flashed on Sakura's arm, as she used reinforcement magic to calmly push Kuriamato's hands away. She said indifferently. That's right. So, Uncle Korea, what is your decision? Ha 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 ha. That old guy is dead. Ha ha ha, great, he's finally dead. No problem, Rin, Sakura, take whatever you want. Ha ha ha, he's finally dead. Rin looked at the almost insane Kuriamato, and couldn't help but wonder if the entire Mata family was mentally ill. Then she turned her head and signaled media to get to work. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 13, I Tohsaka Rin, on the path to becoming a demon god, the nearing end of the Holy Grail War. 1232 words. The group that left the Mata residence was now walking along a secluded road. Compared to before they went to the Mata residence, Rin and Sakura now had an additional servant by their side, Berserker. Rin looked with some concern at the command spells on Sakura's hand. Just now in the Mata residence, at Sakura's strong insistence, control of Berserker was now held by Sakura. Although Rin's faction now possessed 4 heroic spirits, Rin still couldn't help but worry about Sakura's safety. Sakura saw Rin's worried gaze and gave a reassuring smile, indicating that her sister shouldn't worry. Sister, I can finally help you for once. Rin felt the message in Sakura's eyes and also revealed a smile. However, this heartwarming sisterly soul-to-soul communication did not last long. An already impatient Gilgamesh, showing no sense of atmosphere, broke the mood between the two sisters. Girl, you don't intend to just wander aimlessly from now on, do you? If so, this king will not accompany you further. Rin glanced at Gilgamesh with some annoyance and said crossly, if you're not satisfied, you can leave first. Facing such rudeness from Rin, Gilgamesh first looked enraged, but then he seemed to think of something and regained his composure. Fine, then this king shall take his leave. Girl, if there's another interesting show, remember to notify this king. I know. Looking at the impatient Rin, a playful glint appeared in Gilgamesh's eyes. Mongrel. As he spoke, he turned into golden light and vanished. That fellow actually dared to call me a mongrel. Sakura, did you hear that? Sister, is it really okay to treat the king of heroes like that? Didn't you analyze his personality in your previous plan, and say we had to coax him? No, if it were before, I would indeed have to coax him. But after he saw something using all the world's treasures, his attitude changed completely. Moreover, he said that I would meet him again in 10 years. Plus, I tested him several times before and he didn't get angry, which proves that in the future, I will meet this fellow again. And it must be that the future me is of some use to him, or something happened that made him very tolerant toward the current me. Sakura looked at Rin with admiration, her eyes full of worship. As expected of sister. Beside them, Medea muttered in a low voice. Isn't that something even a fool could see? Huh? Medea, what are you muttering? Nothing, I didn't say anything. Night. A rooftop of a tall building next to the hotel where Kenneth was staying in Fuyuki City. Rin and Sakura were sitting on the edge of the rooftop, looking toward the hotel next door. Sister, will Kiritsugu Amiya really carry out a demolition of the hotel next door? Yes, that man will definitely do it. Kiritsugu Amiya, the Magus killer, that's the kind of person he is. Look, people are running out below, it's about to start. After Sakura followed her sister's lead, and used magical energy to enhance her vision, she indeed saw a large crowd of people running out from the hotel entrance. Soon, with a loud boom, the entire hotel collapsed directly. It was quite a professional controlled demolition. Rin gently waved her hands a few times, using magical energy to summon a breeze to disperse the smoke and dust from the collapsed hotel. She then pulled Sakura back to the center of the rooftop. Medea and Assassin revealed themselves at the same time. Assassin, how are the preparations for the Hanging Gardens of Babylon going? Master, with the materials and help provided by the famous King of Heroes, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon will be completed by tomorrow night at the latest. Oh? I observed in your attributes that it requires a ritual with 3 days and 3 nights of chanting. With the help of Castor's high-speed incantation, the ritual has basically been omitted. I see. Then let the Holy Grail War end on the 3rd night. Medea, Assassin, please take Sakura and me back. We'll come to see this clock tower lord tomorrow morning. Inside the Einsburn family castle located in the suburbs of Fuyuki City. Kiritsugu Amiya sat on the steps at the entrance with a frown, smoking a cigarette. Judging by the cigarette butt scattered on the ground nearby, Kiritsugu Amiya had been sitting there for a long time. Iris Veal walked out of the castle holding a coat. Feeling distressed for him, she draped the coat over Kiritsugu Amiya's shoulders, then hugged him tightly and asked with concern. Kiritsugu. Is there a problem? Kiritsugu Amiya slowly grasped Iris Veal's cold hand, and looked at her tenderly. Iri, it's not right. This Holy Grail War is too strange. Except for the first night, Kirii Kotomine, Tohsaka Tokiomi, and those from the Mata family have had no movement at all. I've been using familiars to monitor the church, the Tohsaka residence, and the Mata residence, but these past 2 days, only the 2 young girls of the Tohsaka family have been going in and out. There's no movement from the church either. I suspect they are brewing something. Iris Veal hugged Kiritsugu Amiya tightly and gently stroked the man's head, saying, Kiritsugu, you will surely obtain the Holy Grail and realize your wish. It's no problem, it's okay. Thank you, Iri. Tomorrow morning, please take Saber to find those 2 girls. Kiritsugu Amiya leaned in Iris Veal's embrace, thinking quietly, it seems the answer can only be found from those 2 girls. Iris Veal gave a gentle smile. Naturally kind-hearted, she understood what fate those 2 girls would meet before a determined Kiritsugu. Although she felt some resistance in her heart, for the sake of her husband, Iris Veal still agreed. Yes, Kiritsugu, rest early today. The 3rd day of the Holy Grail War, early in the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. After Rin and Sakura finished explaining the plan they needed to execute today to Tohsaka Tokiomi, and the Kotomine father and son, they waved their little hands to bid farewell to their parents. Facing the morning dawn, they stepped onto the final day where the 4th Holy Grail War would enter its climax and conclusion. At the site of the Fuyuki City Grand Hotel destroyed by the explosion last night, staff members were urgently clearing the ruins. Suddenly, a strange sensation affected the staff's thoughts. Completely unaware of what had happened, the staff collectively put down their unfinished work, packed their things, and left the scene. Once all the staff had left the scene under the influence of the bystander-repelling field, Rin and Sakura, holding hands, walked to the center of the ruins where a large mercury sphere was resting quietly. Rin lightly pinched her skirt, bowed slightly, and performed a lady's curtsy toward the mercury sphere. Lord Elmeloy, the heir of the Fuyuki City 3 founding family's Tohsaka family, has come to visit with her younger sister. Does Your Excellency not intend to meet us? Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. I Tohsaka Rin, on the path to becoming a demon god. 3,504 words. The third day of the Holy Grail War, early morning. The largest hotel in Fuyuki City seemed to have suffered a terrorist attack last night, with the entire building collapsing after being blown up. At this moment, unusually, no personnel were handling the building's ruins, yet two young girls who shouldn't have appeared in these ruins were abruptly present. The mercury sphere in the center of the ruins transformed into a pool of mercury on the ground, and two figures were exposed intact in the sight of Rin and Sakura. They were Kenneth, the lord of the clock tower's Elmeloy faction, and his fiancée Sola Ui, the daughter of the head of the Department of Evocation at the clock tower. Looking at the two young girls present, Kenneth first carefully shielded his fiancée Sola Ui behind him before speaking to Rin and Sakura. Oh, a backwoods magus is just a backwoods magus, actually sending two little girls to see me. Where is Tohsaka Tokiomi? Is he hiding in fear? No, Lord Kenneth, my father is not participating in this Holy Grail war. The masters representing the Tohsaka family in this war are myself and my sister. At this point, Sola Ui, who was being protected behind Kenneth, couldn't help but speak up. Two little girls participating in the Holy Grail war. Hey Kenneth, is the ritual you said could establish merit really such a joke? You actually intend to gift me the victory of such a ritual? No, Sola Ui, something must have gone wrong. This, something must be a mistake. Rin frowned as she looked at Kenneth, who was hurriedly explaining to Sola Ui. Rin knew her young age would definitely lead these fellows to ignore her, and she had prepared herself for this, but when this scene actually happened, she still couldn't help but get angry. Blood Drinker hunting Red Cross. One blue and one red flame sword, following the wave of Rin's hands, flew rapidly toward the ruins behind Kenneth. An explosion and high heat were instantly generated. Seeing Kenneth turn back solemnly to face her again, and Lancer revealing himself out of concern for his lord, Rin nodded with satisfaction and clapped her hands. Now, Lord Kenneth, can we communicate properly? Amazing talent. I didn't expect that in this Far East magical desert, someone with talent like yours could appear. Was that a rune just now? No, yours is the Nordic rune, right? That's right. As expected of the clock tower's prodigy, the lord of the Elmeloy faction, Lord Kenneth. Then, I acknowledge your status as a magus. What do you want? Rin didn't answer Kenneth's question, but instead looked at Sakura. Sakura, who was in sync with Rin, also turned to look at her sister at the same time, and then the two of them nodded together. Four figures emerged beside Rin and Sakura. Archer, caster, assassin, and berserker stood upon the earth. Lancer looked at the four servants appearing before him, and assumed a combat stance with some tension. Master, the opponent has four servants. If a battle occurs, I will do my best to cover your escape, Master. Rin looked disdainfully at the brush guy before her. If I wanted to kill Kenneth right now, he would have died countless times already. Facing Kenneth, who was busy shielding his fiancée Sola, Rin calmly spread her hands to indicate she had no intention of fighting, then turned to look at the surrounding ruins and shouted loudly. Those of you watching from the sidelines, if you don't want to start a war right now, then show yourselves. Ha 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 ha. A hearty laugh erupted in the empty ruins following Rin's words, and an ancient chariot accompanied by thunder descended from midair into the ruins. On the other side, Iris Veal, with a gentle smile on her face, walked into the center of the ruins with Saber. Looking at the arriving Saber team, Rin said unhappily to them. Where is Kiritsugu Amiya? Let me see. As she spoke, Rin used her magical energy to enhance her eyes, and looked at the high ground nearby. Sure enough, Kiritsugu Amiya was holding a sniper rifle, aiming at this side. Humph, as expected of the Magus killer. Fine, anyway, you should be able to pass my words on to Kiritsugu Amiya, so it doesn't matter. However, Kiritsugu Amiya, shouldn't you and your assistant put down the guns in your hands? I don't have the habit of being aimed at by guns. Waver, hearing that someone was aiming a gun at them, crouched down in a panic, hiding inside the chariot. The King of Conquerors looked at Waver with some helplessness, stretched out his large, fan-like palm, and hoisted Waver up. Master, what's there to be afraid of regarding a rat that only dares to hide in dark corners? Stand up proudly. But that's the famous Magus killer, no way. Kenneth's eyes twitched as he looked at his student, unable to believe it. Is this guy really someone I taught? Where did the courage to stand up to me go? And I was actually refuted by this King of Conquerors because of this student. A bunch of mongrels. What a boring farce. The statement from Gilgamesh finally brought everyone back to their senses, and they began to face the current situation seriously. Two little misses, to think you could gain the support of 4 servants. It seems even I, the King of Conquerors, have been outdone. But little misses, what do you intend to do? It's simple. I intend to end this Holy Grail war tonight, and at the same time, tell you the truth about the Holy Grail. Oh, that's right, tonight I will be at the Zenju residence on the outskirts of Fuyuki City, waiting for your arrival. After speaking, Rin and Sakura ignored the deep-in-thought crowd and left with their servants. Saber, recovering from her contemplation, watched Rin and Sakura leave with the 4 servants and hurriedly shouted at their backs. Wait, the truth about the Holy Grail. What are you talking about? Don't go. Iris Veal gently pulled Saber, who was preparing to chase after them, and shook her head. Saber, don't chase them. That's right, King Arthur, it's too dangerous to chase after them alone. The King of Conquerors said while rubbing his chin. At this moment, Kiritsugu Amiya arrived at the center of the ruins with his assistant and lover, Miyahizo. Seeing the arriving Kiritsugu Amiya, Kenneth stepped forward to block him as he prepared to rendezvous with Saber, staring at him with a gaze full of battle intent. Following Kenneth's action, Lancer also blocked the path of Saber, who was preparing to draw her sword. The scene was once again on the verge of conflict. Kiritsugu Amiya calmly took a puff of his cigarette, and pressed down the gun held by Miyahizo beside him. Now is not the time for us to fight, Kenneth, if you don't want to lose this Holy Grail war and slink back to the clock tower. The King of Conquerors on the side also advised. That's right, the little misses already possess 4 servants, and have forcefully issued an invitation to us. If we fight now, I'm afraid. On the 3rd evening of the Holy Grail War. In his room, Kiritsugu Amiya opened the box in front of him with a solemn expression, took out a peculiar-looking pistol, and then carefully loaded an origin bullet into it. Then he put on his trench coat, stowed away the pistol with the origin bullet, picked up the briefcase placed at the door, and left the room. When Kiritsugu Amiya arrived at the castle hall with the briefcase, Iris Veal, Miyahizo, and Saber were already waiting there. You don't need to go tonight. Iris Veal shook her head, then looked directly at Kiritsugu Amiya with determined eyes and said, No, Kiritsugu. The Tohsaka family, as one of the 3 founding families, must know that I am the Lesser Grail. If tonight, by any chance, I won't be able to escape either. Kenneth packed up his mystic code, and was preparing to leave the temporary residence with Lancer. When Kenneth and Lancer reached the main gate, Sola appeared there, having been prepared. Sola, why are you here? Lord of the El Meloy faction, why can't I be here? You didn't think your little tricks could fool me, did you? Sola, I was just worried about you. Tonight is really too dangerous. Since it's so dangerous, why go with Lancer? Sola, the other party has already issued an invitation. Do you want me to hide on the sidelines and be a coward? Then wouldn't it be better if you went alone? Kenneth looked at his fiancée in disbelief, then glared fiercely at Lancer. Lancer immediately knelt on one knee. Please say no more. As a knight to my master, How could I let my master face danger alone? Sola looked at the resolute lancer, stunned for a moment, and then said decisively. Then take me with you. Kenneth looked at his deeply loved fiancée, nodded helplessly, and said unwillingly. Lancer, I leave Sola's safety to you. As you command, master. I swear in the name of the chief warrior of the Knights of Fianna, tonight, I will give my all to protect you and Miss Sola. Aboard the aerial chariot, the King of Conquerors, who was steering the chariot, saw Waver looking deep in thought with a worried gaze and reached out a hand, patting Waver on the head. Kid, such a display is not qualified for my subject. This is just a small hurdle on my path of conquest. I am the King of Conquerors who will conquer the end of the world. Ha 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 ha. Waver looked at the King of Conquerors' majestic figure, and clenched his fists firmly. The King of Conquerors looked at Waver with satisfaction. It was precisely because, at critical moments, Waver's small body would be filled with incredible courage that the King of Conquerors accepted him as a subject. Night fell. In the Zenju residence on the outskirts of Fuyuki City, all 7 heroic spirits participating in this Holy Grail war, and all relevant personnel were present. Rin and Sakura, hand in hand, walked slowly into the courtyard accompanied by Tohsaka Tokiomi. I am Tohsaka Tokiomi, head of the Tohsaka family. Because of my daughter's last-minute decision, I didn't have time to prepare. Please forgive the lack of hospitality. The King of Conquerors casually picked up a glass of red wine from the table full of food, and wine beside him, and drank it in one gulp. Ha 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 ha, as long as there is wine, right master? Ah, you idiot. Compared to the 2 in the rider team, everyone else present had a heavy atmosphere, silently waiting for Rin to speak. Rin nodded with satisfaction, looking at the grand spectacle of the Holy Grail war she had created. At this moment, Saber walked straight towards Rin. Just as she was about to reach Rin, Castor, who had been standing beside Rin, stretched out her left hand to block Saber's path. Saber, is it? If you have any questions, just ask them here. Saber, who was eager to ask what the truth of the Holy Grail was, realized that she was currently still in a hostile relationship with Rin. She slowly calmed her eager mood before asking Rin. Excuse me, I was rude. However, Tohsaka Rin, I wonder if you could tell us the truth about the Holy Grail now. Isn't the Holy Grail war for that Holy Grail capable of granting all wishes? As Saber asked, the people around also looked over, seemingly very curious about what the true purpose of the Holy Grail war was. Rin sized up Saber, who was eager to know the answer, and smiled slightly. To ensure everyone present could hear clearly, she spoke in a louder volume than usual. Saber, you might be disappointed. The Holy Grail cannot grant all wishes. At this point, Kenneth suddenly interrupted Rin's speech. I knew it. How could a magical ritual in a backwater place like this fulfill so-called wishes? Gilgamesh, holding a glass of red wine, was standing behind Rin. Seeing Rin's speech interrupted, Gilgamesh, who was originally prepared to enjoy Saber's beautiful expression, said angrily. Shut up, mongrel. Following Gilgamesh's angry shout, several golden ripples appeared behind him. From the golden ripples, noble phantasms were extending, locking onto Kenneth. Rin took a cross step to block in front of Gilgamesh and smiled slightly at him. King of heroes, why get angry at such a commoner? Please put away your power. TCH, very well, mongrel. For Rin's sake, I will spare you this time. Seeing Gilgamesh give such face, Rin gave him a sweet smile. Thank you very much. She then continued. The Holy Grail can grant wishes. With the magical energy it has accumulated over 60 years, it can indeed grant most wishes. Hearing this, Saber's previously dim expression was once again filled with hope. However, the Holy Grail was contaminated by all the world's evils in the previous Holy Grail war. In other words, the wishes granted by the Holy Grail now will only start from the worst outcome. For example, if you want humanity to stop fighting, the Holy Grail would likely kill all of humanity to fulfill that wish. Gilgamesh joyfully appreciated the constantly changing expressions of Saber and Kiritsugu Amiya, from full of despair to full of hope, and then full of despair again. For Gilgamesh, this was simply the most interesting scene he had seen since the start of this Holy Grail war. So the current Holy Grail is an evil Holy Grail. Everyone here, why not come to our palace and end this Holy Grail war in a straightforward and simple way? As Rin finished speaking, a massive floating castle appeared above the Zenju residence. Kenneth and Sola looked in disbelief at the floating castle that flashed and disappeared in the sky. Although the castle had disappeared from sight, the massive magical energy emitted by the castle was like a sun hanging in the sky. As long as one was a magus, it could not be ignored. This is impossible. How could this thing appear? This! Kenneth shouted. All along, Kenneth had only thought that this so-called Holy Grail war was just an ordinary magical ritual held by backwater magi to show off their existence. Even though Kenneth knew at the pier on the first day of the Holy Grail war that this so-called Holy Grail war was not such a simple existence, as a prodigy of the Clock Tower, and a lord of the Elmeloi faction, he still looked down on this magical ritual attended by backwater magi and laymen from the bottom of his heart. But now, with the appearance of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Kenneth finally realized that he was the ignorant one. Sola hugged Kenneth's arm nervously, shivering as she sensed the castle in the sky. Kenneth, didn't you say this was just a backwater magical ritual? Why would something like this appear? This thing could probably easily destroy a country. Waver sensed the Hanging Gardens of Babylon solemnly, and looked at the King of Conquerors with caution. Ryder, is it okay? The King of Conquerors scratched the back of his head, his expression lacking its usual ease, yet he still replied with a chuckle. Ah, it seems, little miss, you have truly created something extraordinary. I really want to plunder it, ha 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 ha. Beside him, Kiritsugu Amiya sensed the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, with a grave expression. He could not help but reach into his coat, gripping the pistol loaded with an origin bullet, and took an attacking stance, ready to fire the origin bullet at Tohsaka Rin at any moment. Among those present, only King Arthur was indifferent to the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Now, King Arthur only wanted to know if the current Holy Grail could still fulfill her tragic wish, even if it meant achieving it through the worst possible outcome. This was because King Arthur was now convinced that if someone else could replace her as king, no matter the result, they would be better than her. Tohsaka Rin looked at the tense crowd and smiled proudly, seemingly satisfied with their reaction. However, when she saw King Arthur exuding a cold and gloomy aura, she put away her smile. Oh no, if King Arthur becomes corrupted, it will be troublesome. It seems I have no choice but to let Berserker reveal his identity early. King Arthur, why are you so obsessed with the Holy Grail? Facing Tohsaka Rin's sudden question, King Arthur instinctively stepped forward and shouted aloud. I hope to use the Holy Grail to save my country, and for that, I will spare nothing. Are you intending to deny the history you yourself have written? The King of Conquerors asked, questioning her. Seeing that they were about to head towards the original debate of kings, Tohsaka Rin quickly interrupted. Lord King of Conquerors, this is the time for a conversation between myself and King Arthur. Very well, little Mississippi. However, King Arthur, if that is your wish, I do not acknowledge you as a king like myself. You. King Arthur was about to argue with the King of Conquerors, but Tohsaka Rin quickly gave Sakura a wink. Sakura moved her thoughts, and Berserker rushed to King Arthur's side in a flash, roaring at her continuously. Mistakenly believing that Tohsaka Rin intended to launch an attack, the group hurriedly placed their hands on their weapons, ready to counterattack, but Tohsaka Rin's words stopped them from taking any further action. King Arthur, is your wish to save your homeland, your country? Then how do you intend to save it? Naturally, by returning to before I became king, and allowing someone with more talent to serve as king. Then, King Arthur, why not listen to the opinion of your own subject? As she spoke, Sakura, beside Tohsaka Rin, smiled slightly, and Berserker revealed his true form. It was none other than Lancelot, one of the original members of the Knights of the Round Table, known as the Knight of the Lake. Subsequently, Sakura raised her hand bearing the command spells and shouted. Berserker, by the command of the command spells, temporarily restore your reason. As only one stroke of the command spells remained on Sakura's hand, the berserk Lancelot returned to his original, calm appearance. Having recovered, Lancelot immediately knelt on one knee before his former sovereign, King Arthur, Artoria, bowing his head, not daring to look directly at King Arthur. King Arthur looked at her subject in front of her in surprise, and hurriedly prepared to go up and support Lancelot. "Sir Lancelot. How could it be you? Rise first." Lancelot brushed away the hands King Arthur had extended to help him up, and said with his head bowed, "My king, I hope you will punish me. It was precisely because of the mistakes I committed back then that all the subsequent events occurred. As such a treacherous subject, I only hope you can punish me." "Ah! Sir Lancelot, why would I punish you? I have never felt that you did anything wrong. Guinevere and I, rather than being husband and wife, were more like friends. I failed to withstand the pressure to execute Guinevere by fire back then, and because you were able to protect Guinevere, I am even more filled with gratitude towards you. That you turned away from me must have been my own fault as a king." Tohsaka Rin whispered a snarky comment on the side, "Gawain, you died so miserably." The king of conquerors frowned as he watched this scene. However, since this was a matter between a king and her subject, and coupled with Tohsaka Rin's previous remarks, the king of conquerors could only silently watch this scene, which was quite frustrating for him. Gilgamesh watched with an expression of pleasure. This pair of sovereign and subject was like watching an incredibly wonderful drama. Lancelot, who had always believed it was his own fault, looked at his sovereign in front of him, dumbfounded. A sense of desolation arose from his heart, and he said helplessly, "Arthur, you truly do not understand the human heart." King Arthur, facing the words of her former subject, said excitedly, "Sir Lancelot, why would you say that? As long as I obtain the Holy Grail, I will immediately reverse the tragedies of the past. There will surely be a better king to lead you all onto a life of happiness." Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. I, Tohsaka Rin, on the path to becoming a demon god. The truth revealed. 372 words. Fuyuki City, Zenju residence. All masters and servants stood in tense silence as Rin finished explaining the truth of the Holy Grail. "The Grail can grant wishes," Rin said calmly, "but it is corrupted. Any wish made will be fulfilled in the worst possible way." Her words crushed the hopes of several people present. Saber clenched her fists. "Even so, I must obtain it." Kiritsugu remained silent, but his gaze hardened. Rin continued, "So instead of letting it bring disaster, I propose something simple: end this Holy Grail war tonight." She raised her hand and pointed upward. A massive floating fortress appeared briefly in the sky, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, before vanishing again. Everyone felt it. An overwhelming amount of magical energy. Kainatha's expression changed completely. That level of magecraft. Waver swallowed nervously. "Can we even fight that?" Iskandar laughed loudly. "Now this is interesting." Gilgamesh simply smirked. Only Saber remained focused. "Even if the Grail is corrupted, I will still pursue my wish." Rin narrowed her eyes. "Then answer me this, King Arthur," she said. "Why do you want the Grail?" "To save my country," Saber replied firmly. "I will redo the past and choose a better king." Rin sighed. "That's just self-denial." Saber frowned. "What do you mean?" Instead of answering directly, Rin turned to Sakura. Sakura nodded. Berserker stepped forward, and then revealed his true identity. "Lancelot." Saber's eyes widened. Sakura used a command spell. "Berserker, restore your sanity." The madness faded. Lancelot knelt before Saber. "My king, please punish me." Saber shook her head immediately. "I never blamed you. Lancelot trembled. Then he spoke slowly. Arthur, you never understood us. The courtyard fell silent. Saber froze. Rin crossed her arms. This is your problem, King Arthur. You never saw your people as humans, only as responsibilities. Saber tried to respond, but no words came out. For the first time, doubt appeared in her eyes. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone, if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. I, Tohsaka Rin, on the path to becoming a demon god, a king who does not understand the human heart. 326 words. The silence in the courtyard grew heavier. Lancelot raised his head, and looked directly at Saber. You carried everything alone, he said. You never relied on anyone. Saber gripped her sword tightly. That is what a king must do. No, Lancelot replied. That is why everything fell apart. His words struck deeply. Rin stepped forward. A king who denies their own past is just running away. Saber's breathing became uneven. Only wanted a better future. But at the cost of everyone who believed in you? Rin asked sharply. Saber fell silent. Lancelot continued. If you erase your reign, then what was the meaning of everything we fought for? Saber's hands trembled. Memories flooded her mind, her nights, her battles, her sacrifices. Were they all meaningless? No, she whispered. Rin softened her tone slightly. You don't need the Grail to fix the past, she said. You need to accept it. Lancelot bowed his head again. My king, your path was never wrong. Tears formed in Saber's eyes, but she did not let them fall. Slowly, she straightened her posture. I see now. She looked at Lancelot. Thank you. Then she turned to Rin. I will no longer pursue the Grail to erase my past. Kiritsugu's eyes widened slightly at her words. Rin smiled faintly. That saves me the trouble. The atmosphere shifted. Tension turned into anticipation. Iskandar stepped forward, cracking his neck. Now that's settled, shall we move on? Gilgamesh smirked. Finally, something entertaining. Rin stepped back. Then let's begin, she said. The final battle of the Holy Grail War. The war that had lasted for days. Would end tonight. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone, if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. On my way to becoming a demon god, Tohsaka Rin. 2,771 words. Fuyuki City, Zenju residence. Lancelot watched King Arthur, who was immersed in her own ideals. Lancelot extremely rudely interrupted King Arthur's recounting, and with a firm expression, issued an invitation to King Arthur. My king, we, sovereign and subject, have reunited after 1,000 years. So, as the Holy Grail War draws to a close, this subject implores the king to engage in a duel of knights with me as the opening. King Arthur's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia, her expression returned to calm, and she gladly agreed. Sir Lancelot, then let us demonstrate true chivalry for everyone present. As she spoke, she summoned Excalibur, gripping it tightly in one hand, and faced Lancelot. Beside them, Gilgamesh curled his lips into a smile, and snapped his fingers. A golden ripple appeared behind him, and swish, a gleaming sword shot down beside Lancelot's feet, embedding itself deeply into the ground. Since you, this mad dog, are still my guard for the time being, then this king will not be stingy with rewards. Come, guard, display your heroic form. However, if you dare to reveal that mad dog posture again, then this king will surely bring judgment upon you." Lancelot ignored Gilgamesh's words, firmly pulled out the sword embedded in the ground, gripped it with both hands, and launched an attack towards King Arthur. The crisp sound of weapons clashing instantly appeared in this remote residence. Lancelot and King Arthur's superb martial arts instantly captivated the servants present, while the Magi could only barely watch the battle of the ancient heroes using eyes enhanced by magical power. Truly superb martial arts. Even in my peerless army, I fear one could not find anyone who could compare to these two in martial arts. After finishing, the King of Conquerors picked up the red wine on the table and drank it in one gulp. The bulging muscles on his body showed this king's eagerness to try. Truly superb martial arts. Lancer exclaimed with a hint of admiration. Sola looked at Lancer, somewhat surprised, and said in disbelief. "Lancer, are they actually stronger than you?" "Impossible, Lancer, you are the strongest, right?" Lancer first glanced at his sovereign, Kenneth. Kenneth glared with sore eyes and waved his hand helplessly, signaling Lancer not to mind him, thinking, anyway, the Holy Grail war seems like it will end tonight. Regardless, Lancer will disappear tonight. Once Lancer disappears, Sola will surely have a change of heart. Lancer first bowed respectfully to Sola before speaking to explain. "Miss Sola, the two currently engaged in battle are indeed above me in terms of martial arts. However, battle is not merely a contest of martial arts. I have the confidence to fight these two." "Is that so?" "As expected, Lancer, you are the best." Hearing Sola's childish words, a wry smile appeared on both Kenneth's and Lancer's faces. At this moment, the two sides engaged in battle, having finished their warm-up, escalated their fierce fight once more. King Arthur, who had not been able to fight someone so satisfyingly for a long time, let go of the distracting thoughts in her heart, and devoted herself entirely to this night's battle. When King Arthur devoted herself entirely to the battle, she finally felt the will transmitted from Lancelot's sword on the opposite side, a sword intent filled with desolation, anticipation, longing, and trepidation. King Arthur felt the will transmitted from the sword in Lancelot's hand, and was puzzled. Why would Sir Lancelot imbue such a will into his sword to convey it to me? Suddenly recalling Sir Lancelot's earlier words, "Arthur, you truly do not understand the human heart," King Arthur realized in a flash. King Arthur shouted, infused her own will into her sword, and struck down with a single blow. With a crisp sound, the C-rank noble phantasm in Lancelot's hand could no longer withstand this devastation and snapped in response. At the same time, King Arthur's will was transmitted to Lancelot's heart. Smiling, Lancelot took the blow on his shoulder, ignored the pain in his shoulder, shook his head at Sakura, who was preparing to use magical power to heal him, and looked at King Arthur before him with anticipation. King Arthur, leaning on Excalibur, looked at Lancelot with a serious expression. "Lancelot, do you know your fault?" Lancelot, filled with joy, knelt on one knee. "My sovereign, your sinful subject Lancelot, after 1,000 years, accepts the punishment I was originally due." Then, Lancelot. At this point, Tohsaka Rin was having none of it. Since King Arthur was no longer going to be corrupted, there was no need for her to let her own servant punish her enemy. "Wait, King Arthur, Lancelot is my sister's servant now, right? In what position are you punishing my sister's servant?" King Arthur looked at Lancelot, who was preparing to retort, raised her hand to stop him, and smiled slightly. "Indeed, in the Holy Grail War, I have no standing to punish Sir Lancelot right now." Then, she turned her head to look at Lancelot. "Thank you, Sir Lancelot. It was your sword intent that made me understand what I had done wrong, and made me realize that my beautiful wish was actually a tragic one. You were right, King Arthur does not understand the human heart. I truly committed a great mistake. While denying myself, I completely failed to consider you all who followed me, admired me, and struggled for our ideals. I was merely immersed in my own ideals. That tragic wish was even an attempt to deny your pasts and experiences of struggling for our country and ideals through the Holy Grail. Rest assured, Sir Lancelot, I will not do that now. However, if I have the chance, I still want to obtain the Holy Grail. Sir Lancelot, are you willing to walk the path of the past once more with a king who understands the human heart? This subject will wait in any era to once again become the king's subject. King of Conquerors, you are already impatient, aren't you? I can feel your surging battle intent clearly. Then, dare you fight against me and Sir Lancelot? Ha ha ha, I Iskandar, have nothing I dare not conquer. However, my master, could I entrust him to you, little miss? Having completely understood King Arthur's plan, Tohsaka nodded, signaling the King of Conquerors to rest assured. It seemed King Arthur intended to take Lancelot to fight the King of Conquerors, allowing Lancelot to seek redemption in this battle. Regardless of who failed, Tohsaka's side would benefit, so Tohsaka had absolutely no reason to refuse. At this moment, Kiritsugu Amiya came to King Arthur's side and stared at her earnestly. King Arthur smiled at Kiritsugu Amiya. Kiritsugu, I have actually always disliked you, but earlier, when Miss Tohsaka explained the Holy Grail, I already understood your wish. I did not expect that someone like you would actually possess such a noble wish. However, Kiritsugu, give it up, otherwise, you will end up just like I once was, drowning in your own ideals. Kiritsugu Amiya, facing the persuasion of this servant who was completely incompatible with him, was not shaken in the slightest. He extended his hand bearing the command spells, seemingly intending to stop King Arthur's actions, but suddenly his body stiffened. A purple mist floated around him, and his body, completely beyond his control, stood frozen in place. Tohsaka nodded with satisfaction to the assassin, the queen of ancient Assyria, Semiramis. She looked at Iris Veal, who had nervously arrived beside the frozen Kiritsugu Amiya, and Miyahizo, who was guardedly raising her gun, and said, "Rest assured, I only had assassin paralyze him with poison. Now, King Arthur, King of Conquerors, you may begin." King Arthur looked at Lancelot. "Sir Lancelot, I punish you to fight against this King of Conquerors with me. In this battle, you must fight to the death without retreating, and secure victory for me." This subject obeys. On the other side, Waver held up his hand bearing the command spells, and looked earnestly at the King of Conquerors. "The next stage is the battlefield of the strong, isn't it? My servant, Waver Velvet, by the command of the command spells, you must win to the end. By the command of the command spells again, you must achieve victory. By the final command of the command spells, you must conquer the whole world. Failure is not allowed. All right, from now on, I am no longer your master. Please allow me to witness the rest as a subject." "Ha ha ha, I permit it. Come, King Arthur. However, I have one last question. King Arthur, must a king be aloof?" King Arthur said decisively. "A king ought to be aloof, dedicating oneself to the happiness of the country, the people, and the subjects. All rights and wrongs must be borne by the king, shouldered by the king, and decided by the king. Oh, King Arthur, is this your conclusion? How about you two over there?" Gilgamesh crossed his arms and curled his lip. "Boring question, mongrel." Semiramis also smiled with contempt. "For me, who is regarded by my subjects as the incarnation of the goddess Ishtar, is it not a matter of course?" The King of Conquerors shook his head, magical power surging, and a strong magical hurricane began to radiate from the center of the King of Conquerors. "This won't do. It seems you all do not understand. For you who do not understand, I must demonstrate the true posture of a king here." In an instant, a scene of yellow sand filling the sky replaced the Zenju residence from before, and amidst the vast sea of sand, a massive army was marching in unison. Tohsaka surveyed the surrounding environment, took out several gems engraved with runic runes from her hand, threw them casually on the ground, and then said with a bit of affectation, "This is truly extraordinary. It is actually an inherent reality." Sakura looked at her sister with a hint of confusion and asked, "Sister, what is an inherent reality?" "Sakura, so-called inherent reality is a type of magecraft that manifests one's inner landscape, known as the magecraft closest to true magic." "Oh." At this moment, Kenneth also nodded on the side. "However, theoretically, this type of magecraft is not something humans can perform. Tohsaka Rin, those few gems of yours, you are preparing to analyze this inherent reality, aren't you? Don't waste your effort, humph. At this moment, the King of Conquerors turned his back to the crowd and spoke. This is the land where my great army galloped. It is the scenery that remains forever in the hearts of the soldiers who shared my joys and sorrows. This world, this landscape, can form because it is the heartscape of all of us. My peerless army, their bodies destroyed, their souls summoned by the world as heroic spirits, yet they remain warriors loyal to me. My bond with them is my greatest treasure, my way of kings. Then he turned around to face everyone, spreading his arms and shouting proudly. This is my Iskandar's strongest noble phantasm, army of the king. As the King of Conquerors finished speaking, tens of thousands of soldiers shouted in unison. Lancer cried out in shock. These tens of thousands of soldiers, they're all servants. The King of Conquerors then lowered his arms, puffed out his chest, and shouted. A king is one who lives more brilliantly than anyone else, one who captivates all. Indeed. Indeed, the tens of thousands of soldiers responded. Only one who gathers the envy of all warriors upon themselves, and becomes the direction in which they advance is a king. Therefore a king is not solitary, their great ambition is the sum of the ambitions of all their subjects. Indeed. Indeed. Then let us begin, King Arthur, Lancelot. Gilgamesh, showing a hint of nostalgia, said solemnly. You truly are an interesting piece of mongrel. If you can survive this, then I, this king, shall personally see you off. King Arthur leaned on her sword and smiled. A truly dazzling way of kings, but our paths are different, King of Conquerors. Come. Rin quickly stopped both sides who were preparing to act and spoke up. Wait, at least wait until we leave the center of the battlefield before starting. And Lancer, you stay behind to lend the King of Conquerors a hand. Kenneth, you won't refuse, will you? Kenneth looked at the three other servants of Rin's besides Lancer, gave a cold snort, and turned his head away. In this situation, can I even refuse? Iris Veal stepped forward excitedly and said. Could it be that even in this situation, Tohsaka Rin, you are still not at ease? Are you still playing your schemes just to reduce the number of enemies? Tohsaka Rin rolled her eyes at Iris Veal and said irritably. Einsburn, I forgot to mention earlier, the Holy Grail being polluted was precisely caused by you Einsburns after you were eliminated in the Third Holy Grail War. You Einsburns have no right to say that. Besides, Lancer is also eager to join this battle. Rather than ending in tragedy, let Lancer fight heartily here for his lord and for himself. Iris Veal, who didn't know the truth, processed the news in her mind with shock. As someone produced to be the Lesser Grail, she was only 9 years old and knew nothing of the Third Holy Grail War. Upon learning that her own family was the culprit behind the pollution of the Grail, and that her family had ruined Kiritsugu's dream, she looked at Kiritsugu sadly and whispered. I'm sorry, Kiritsugu. I really didn't know. Kiritsugu Amiya held Iris Veal and spoke calmly. No, Iri, it's not your fault. There's no need to apologize. Right now, this is just Tohsaka's side of the story. And even if it's true, the Grail might not be unpurifiable. Even if it doesn't work this time, we can participate in the next one. Rin looked at Kiritsugu Amiya and shook her head helplessly. I really don't know where this guy gets such a big heart, trying to save the world at every turn. My God, when did the world ever ask you to save her? Thinking that she was also one of those being represented, her heart felt a chill. At this moment Sola, who had been shocked since the inherent reality appeared, finally reacted to Rin's words and glared at Rin with a distorted face. What right do you have to make Lancer join this fight? Kenneth, tell her I'm right. Lancer, you won't go, right? Rin shook her head and snapped her fingers at Semiramis behind her. As Rin's fingers snapped, a cloud of purple poison mist instantly paralyzed Sola. Kenneth hurriedly stepped forward to support Sola, then turned and stared at Lancer. Damn Holy Grail War, damn servants. Kenneth, don't worry, I just had assassin paralyze Miss Sola. Lancer, what is your decision? Lancer looked at his lord who was staring at him, helplessly touched the beauty mark under his eye, knelt on one knee toward Kenneth, and said, Lord, please allow me to participate in this battle. Kenneth, supporting Sola with one hand, raised his left hand with the command spells, and used the remaining 2 strokes as if finding release. Lancer, go. By the power of my command spells, Lancer, strengthen your body. Lancer, strengthen your magical energy. Orders received. Although the outcome wasn't perfect, it was much better than the original development. Lancer shook his head somewhat helplessly, then thought, at least in the end, my lord didn't give up on me. This counts as a decent ending for myself. Lifting his twin spears, he walked slowly to the King of Conquerors' side. Rider, it seems we'll be fighting side by side this time. Ha ha ha. A warrior like you, Lancer, is more than welcome to join my side. Then come, King Arthur. Watching Rin's group move away from the battlefield, King Arthur pulled the Excalibur from the ground, glanced at Lancelot who was ready beside her, and shouted. Come, King of Conquerors. Knights of the Round Table, march. Via expugnatio. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 18. On my way to becoming a demon god, Tohsaka Rin, the Clash of Kings, and the End of Redemption. 917 words. The desert trembled. Golden light surged like a rising sun, tearing through the skies of the inherent reality. The sandstorm itself seemed to recoil, as if even this world, born from the will of the King of Conquerors, recognized the overwhelming brilliance gathering in King Arthur's hands. Excalibur. A beam of radiant light erupted forward. It was not merely a strike, it was a declaration. The crystallization of countless hopes, the embodiment of a king who had finally understood the hearts of those who followed her. The army of tens of thousands surged in response. For the king. The servants charged fearlessly into the light. And they were erased. Like moths to a blazing sun, the soldiers of the King of Conquerors did not retreat. Their bodies shattered, their forms dissolving into particles of magical energy, but their charge did not falter for even a moment. At the center of it all, the King of Conquerors laughed. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. This is how it should be. Thunder roared. His chariot, Gordius wheel, surged forward, lightning wrapping around its wheels like divine serpents. Beside him stood Lancer, his twin spears gleaming, his body already pushed far beyond its limits. Rider, Lancer spoke calmly, leave the rest to me. Without waiting for a reply, he stepped forward. His figure blurred. In an instant, Lancer appeared directly before the advancing beam of light. He crossed his twin spears. Gi dirge and gi bid. Even if it is impossible, I will still try. The cursed spears trembled as they met the golden torrent. For a brief moment, the light slowed. Then, boom. The explosion swallowed everything. Lancer's figure vanished within the radiance, his resistance lasting only a fleeting instant, but that instant was enough. Because behind him, the King of Conquerors had already arrived. King Arthur. With a roar that shook the heavens, Iskandar raised his sword high, his entire existence blazing with magical energy. The remnants of his army gathered behind him, not as individuals, but as one united will. The Way of Kings. Against him stood King Arthur, her golden beam still raging forward, her body trembling as the last of her magical energy burned away. Two kings. Two ideals. Two paths. They collided. The golden beam clashed against the thunder-charged charge of the King of Conquerors. For a moment, the world froze. Then, crack. The sky shattered. The desert split apart. The inherent reality began to collapse under the sheer force of their confrontation. Outside the battlefield, Rin narrowed her eyes, her expression turning serious for the first time. It's ending. Beside her, Sakura instinctively grabbed her sleeve. Sister, who will win? Rin did not answer immediately. Instead, she watched, carefully, calculatingly. Then, she spoke. Neither of them will come out unscathed. Back within the collapsing reality, the golden light began to fade. The thunder dimmed. The two figures passed each other. Silence fell. Then, a deep wound split across the King of Conqueror's chest. At the same time, cracks spread across King Arthur's armor, her body unable to sustain the strain any longer. The desert froze. The army vanished. The inherent reality collapsed completely. The Zenju residents returned. The night air was heavy with silence. Standing in the ruins of the battlefield, King Arthur slowly lowered her sword. Opposite her, the King of Conquerors stood tall, then let out a long breath. Magnificent. He looked at his chest, where the wound glowed faintly with residual magical energy. Then he laughed. So this is the conclusion. His body began to dissolve into particles of light. Not in defeat, but in acceptance. Waver, he called out suddenly. The young boy trembled as he looked up. Did you see it? Waver clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face. I saw everything. Good. Iskandar grinned. Then remember it well. This is what it means to be a king. His form faded further. But next time. He turned his gaze toward Rin, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Little miss. I look forward to seeing what kind of king, or demon, you will become. With that, the King of Conquerors disappeared. Then, a soft sound. King Arthur's sword slipped slightly from her grasp. Her body swayed. Kiritsugu's eyes widened. Saber. But before she could fall, she steadied herself. Her form flickered, her existence already beginning to fade. Yet, she smiled. Not the distant, idealized smile of a king, but a gentle, human one. Sir Lancelot, it seems I was able to walk the right path in the end. Her gaze shifted toward Rin. Tohsaka Rin. Rin met her eyes calmly. You've changed. King Arthur gave a faint chuckle. And you have not. Rin smirked slightly. Of course not. A pause. Then King Arthur spoke one final time. I will entrust the rest to you. Her body dissolved into golden particles. The King of Knights. Gone. The battlefield fell completely silent. Only the faint night wind remained. After a long moment, Rin turned around. Well then. Her voice was light. Almost casual. As expected. Things turned out exactly as planned. But her eyes. Cold. Calculating. And far, far deeper than before. The real Holy Grail War begins now. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. My Path to Becoming a Demon God as Tohsaka Rin. 1,303 words. Amidst the yellow sands filling the sky, King Arthur and Lancelot had begun close-quarters combat with Lancer, the King of Conquerors driving his chariot, and the army of tens of thousands of servants. As longtime partners on the battlefield, King Arthur acted as the arrowhead, charging and killing through the servant army, while Lancelot guarded her flanks, fending off attacks from other directions. Relying on his formidable martial skills, Lancelot constantly seized weapons from the hands of other servants, skillfully wielding various armaments to keep all servants attempting to approach King Arthur outside the defensive circle. Meanwhile, King Arthur's charging momentum was blocked by Lancer. The battle that had remained unfinished at the Fuyuki city docks resumed here. King Arthur raised her sword to parry Lancer's dirge thrust, simultaneously jumping back to Lancelot's side. "Sir Lancelot, how are you? Can you still hold on?" King Arthur asked, looking at Lancelot, whose shoulder wound had reopened due to the intense exertion, while swinging her sword to force back the following Lancer. Lancelot gripped a spear, swinging it to beat back several surrounding servants, then looked at King Arthur with a bright smile. "My king, no problem." Simultaneously, he threw the spear in his hand, pinning a servant to the ground. At this time, among the crowd watching the battle, Rin looked at the surrounded King Arthur and Lancelot and said to Sakura, "Sakura, use the last command spell. Help that big dummy." "Okay, sister." By the power of the command spell, Berserker, recover your stamina and magical energy. In the battlefield, the fighting Lancelot felt his connection with the little girl master break, while his stamina and magical energy were restored almost to their peak. Lancelot knocked down a servant with a punch, seized a spear from a nearby servant, and then leaped to join the battle between King Arthur and Lancer. After forcing Lancer back with a spear thrust, Lancelot brandished the spear forward to block Lancer and spoke. "My king, leave Lancer and all these fellows to me. My king, go and seize your glory." King Arthur nodded solemnly, leaped up, and charged toward the King of Conquerors. "Sir Lancelot, take care." Watching the silhouette of her king breaking through the encirclement, Lancelot stepped forward to block the army's path to the battlefield where King Arthur and the King of Conquerors were fighting. He leveled his spear and shouted coldly, "Come, Lancer and you lot. As long as I live, don't even think about taking another step forward." The King of Conquerors, seeing King Arthur racing toward him, smiled and raised the sword in his hand. "King Arthur, you have a fine subject. Come, let us settle this." The chariot started up, treading on thunder, and rolled toward King Arthur with an aggressive momentum. The prolonged intense battle inevitably caused both sides to fall into exhaustion and magical energy shortage. Lancelot, in particular, had reached the end of his rope. By now, Lancelot had blocked the army of tens of thousands for a full 10 minutes. The armor on his body had long since shattered from taking too many hits, revealing muscles covered in scars. Among the numerous old and new wounds, the most fatal were those left by Lancer's bid. Panting heavily and drenched in blood and sweat, Lancelot knew he had reached his limit. His nearly exhausted stamina, and the empty magical energy within him all indicated that Lancelot's journey of atonement was about to reach its end. Mustering his final magical energy and strength, Lancelot launched one last charge toward the army before him. "My king, have you forgiven me?" In his final moments, Lancelot seemed to hear his king's voice. "Sir Lancelot, I have already forgiven you." Looking at himself riddled with weapons, he slowly turned his head to look at King Arthur's back in the distance. With a smile, he turned into a wisp of light and disappeared from the inherent reality. King Arthur forced back the King of Conquerors with a sword swing, stopped her attack, and turned to look at the spot where Lancelot had fallen. By now, Lancelot was no longer there, only the surrounding army. She then turned to look at the King of Conquerors, who had also stopped his attack, and said with a smile, "It seems the victory will be decided soon. King of Conquerors, do you know? I have already forgiven Sir Lancelot. It's a pity I didn't get the chance to say it to him. I hope there will be another chance in the future. I am truly happy this time. Not only could I fight with heroes and kings like you, but I also understood the path I truly must take. Now it is the end. Come, King of Conquerors, let one strike decide the winner." Indeed, to see so many heroes and kings from different eras at once is truly worth the trip. Not to mention that we fellows were actually led around by a little miss. It's truly opened my eyes. Come, King Arthur. At this time, on the outskirts of the battlefield, Rin turned to Kiritsugu Amiya and asked. "The final battle is about to begin. Aren't you going to use your command spells? Kiritsugu Amiya looked at the 5 command spells on Rin's hand, shook his head, and said firmly. There's no need for that. Since I now know that command spells can be left behind, I might as well save them to deal with the next Holy Grail War. TSK, it seems you don't want to give up at all. But aren't you worried I might take them away? Kiritsugu Amiya glanced at the little girl beside him and silently lit a cigarette. You won't do that. Then he thought to himself, you, who completed such a layout and mastered such power, yet still chose this way to end it, a naive person like you will never understand my ideal. Rin didn't reply further, only gave a cold snort and turned back to the battlefield. Facing the King of Conquerors, King Arthur used the last of her remaining magical energy. The Excalibur in her hand emitted a golden light. She then raised the sword above her head as shining golden particles constantly emerged from the surroundings, and began to converge onto Excalibur. Lancer stood with the King of Conquerors, looking solemnly at the sword in King Arthur's hand. Lancer seemed to make up his mind and secretly took a step forward to stand in front of the King of Conquerors. Gilgamesh folded his arms, looked at King Arthur, and said proudly, Come, King Arthur. Let this king appreciate your brilliance as a heroic spirit. The light. Waver murmured. Iris Veal understood that after Kiritsugu Amiya refused to provide support with command spells, this was the final brilliance emitted by King Arthur, the friend she had spent several days with. She couldn't help but offer a final commentary for her friend in a prayer-like posture. Shining, that sword connects the past, the present, and the future. It connects the withered lives of all soldiers on the battlefield, and the tragic yet noble ideals they held in their hearts at their final moments. She takes pride in this conviction and carries out this will to the end. At this moment, the King of Eternal Victory is singing the true name of the miracle held in her hands, and that is. King Arthur stepped forward, opened her eyes, and shouted. Excalibur. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 20. I, Tohsaka Rin, also want to be a demon god. 1312 words. The golden torrent representing miracles and hope surged unstoppably toward Lancer and the King of Conquerors. Facing the golden torrent, Lancer only turned his head to look at his lord, Kenneth, and then calmly brandished Gi-Dirge and Gi-Bid to charge against the golden torrent. A flash of dazzling light obscured the land. As the light dissipated, Lancer lay on the ground with a smile. Only a small section of Gi-Dirge and Gi-Bid remained, and half of Lancer's body had completely vanished into the golden torrent. Using his last bit of strength, he turned his head toward Kenneth again. In his blurred vision, he seemed to see Kenneth giving him a thumbs up, and then he turned into light and disappeared from the world. Rin looked at Kenneth in surprise. I didn't expect this guy would actually praise Lancer in the end. Wasn't he cuckolded? What a big heart. With Lancer's disappearance, the effect of the love spot also lost its power over Sola. Still in a paralyzed state, Sola recalled the foolish things she had done during this time, and wished she could bury her head in the sand. At the same time, Sola, who had fundamentally opposed this political marriage between herself and Kenneth, was somewhat moved by Kenneth's compromise and courtesy toward her over the past few days. Although she couldn't move her body at this moment, a hint of affection appeared in the gaze she directed at Kenneth. Kenneth, sensing the change in his fiancée's gaze, was slightly excited. He held Sola tightly and gave a firm nod to his long-standing persistence. Looking at this pair starting to show off their affection, Rin hurriedly pulled Sakura to turn away, while whispering a sigh. Sure enough, as long as life can go on, it doesn't matter if there's a bit of green on your head. Truly a golden rule. In the battlefield, the King of Conquerors solemnly bowed toward the spot where Lancer had disappeared. If Lancer hadn't stepped forward just now and blocked King Arthur's strike with all his might, his own road of conquest might have ended here. Then he turned to look at King Arthur, who was slowly starting to dissipate due to magical energy exhaustion. It seemed that when King Arthur launched her final strike, Kiritsugu Amiya, who had already given up on this Holy Grail war, unilaterally severed the contract. King Arthur, I have received your way of kings. It is indeed incomparably dazzling. King Arthur sat weakly on the ground, looked up at the King of Conquerors and smiled. I see, but it's still a pity that I couldn't defeat you. The King of Conquerors shook his head, casting a look of disgust at Kiritsugu Amiya in the distance. I was the one who lost. Lancer blocked that fatal blow for me, and my master had already strengthened me before the battle. Such a victory is truly unearned. I look forward to crossing blades with you again, and I hope you encounter a better master next time. At this moment, half of King Arthur's body had already dissipated. She could only lie on the ground, gazing at the azure sky within the inherent reality, and gave a silent smile. No, I'd rather not run into someone like Tohsaka Rin again next time. I imagine you feel the same. As King Arthur dissipated into a wisp of light, only her unfinished words remained. The King of Conquerors said with emotion. Indeed, it's better not to meet someone like the little miss again in the future. Then, the King of Conquerors sheathed his sword, and looked at the broken chariot. Shaking his head, he called for his beloved horse, Bucephalus, turned to mount it, and rode to the front of his remaining army. He spread his arms and shouted toward Gilgamesh and Rin. Little Miss, King of Heroes, I have a proposal for you. As long as the Little Miss resolves the issue of the Holy Grail, and then allows me, and the King of Heroes to obtain physical bodies, arming my army of the King with the King of Heroes' noble phantasms will surely create the strongest legion in the world. The three of us could conquer to the very ends of the Sea of Stars. What do you think of my proposal for an alliance? Rin looked at the King of Conquerors before her and shook her head. Knowing the Type Moon plot, she knew such a proposal was nothing more than a delusion. And Gilgamesh laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. I truly find you to be a pleasant fellow from the bottom of my heart. It's been a long time since I've been so amused by the nonsensical ravings of someone other than a jester. Unfortunately, my friends, from ancient times to the future, have only ever numbered 1 or 2. Gilgamesh paused at this point, stealing a glance at Rin. Seeing her expression was normal, he continued. Furthermore, this world does not need 2 people who claim to be king. The path of a solitary king, then. In that case, let me, the King of Conquerors, carry the momentum of victory to challenge the renowned King of Heroes and the Little Mississippi. Then come. Show yourself to your heart's content, King of Conquerors. The King of Conquerors drew the sword at his waist, held it high with one hand, and shouted to the soldiers behind him. The enemy is the matchless King of Heroes, enough for us to fight with all our might. Soldiers, show the first king our hegemony. Aawa, all units, charge. The King of Conquerors rode his horse, roaring alongside his legion, as they launched a charge at Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh calmly crossed his arms, watching the charging legion, and the King of Conquerors. Come, King of Conquerors. You are about to witness what a true king's posture is. Gilgamesh suddenly noticed Rin standing beside him, lost in thought and rooted to the spot. He helplessly extended a finger, flicked Rin's forehead, and said sternly, Little girl, get out of the way. Rin, who had been wondering how a guy like Gilgamesh could suddenly have another friend, and who that friend might be, finally snapped back to reality. Looking at the charging army, she clutched her flicked forehead in a panic and ran into the distance. Watching the now distant Rin, Gilgamesh shook his head helplessly and reached out his right hand. Along with a golden ripple, a massive golden key appeared in Gilgamesh's hand. Then Gilgamesh held the key upright and turned it gently, as if something had been opened. Countless red magical circuits extended from the key, filling a vast area of space. When the red magical circuits reached their maximum expansion, they rapidly contracted. With a flash of light, a sun-like sphere appeared before Gilgamesh, followed by a strange sword slowly descending from the sphere. Gilgamesh grabbed it. It was Sword of Rupture, Sword of Rupture. Holding the Sword of Rupture and watching the King of Conquerors charging closer on horseback, Gilgamesh said proudly. Come, King of Conquerors. I shall show you the end of the endless dream. I personally shall tell you the truth. While riding, the King of Conquerors watched the phenomenon that had just occurred, feeling increasingly uneasy. He spurred his horse repeatedly, attempting to attack Gilgamesh as quickly as possible. At this moment, the sword of rupture in Gilgamesh's hand began to rotate slowly, getting faster and faster. Thanks to Ash of Decay for the salted fish thrust and spicy strips. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. My Path to Becoming a Demon God as Tohsaka Rin. 1228 words. Amidst the filling desert sands, the King of Conquerors took the lead, followed by an army of tens of thousands of servants, launching a full-scale charge toward Gilgamesh atop the sand dune. As the previous phenomenon vanished, the King of Conquerors, clearly sensing something, turned to warn the army behind him. It's coming. Standing proudly atop the sand dune, Gilgamesh raised the sword of rupture in his hand and shouted. Come, awaken, sword of rupture. The stage befitting you has been set. Come, Enoma Elish. At this time, Rin, who was less than 100 meters away from Gilgamesh, clearly felt the wind pressure behind her. Violent magical energy scattered from the sword of rupture in his hand along with Gilgamesh's words. Such violent magical energy gave all the magi present goosebumps. As the wind and magical energy arrived, Rin lay flat on the sandy ground, holding her head to prevent being blown away by the gale, and shouted at Gilgamesh in frustration. Ah, Gilgamesh, are you an idiot? Wait until I'm further away before using it. But this complaint was destined not to reach Gilgamesh's ears. Because with the activation of the sword of rupture, the earth began to tear and space began to shatter. A massive sound instantly drowned out everything. In this space formed by the inherent reality, only the sound of destruction remained. The army of tens of thousands of servants, along with the beginning of this world's destruction, continuously fell into the cracking earth, turning into countless spiritons, emitting their final radiance before vanishing. Even so, the King of Conquerors did not stop his charging steps. Riding his beloved horse, he leaped over the chasms in the earth, his heart racing as he launched his conquest toward his goal. Suddenly the scenery changed, the inherent reality had collapsed. Seeing the Zenju residence before him, the great king slowly reined in his horse and looked at Gilgamesh, who was holding the sword of rupture level in front of him. At the same time, he caught sight of Rin lying on the ground holding her head. Seeing Rin's pathetic state, the King of Conquerors laughed loudly. To think that the little miss, who played everyone in the palm of her hand, could also look so pathetic. Waver lowered his left hand, which he had used to shield his eyes from the sand, and looked toward the laughing King of Conquerors, saying with concern. Rider. The King of Conquerors stopped laughing and looked at Waver with mutual understanding. Waver, now fulfill your duty as my subject. Live on, witness all of this and tell the future generations of your king's spirit, the sight of me, Iskandar, galloping across the battlefield. Waver could no longer hold it back, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Come, Bucephalus, let us set out. The King of Conquerors gripped the reins with one hand and raised his sword. With a neigh from Bucephalus, the King of Conquerors began his final charge. Glory is on the other shore. It is precisely because it is unattainable that one must challenge it. Praise hegemony, manifest hegemony, all for the sake of the subjects watching from behind me. Looking at the great king's back, Waver pulled himself together, wiped his tears away firmly with his sleeve, and stared resolutely at his king's retreating figure. Alalalalala, alalalala. Facing the great king's final charge, a slight smile appeared on Gilgamesh's lips. Dozens of golden ripples appeared behind him, and one sharp noble phantasm after another projected out, shooting toward the King of Conquerors. Facing the projected noble phantasms, the King of Conquerors let out a wild roar, swinging his own noble phantasm to parry the incoming blades. Mid-charge, his beloved horse fell. The King of Conquerors scrambled to his feet, brandishing his sword and continuing his stride. Whether his shoulder was pierced or his body impaled, it seemed nothing could stop his charge now, for glory lay on the other side. Yet reality is always so cruel. Just as the King of Conquerors' sword was about to strike Gilgamesh, the chains of heaven, Gilgamesh's most cherished noble phantasm, bound the King of Conquerors, son of Zeus, firmly before him. "You really are something, pulling out these strange things one after another, Ga." Gilgamesh gave the King of Conquerors no more chance to speak, thrusting the sword of rupture, into his chest. Sword of rupture pierced through the King of Conquerors' chest with ease. "Have you awakened from your dream, King of Conquerors?" The King of Conquerors weakly raised his head, looking Gilgamesh straight in the eye. A man's dream never truly ends. King of Heroes, this has been a truly heart-pounding journey. Is that so? King of Conquerors, I shall accept your challenge as many times as it takes. I will see you again in 10 years. Then, with a forceful push, Gilgamesh shoved Sword of Rupture into the King of Conquerors' chest up to the hilt. In a daze, the King of Conquerors seemed to see that turbulent, endless sea. I see, 10 years. I look forward to it. Gilgamesh released the hilt of Sword of Rupture, silently watching as the King of Conquerors began to dissipate into spiritons. As the spiritons scattered into the world, Sword of Rupture also turned into a beam of light and returned to Gilgamesh's treasury. Rin crossed her arms, silently watching the King of Conquerors vanish. A man's dream never ends. No, King of Conquerors, that is the dream of humanity. This world will face many calamities in the future, until the end of mankind on the land of steel. But I will definitely change all that. I, Tohsaka Rin, dream of becoming a demon god. At that moment, Assassin turned around and looked at Rin, asking, "Master, the only enemies left are these masters. Should we eliminate them?" Rin looked at the tense crowd and shook her head. "No need, Semiramis. The Holy Grail war isn't over yet, there's one final step. These people still have some use." Saying that, Rin gestured to Medea and Tokiomi to bring out the pre-prepared self-coercion documents, and hand them to everyone present. Tohsaka Tokiomi distributed the self-coercion documents alongside Medea, looking at his daughter with pride. The thought that the Tohsaka family's long-held wish was about to be realized made his steps much lighter. Forced by reality, everyone unwillingly signed the self-coercion documents, silently waiting for Rin's arrangements. Iris Veal suddenly clutched her heart, and fell to the ground in pain. Kiritsugu Amiya rushed forward to support her, worried. Is it the Lesser Grail?" "Yes, Kiritsugu, it's fine. It's likely just caused by receiving 4 servants at once in such a short time." "Kiritsugu, run." Aya. Watching Iris Veal push Kiritsugu Amiya away, Rin looked at her strangely. Did something go wrong with the Lesser Grail because it received 4 heroic spirits at once? Why did she tell Kiritsugu to run? That shouldn't happen, there was never any mention of this in the original story. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone, if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 22, My Path to Becoming a Demon God. 1281 words. Zenju Residence. Iris Veal clutched her heart, wailing in pain on the ground. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Rin was completely baffled, not understanding why this was happening. Damn it, why is this happening? It shouldn't matter much. I just need to use the Hanging Gardens of Babylon to destroy the Grail's main body under Ryudoji Temple in a bit. And that damn gold flashy, always talking about 10 years, if I destroy the whole Grail, I'd like to see where your 10 years later meeting comes from. While Rin was pondering her plan, Kiritsugu Amiya, about to support Iris Veal again, suddenly let out a cold groan, clutching the wound on his severed right arm while drenched in sweat. Just moments ago, as Kiritsugu Amiya reached out to help, Iris Veal suddenly looked up, her eyes blood-red and filled with malice. Then, before Kiritsugu could react, she swung her arm, severing his in an instant. Everyone looked at the sudden change in disbelief. Before they could think, red magic patterns appeared across Iris Veal's exposed skin. Then, under a surge of magical energy, she was instantly clad in a robe similar to those used by priestesses and stood up. Then, she spoke with a triple-layered voice, as if two Iris Veals and one malicious male voice were overlapping, sounding incredibly eerie. He, good evening, everyone. I am Justice Lizric von Einsburn. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Rin was struck with horror. Is dropping the ball at the critical moment truly a Tohsaka family tradition? That's impossible. The Winter Saintess should have sacrificed herself when creating the Holy Grail. Who are you? You definitely can't be the Winter Saintess. So there is only one truth, you are Ingramenu. Oh my, have I been found out? Tohsaka Rin, you truly are the one who plans to destroy me. However, the one appearing before you now is the real Winter Saintess. Since the last of Justice's consciousness has vanished, I can now manipulate this remaining fragment of her soul. Speaking of which, I must thank you for sending such a perfect vessel to me. This is practically Justice's original body. Kiritsugu Amiya, using his remaining left hand, aimed his pistol loaded with origin bullets at this evil saintess and questioned her. Where is IRI? Where is IRI's consciousness? The evil saintess glanced at Kiritsugu Amiya, placed a finger on the corner of her mouth, and said with a giggle. Naturally, it collapsed from the pain of 4 servants entering her body just now. Otherwise, how could I have obtained it so easily? Tohsaka Rin, I should actually thank you the most. Gilgamesh gave a bored yawn and said, glancing at the evil saintess. Enough, disgusting piece of trash. Your play is truly boring. Now, exit the stage. With that, hundreds of golden ripples appeared in the sky, from which noble phantasms emerged, locked onto the evil saintess, and began their bombardment. After the barrage ended, the golden ripples in the sky gradually vanished, leaving only the evil saintess on the ground, pinned like a hedgehog by the weapons. Rin rubbed her eyes, looking at the evil saintess who had been turned into a hedgehog, and nodded with satisfaction. I knew it. How could my perfect plan fail? She really was just a clown. The Winter Saintess of old should have already achieved the 3rd magic. Doesn't that make this evil saintess a 3rd magician? Realizing this, Rin hurriedly looked at the evil saintess. Sure enough, she had already begun pulling the noble phantasms out of her body one by one and tossing them onto the ground. Trash, how dare you touch my treasures with your filthy hands? Die. Facing Gilgamesh's renewed assault, the evil saintess gave a wicked smile, and then shot into the air, flying toward Ryudoji Temple. As several noble phantasms missed their mark, Gilgamesh watched the evil saintess ignore him, and ascend into the sky. In a fit of rage, he summoned his Vimana, stepped onto it, and flew up to give chase. Mongrel, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Rin clutched her head in frustration and shouted, damn it, how did it turn out like this? Sakura pulled at Rin's skirt, looking at her sister in surprise as if it were the first time she had seen her like this. Are you all right, sister? Rin hurriedly lowered her hands. Damn it, I actually let my true colors show in front of Sakura. Ingramenu, you're dead meat this time. Not even Jesus can save you, I, Tohsaka Rin, said so. Sakura, it's nothing. There was just a small hiccup in the plan. Then Rin regained her usual confident and calm demeanor, and began making arrangements for everyone. Castor, you're the only one here who can fly. Please, go help that fellow Gilgamesh first. And the rest of you, head to Fuyuki City, and set up bounded fields to repel bystanders and help me cover up the commotion. Father, please take Sakura to the city to help cover things up as well. Semiramis, take me to the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, we're going after them. Hearing Rin's arrangements, Castor looked at Rin with some concern. This was the first time in the past few days Castor had seen her confident master lose her composure like this, but she still nodded. Understood. Master. Castor, be careful. If you encounter danger, remember to tell me through the contract, and I will immediately use a command spells to transfer you back. Yes. Then Castor shook her cloak and flew toward Ryudoji Temple. The people involved in the Holy Grail War exchanged glances, nodded helplessly, and began heading toward Fuyuki City. Miyahizo supported Kiritsugu Amiya as they walked out of the Zenju residence, looking worriedly at Kiritsugu's still bleeding severed arm. Kiritsugu, are we going too? Yes, Miya. I'll be able to seal the wound with healing magecraft soon. We must head to Fuyuki City immediately and arrive before the situation worsens further. At the same time, Kenneth, who had just walked out of the residence, glanced happily at Sola Ui, who was holding his arm. Then he turned and spoke sternly to Weber. Weber, the commotion these guys are about to make won't be small. Remember to stay close to me, do you understand? Weber looked up at Kenneth and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Professor. Hey, Weber, I never acknowledged you as my disciple. Back in the residence, Tohsaka Tokiomi looked at his eldest daughter with a complicated expression and asked. Rin, has the Holy Grail truly been corrupted? Then our Tohsaka family's long-cherished wish. I'm sorry, Father, it's true. I'm afraid the current Holy Grail can no longer fulfill our Tohsaka family's wish. Hearing his eldest daughter's certain answer, Tohsaka Tokiomi seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Then, looking at Sakura beside him, and the eldest daughter before him who made him proud, he sighed. Life, indeed, things don't always go as planned. But at least I have Rin and Sakura, two daughters who make me proud. Aoi, I really must thank you. Rin watched Tohsaka Tokiomi shift from disappointment back to his usual elegant posture and finally felt at ease. Then Father, Sakura, I'll leave Fuyuki City in your hands. Semiramis, let's go and smash that fellow Nbramenu's head in. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone, if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 23, My Path to Becoming a Demon God as Tohsaka Rin. 1267 words. Under the clear night sky of Fuyuki City, a sky full of stars shone upon this peaceful, small town on the edge of the Far East. In this quiet night sky, a blood-red light streaked across first, followed closely by a golden light. This golden light was Gilgamesh operating Vimana. At this moment, Gilgamesh sat on the throne of Vimana, resting his cheek on his right hand while his left hand lay on the armrest, his fingers tapping it lightly and incessantly. Watching the evil saintess get closer and closer to Ryudoji Temple, Gilgamesh became increasingly irritable, and the frequency of the noble phantasms being launched around him also increased. Ordinary people on the city streets had also noticed the air battle overhead. Most chose to stop and watch, but as more and more noble phantasms were projected by Gilgamesh, some began to accidentally hit the ground. Gilgamesh frowned as he looked at the panicked crowd on the ground. He clicked his tongue, curled his lip, and helplessly gave up on continuing to project noble phantasms, instead focusing on operating Vimana to pursue the evil saintess. Suddenly, Gilgamesh stiffened and made Vimana hover. He frowned, looking at Castor, who was flying toward him in a stumbling manner. After waiting for a moment, Gilgamesh watched as the flustered Castor landed on Vimana. He summoned golden ripples and brought out a bag of gems made of pure magical energy from his treasury, tossing them casually to the panicked Castor. You've come at the right time. Contact that girl immediately and have her use a command spells to transfer you back. Take these gems to her. Castor hurried to bow to Gilgamesh in gratitude. While chasing Gilgamesh, she had discovered that the magical support from Tohsaka Rin had suddenly vanished. Helpless, Castor could only barely fly toward Gilgamesh, hoping to find the famous King of Heroes to solve Rin's magical energy problem. As expected of the legendary King of Heroes, he found a solution as soon as he saw me. Meanwhile, on the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Rin lay paralyzed in embarrassment on the throne of the Great Hall. Damn it, it's all that Gold Flashy's fault. That blast of EA earlier drained most of my magical energy, and now I don't even have enough to start the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Damn it, I actually messed up at the critical moment again. Assassin stood beside the throne, covering her mouth and snickering at her master as she reminded her. Master, didn't the King of Heroes give you a gem made of magical energy earlier? Don't you plan to use it? Rin was stunned. Ah, right, I actually forgot about it. She hurriedly pulled the gem out of her coat pocket and circulated her magecraft. As the magecraft flowed, the gem began to turn into pure magical energy, replenishing Rin's body. Soon, as the gem decreased by a third, Rin's magical energy was full once again. Thanks, Semiramis. I would have forgotten about this gem if you hadn't mentioned it. All right, let's set off now. Although Semiramis was called an incarnation of Ishtar, she had once witnessed the true form of the goddess Ishtar and understood that it was merely the ignorant worship of subjects. She was far from being an incarnation of Ishtar. On the contrary, when she first saw her current master, she began to have doubts. The appearance that Ishtar displayed when she once possessed a human girl and descended to the earth was almost exactly what her master would look like when she grew up, and their personalities overlapped to a high degree. It was truly hard not to suspect whether Tohsaka Rin was the reincarnation of the goddess Ishtar. Hearing Rin's request, Semiramis spoke to Rin helplessly. Master, this Hanging Gardens, built with materials provided by the King of Heroes, will likely drain all your magical energy again once it is activated. To power this garden for 1 hour of combat, it would require the magical energy of at least 50 current masters. I originally thought Master had a solution, but it seems Master did not prepare for this. Ah, then what should I do? Does my perfect plan have so many loopholes? Everything was going so smoothly before. If that's the case, then even this gem plus the command spells won't be enough to use the Hanging Gardens of Babylon in combat. Just as Rin was clutching her head and wailing, she suddenly received a contact from Castor. Master, please use a command spells to transfer me back. The King of Heroes has provided a method for Master to solve the magical energy problem. Really, Castor? That's great. I'll transfer you back right away. Hearing the news from Castor, Rin immediately stood up from the throne, raised her arm, and chanted silently in her heart. With the dissipation of a command spells, which turned into a red light, Castor appeared in the great hall holding a bag the size of a human head. The familiar mana emanating from the bag allowed Rin to sense, even without opening it, that it contained the same kind of mana gems Gilgamesh had given her before. Rin dashed to Castor's side, snatched the bag from her hands, and hurriedly opened it. After confirming the contents, she laughed happily. Ha ha, I knew my plan couldn't go wrong. With these gems, never mind 50 times my mana, I could provide 300 times. Semiramis, hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's head out and smash that Ngramania's head in. Semiramis looked at the enthusiastic Rin and giggled, covering her mouth. Understood, Master. Then, Hanging Gardens of Babylon, activate. Above the Fuyuki City urban area. As Rin's mana recovered, it was once again channeled to Gilgamesh. Now possessing ample mana, Gilgamesh nodded with satisfaction. With a thought, the Vimana sped toward Ryudoji Temple. Gilgamesh soon arrived at Ryudoji Temple and frowned as he looked at the unrecognizable ruins. At that moment, the evil saintess was standing beside a black hole from which black mud continuously flowed. With a twisted, malicious smile, she stared intently at Gilgamesh on the Vimana. King of Heroes Excellency, have you only just caught up? Unfortunately, it's too late. Black mud, devour him. The evil saintess let out a sharp shriek. The black mud on the ground surged upward, turning into a giant wave that crashed toward Gilgamesh and the Vimana. Gilgamesh looked at the scene with disgust. With a thought, the Vimana performed a nimble roll, dodging the incoming black mud. Simultaneously, several noble phantasms were projected from his side, easily piercing the evil saintess and pinning her to the ground. It's useless, king of heroes. Today, you shall surely be swallowed by all the world's evils. The evil saintess pulled out the noble phantasm embedded in her body and casually tossed them onto the mud-covered ground. The noble phantasm thrown onto the ground were instantly swallowed by the black mud. Gilgamesh frowned, trying to sense the noble phantasm he had lost contact with, but he could no longer feel their existence at all. How troublesome. That brat keeps causing these problems. Meanwhile, at the deserted Zenju residence, as a swarm of insects surged out, Kiritsugu Amiya's severed hand, the one with the command spells, vanished. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 24, I Tohsaka Rin, am on the path to becoming a demon god, EA roars again. 1,206 words. In the small Far East border town of Fuyuki City, the long-standing peace and tranquility were broken once again after 40 years. Billowing black mud continuously poured down from Ryudoji Temple and began to enter the city. At this time, the entire area surrounding Ryudoji Temple was ablaze. The raging fire, aided by the winter monsoon, began to spread continuously. Meanwhile, participants of the Holy Grail War entered the city and began to act. One evacuation-bounded field after another was set up within the city. Many confused ordinary people were driven toward the outskirts of Fuyuki City through the gaps left by the magecraft, where they were blocked and then hypnotized by the Kodomine father and son along with a group of church personnel. Kodomine Risei watched the swarming crowds with a sigh and shook his head. Brother Tokiomi, you've really put me in a difficult spot this time. Kirai Kodomine came to his father's side and looked at him silently. Kirai, do you want to go to the battlefield? Yes, father. Although I feel Rin can help me find my purpose later, I want to see that man even more. Then go, Kirai. I can handle things here. Without hesitation, Kirai Kodomine turned and set foot on the road leading to Fuyuki City. Kirai, be safe. Colin is still waiting for you. At that time, Kiritsugu Amiya, who had entered the city, found a random clinic and shot the lock off the door. After entering, with the help of Miyahizo, he crudely bandaged the stump of his arm, which had been treated with healing magecraft. He then silently lit a cigarette and turned to look at Miyahizo. Miya, let's part ways here. You stay in the city and help evacuate the civilians. Kiritsugu. Miya, I'm still not reconciled. So I must go. I must confirm the Holy Grail with my own eyes. Miyahizo said no more. She silently wiped the tears for the men she deeply loved, gave him a hug, left behind weapons and ammunition, and then turned to leave the clinic. Kiritsugu Amiya took a deep drag. A large amount of smoke entered his lungs before being slowly exhaled. Then, Kiritsugu regained his usual expression, picked up the weapons Miya had left, and set off alone on the road to Ryudoji Temple. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon was moving at full speed now that Rin's mana was replenished. Master, we are about to enter the airspace above Fuyuki City. Then, Semiramis, can we bombard Ryudoji Temple yet? Master, we can, but there might be some deviation in terms of accuracy. Rin bit her thumb, rose from her seat, and walked to the window on one side of the hall, looking out over the whole of Fuyuki City. Fire, Semiramis. All the world's evils has already been unleashed. The area around Ryudoji Temple is now a sea of flames. There shouldn't be any survivors left there. As you wish, Master. Following Semiramis's command, 12 large magic circle appeared around the Hanging Gardens. With a flash of purple mana, 12 EX rank mana cannons fired. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon displayed its power to the world for the first time. Gilgamesh, who was continuously trying to kill the evil saintess, also received the message from Rin. He commanded the Vimana beneath him to ascend rapidly while looking back toward the Zenju residence. The sky in the direction of the Zenju residence was now obscured by the hanging gardens of Babylon. Simultaneously, 12 mana cannons struck the Ryudoji temple area. Earth-shattering explosions rang out as the entirety of Ryudoji temple, Mount Ryudo, and the surrounding areas were turned into ruins under the power of those 12 mana cannons. As the first round of bombardment ended, Gilgamesh descended, looking with satisfaction at the results caused by his palace. Indeed, mongrels are just mongrels. Have they been reduced to dust? He, king of heroes, you were careless. What? A black tide surged. The careless Gilgamesh was swept into the black mud by the wave. Then the evil saintess emerged from the black mud, laughing maniacally as she watched Gilgamesh dissipate into it. Ha ha ha, Rin, I really must thank you for sending such a useful trump card into my hands. Come, my servant king of heroes, fight for me. On the hanging gardens of Babylon, Rin had been staring intently at the direction of Ryudoji temple with her mana-enhanced eyes since the first round of bombardment. When she saw Gilgamesh being swallowed by the black mud, her heart tightened. Ah, Gold Flashy, you big idiot. How could this happen? It's over. If even Gold Flashy gets controlled, it's all over. Just as Rin was in the depths of anxiety, a familiar voice in her mind made her heave a huge sigh of relief. Girl, who do you think I am? If there is a next time, this king shall certainly punish you. Ah. How do you know what I'm thinking? Wait, have you been spying on my thoughts all this time? Go to hell, you peeping Tom. Ha 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 ha, girl, isn't that only natural? Once I've slaughtered that mongrel, I'll properly educate you on your habit of giving people nicknames. Die, just die, you Gold Flashy. Just then, Gilgamesh suddenly felt a suction force, and then he was spat out of the black mud. Having left the black mud and hearing the evil saintess's words, Gilgamesh said angrily. Are you talking about me, you piece of trash? Who do you think I am? I am the king. The king shall bear it, the king shall allow it, and the king shall carry this world. Did you think a mere pittance of malice could manipulate this king? Unforgivable, mongrel. Immediately, a golden light flashed. A fully armed Gilgamesh stood amidst the black mud, opened his treasury once more, and holding the sword of rupture, he swung it down in rage. Enuma Elish. Awaken, sword of rupture. Endless red magical energy surged as the sword of rupture, which represents the severance of the world and the crushing of space, let out another roar. This is impossible. In disbelief, the evil saintess was swallowed by this destructive red magical energy. The aftershocks dissipated, and the ruins of Ryudoji temple were completely leveled by this strike. At this moment, the evil saintess was nowhere to be seen, and only the black hole continuously flowing with black mud remained in the clearing on the mountain peak. Kiritsugu Amiya stood on the roof of a residential house to avoid the black mud flowing on the streets, watching the red light dissipate in the direction of Ryudoji temple. Just then, a black keys was shot toward Kiritsugu Amiya's back. Time Alter, Double XL. Facing the sudden sneak attack, Kiritsugu Amiya calmly activated his specialized magic and dodged with composure. Kirai Kodo Mine. Kiritsugu Amiya. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone, if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 25, I, Tohsaka Rin, on the path to becoming a demon god, the savior, Kirai Kodo Mine. 1,333 words. In Fuyuki City, the raging fire had already dyed the sky crimson. Panicked crowds, families in tow, were everywhere trying to flee the city, along with gridlocked convoys of vehicles. Within the city, Kirai Kodo Mine and Kiritsugu Amiya were currently standing on the roofs of separate residential buildings, staring at each other from across the distance. Kirai Kotomine stared intently at Kiritsugu Amiya, one hand tightly clutching his own heart, as he asked the men before him in a trembling voice. Kiritsugu Amiya, what is your purpose for participating in this Holy Grail war? Kiritsugu Amiya aimed the submachine gun in his hand at Kirai Kotomine. Hearing Kirai Kotomine's question, he spoke without hesitation. To save the world. Kirai Kotomine's pupils constricted. When he first saw Kiritsugu Amiya's profile at Tohsaka Tokiomi's place, he noticed that Kiritsugu performed various assassinations without regard for his own life, where the rewards were completely disproportionate to the risks. He concluded then that Kiritsugu was someone who could make him understand the meaning of life. At this moment, Kirai Kotomine, who was in a state of chaos without a defined sense of good or evil, burst into loud laughter upon hearing Kiritsugu Amiya's wish. Ha 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 ha, to save the world. I understand, Kiritsugu Amiya. After speaking, Kirai Kotomine completely ignored the submachine gun Kiritsugu Amiya was pointing at his back. He turned around, muttering to himself, and walked away into the distance. To save, to save. Yes, as a servant of the Lord, shouldn't I go and save others? Kiritsugu Amiya silently lowered his arm, and watched Kirai Kotomine's disappearing figure. Then, he once again resolutely leaped across the burning houses, heading toward Mount Ryudo. Aboard the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Rin had no idea that the void in the heart of Kirai Kotomine, who had been giving her a headache for a long time, had been filled just like that by a single sentence from this man, Kiritsugu Amiya. Meanwhile, Rin was standing at the edge of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, looking down at Mount Ryudo below. Just a moment ago, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon had arrived above Mount Ryudo. Rin looked down at the surging waves of black mud with a headache before turning her head to look at Gilgamesh and Castor beside her. Castor, Gilgamesh, do you have any ideas? Ha, girl, shouldn't this be something for you to solve? Don't forget, assisting this king in retrieving the Holy Grail was the promise you made. Ugh, don't start bickering with me at a time like this. I'm really out of options here. Rin looked at the expanding black hole below, and said to Gold Flashy with a headache, this situation is completely beyond the original story. As if I could handle this. Oh no, did I really screw up? Castor stepped forward with a smile at this moment. Master, by using the Hanging Gardens of Babylon as the sealing center, I can set up a spell capable of sealing the Holy Grail's magical energy and Ngramenu. However, during this period, my ritual must not be interrupted. Really? That's great. Castor, go ahead and do it. Hey, Gilgamesh, what's with that look? You're not reluctant to part with this palace, are you? In the face of Rin's words, Gilgamesh remained serious and stared at Rin, saying, Fool. You don't actually think that piece of trash was destroyed by me just now, do you? That trash simply realized it couldn't do anything to me, and is now hiding. During the sealing ritual, that trash will surely counterattack immediately. Ah, no way, it didn't die even after taking an sword of rupture to the face. Girl, magic is currently in existence far beyond your understanding. Although that trash isn't a true magus, he's about halfway there. Magic is not that simple. Gilgamesh couldn't help but comfort the suddenly dejected Rin. However, girl, even in my era, you would be considered a decent talent. Don't be discouraged. Now fulfill your duty, assist this king, and make a decision. Hearing Gilgamesh's comfort, Rin glanced up at him. This Gold Flashy guy can actually comfort people. Who would have thought? Oh no, this guy can hear my thoughts. Sure enough, Gilgamesh's eye twitched, revealing the irritation in his heart. Rin decisively acted cute towards Gilgamesh, staring at him with watery eyes and a pitiful expression. I didn't mean it. It's your fault for eavesdropping on my thoughts. Looking at the girl before him who was joking around, Gilgamesh waved his hand dismissively, indicating he'd let it slide this time. Enough, girl. Hurry up and present a plan to this king. Ah, understood. So, Gilgamesh, do you have any more of those gems you gave me before? Something similar is fine, fire attribute would be best. Gilgamesh didn't answer but instead summoned golden ripples, bringing forth a golden tray. On the tray was a large pile of pure magical gems and rubies containing a vast amount of fire elements. Rin looked at the pile of gems, swallowed hard, snatched them from Gilgamesh's hand, and then spoke. Then, Caster, help me process these gems into my spell formula first, and then focus all your efforts on setting up the seal. Gilgamesh, please stop the spread of the black mud while we prepare the gems. Once I finish the formula, we'll use this hanging gardens as a base to start a full-scale counterattack and seal her in one go. Caster smiled and nodded at Rin, and Gilgamesh also nodded to signify his agreement with Tohsaka Rin's plan. Then, they each began to act. Gilgamesh, driving a newly summoned sun chariot, arrived at Fuyuki City, and began operating the chariot to continuously release solar flames, blocking the advance of the black mud. At the same time, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon also continuously fired magical cannons, coordinating with Gilgamesh to cut off the black mud. Rin and Caster had already returned to the main hall. Rin laboriously placed the tray full of gems in the hall, then extended her finger, condensed her magical energy, and began writing runic script on the floor of the hall. Soon, Rin had covered the floor of the hall with dense runic script. She then stood up and spoke to Caster. Caster, this is the formula for my Innocentius. Because I'm still young, the mana consumption of this formula is too much of a burden for me. I previously planned to combine this formula with gem magic, compressing it into gems. This way, I can not only cast multiple instances of this formula simultaneously, but also shift most of the mana burden onto the gem's own energy. Master, that's a brilliant idea. But Caster, I'm stuck on the step of compressing the formula into the gems. Saying this, Rin picked up a gem and began to demonstrate. Sure enough, as the runes were continuously compressed into the gem, cracks began to appear until it shattered into pieces on the ground. Caster, a magus from the Age of Gods, saw the problem at a glance after watching the whole process and spoke up. Master, I see the issue. I'll take over this step from here. It requires triple casting. While compressing the runes and converting the gem, one also needs to use reinforcement magic to stabilize the gem's structure. Ah, triple casting. Yes, it's just a casting technique. Master, since you can use your talent to cast while multitasking, I believe you'll master this technique soon as well. But for now, leave it to me. Alright, then I'll leave it to you, Caster. Once this batch of gems is finished, we'll have an army of flames. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone, if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 26, Tohsaka Rin on the path to becoming a demon god. 1278 words. Deep beneath the main hall of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Caster arrived alone. Accompanied by a pleasant song, a magic circle appeared in the empty room. As Caster took her place and began the ritual for the sealing magecraft, a massive magic circle also manifested on the exterior of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. The black mud on the ground erupted in an unprecedented riot as Caster's sealing ritual began. One after another, pitch-black iris veils crawled out from the black mud, struggling as they looked up with hollow eyes at the Hanging Gardens of Babylon in the sky. As the first mud doll with the appearance of a pitch-black iris veil let out a piercing scream, countless identical screams soon echoed throughout Fuyuki City. Many ordinary people who hadn't had time to evacuate clutched their ears in pain. Then, the army of mud dolls began to converge, stacking into a giant hand made of countless dolls that reached toward the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Watching the giant hand reaching up, Rin made a split-second decision. She notified Semiramis through their contract to deploy all the Hanging Gardens' defenses, while Gilgamesh also received Rin's call for help. Whoa, these numbers are just too much. Rin remarked with a sigh, then threw 6 fiery red gems toward the giant hand. As the gems made contact, the Innocentius appeared once more. With Caster's help, Rin's vision was finally realized. 6 Innocentius manifested, each centered around a ruby, roaring as they clung to the giant hand. Their terrifying 3,000-degree heat continuously scorched the mud dolls around them. However, a mere 6 Innocentius were not enough against the endless army of mud dolls. As more and more dolls swarmed over them, the Innocentius were soon completely enveloped within the giant hand. Only an occasional roar from the surface of the hand revealed that they were still dutifully eliminating the mud dolls before their mana ran out. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon's interception system, Tiamtum Umma, was activated at this moment. 11 massive black stone slabs appeared around the perimeter of the Hanging Gardens. As the slabs were activated, extraordinary light bullets were fired from them in succession. Each shot was equivalent to a falling meteorite, with a destructive power on an anti-army scale. With the Hanging Gardens of Babylon firing at full power, Rin could no longer focus on intercepting the mud dolls. She sat weakly on the ground, gripping gems tightly and constantly converting mana from them to support her servant and the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Gilgamesh, piloting the sun chariot, landed on the Hanging Gardens of Babylon at that moment. Seeing Rin sitting on the ground, he shook his head. "Girl, take a break. If you keep this up, your magic circuits will break." Indeed, as Rin had been overloading her magic circuits throughout the day, they were now on the verge of collapse. Rin sighed in frustration and looked at Gilgamesh. "Fine, Gilgamesh, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to the garden to organize a second line of defense." "Humph, go then, girl. Don't forget your command spells if you run into danger." Rin nodded, then cut off the mana supply to the Hanging Gardens of Babylon before turning to walk into the garden in front of the palace. Seeing Rin leave, Gilgamesh stood at the very edge of the platform. Behind him, hundreds of golden ripples appeared, and countless noble phantasms rained down on the giant hand like a torrential downpour. Under this golden rain, the giant hand was peeled away layer by layer, growing smaller and smaller until the Innocentius inside were revealed. Looking at the Innocentius summoned by Rin's spell, Gilgamesh curled his lip in disdain. Then, with a thought, the rubies acting as the cores of the Innocentius detonated, turning into terrifying flames. The wind pressure from the explosion instantly blew the giant hand apart. Gilgamesh nodded in satisfaction at his results and muttered to himself. "Humph, girl, this is how magecraft should be used." Although the results were remarkable, if Rin were there, she would definitely complain that not everyone could afford to use magecraft in such a lavishly expensive way. Arriving in the garden, Rin held a gem in one hand to convert it into mana, providing as much as possible to her servant. On the other hand, she continuously dropped gems throughout the garden, hoping that when Ngramenu boarded the Hanging Gardens of Babylon and she activated them, the sudden appearance of an army of Innocentius would give Ngramenu a big surprise. Having separated from Kiritsugu Amiya, Kirai Kotomine was walking alone through the apocalyptic city when he suddenly heard a young boy's cry. Kirai Kotomine followed the sound and saw a red-haired boy sitting amidst the ruins beside the corpses of a couple, crying loudly. Kirai Kotomine walked silently behind the boy and, looking at the broken family before him, spoke calmly. "Are you willing to be saved by me?" The boy was startled by the sudden voice. He wiped his tears, turned around with hollow eyes, and asked mechanically. "Can you save my parents, please?" "I'm sorry, I cannot do that." The boy looked at Kirai Kotomine, said nothing, and simply turned back to pick up a piece of broken rebar, continuing to dig through the ruins. Kirai Kotomine didn't step forward to help, he just silently watched the boy, whose eyes were remarkably similar to his own past self. As the Hanging Gardens of Babylon's interception system, Tiamtum Umma, fired in the distance, the massive wind pressure from the explosion swept over. The boy was blown off his feet by the gust and slammed hard against the ruins. The already unstable debris began to wobble, and was on the verge of collapsing. Looking at the falling stones from the ruins, Kirai Kotomine reached out to help another person for the first time in his life. He stepped forward, scooped the boy into his arms, and raised his right arm to block the falling debris. Once things settled down, Kirai Kotomine set the boy down and stepped back silently. "So this is what it feels like to save someone, it's truly pleasurable." Unconsciously, a natural smile appeared on Kirai Kotomine's lips for the first time. The boy was now struggling to drag his parents' bodies, placing them into the hole he had just dug. Then, with his bloody, worn-down hands, he continuously filled the hole with soil. When it was all done, the boy turned and looked at Kirai Kotomine with hollow eyes. "Father, why did you save me?" "Because through that man, I have realized the meaning of my life, to reach out and save more people." The little boy listened to Kirai Kotomine's words, his eyes once again displaying the liveliness appropriate for his age. "Father, please let me follow you to save others." Kirai Kotomine silently turned around and walked away towards the distance. Just when Shiro thought the father was unwilling to adopt him, a voice drifted through the wind. "From now on, you are a member of the Kotomine family." The little boy happily rushed to catch up with Kirai Kotomine and said, walking by his side. "Then, father, my name was Shiro before. So, after taking your surname, should I be called Shiro Kotomine now?" Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. I, Tohsaka Rin, also want to become a demon god. 1231 words. Mount Ryudo was like a boiling cauldron at this moment. Countless black mud avatars shaped like iris veil, emitting painful screams, were constantly gathering. Looking from afar, Mount Ryudo was like some indescribable monster. The mud dolls formed hundreds of tentacles piercing the sky, twisting and pointing upwards. Soon, one tentacle after another broke through Gilgamesh's interception, and latched onto the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Then, the mud dolls climbed onto the Hanging Gardens one by one, letting out shrill screeches as they charged toward the palace at the center of the Hanging Gardens. Tohsaka Rin sat on the steps. She was truly exhausted. Today's intense battles had caused her immature mage circuits to overload several times. If someone could see through to Tohsaka Rin's mage circuits at this moment, they would find tiny cracks appearing in them. Facing the mud dolls breaking into the garden, Rin calmly snapped her fingers on the steps. Immediately, high temperatures struck. Hundreds of Innocentius appeared, roaring, following Rin's activation in the previously mythical garden. However, with the appearance of hundreds of Innocentius, the garden now looked more like hell. The ground melted, the pillars melted, everything visible was melting, and even the air began to distort. Rin covered her mouth and nose, trying her best to prevent the air from burning her. Finally, she took one last look at the hell before her, stood up, and walked into the palace. Upon entering, under Semiramis's operation, she was quickly transferred through a magic circle to the room deep in the palace where Castor was. In the garden, the mud dolls tried to rush into the palace one after another, but they could not advance an inch in front of the hundreds of regenerating Innocentius. Although the Innocentius were far from as large as when Tohsaka Rin supported them with magic power, relying on the high-quality gems provided by Gilgamesh, they still maintained a height of over 2 meters, with terrifying high temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees. The evil saintess, who was an avatar of Ngramenu, was also hiding among the mud dolls climbing onto the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Originally intending to wait for an opportunity to sneak attack and devour the servant, the evil saintess now had to reveal herself to deal with these Innocentius. The evil saintess knew that her time was running out. Once the sealing ritual was completed, she didn't know when the next opportunity to escape would come. The evil saintess, with a ferocious smile, stretched out her hand. Dozens of black mud threads formed by magic power appeared in front of the evil saintess. "Remains, I grant you life." The black mud threads wove together, forming a giant hydra. Then, the mud dolls nearby began to break apart, turning back into black mud to fill into this giant hydra made of threads. Filled with black mud, the hydra stretched out its 9 giant heads, and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The hydra crushed everything in its path, entered the garden, opened its bloody mouth, and took turns spraying black mud at the Innocentius in the garden. The Innocentius rushed toward this behemoth one after another, roaring as they climbed onto the Hydra's body, raising giant flaming crosses in an attempt to destroy the Hydra. The Hydra was not to be outdone. While absorbing the surrounding mud dolls to repair itself, it took turns extending its 9 heads to tear at the Innocentius on its body, while also continuously spraying black mud at the distant Innocentius. Just like that, as the two immortal summons engaged in a frantic battle, more and more Innocentius were attracted to the Hydra. After a while, with most of the unguided Innocentius drawn into the battle with the Hydra, the path to the palace was opened. The evil saintess stepped onto the palace steps, looking at the dim interior of the palace. He, Tohsaka Rin, I'm here. In the palace corridor, as the mud dolls entered, Semiramis decisively activated the defensive formula inside the palace. Thousands of dragon-toothed soldiers, accompanied by toxic purple mist, filled the entire palace corridor. The evil saintess showed a mocking smile. Do you still intend to resist now? Then she stretched out her hand, and as a magic circle appeared in front of the evil saintess, a pitch-black magic cannon cleared the dragon-toothed soldiers in the entire corridor. Tohsaka Rin, I know you can hear me. Don't you intend to see me, or are you afraid? Aren't you the one who claims to be the biggest mastermind of this Holy Grail war? Ha 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 ha. Just as the evil saintess laughed wantonly, Tohsaka Rin's voice echoed throughout the palace. Engra Mainyu, your laughter is truly unpleasant. I am waiting for you in the palace hall. That is all. In the hall, Tohsaka Rin draped Castor's golden fleece over herself to alleviate the damage to her mage circuits, sitting alone on the throne, resting her chin on her hand, silently watching the entrance to the hall. Before long, the evil saintess slowly walked into the hall. Looking at Tohsaka Rin left alone in the hall, she mocked, ha ha ha, Tohsaka Rin, have you given up? Do you naively think you can stop me alone? Where are your servants? Won't you call them out? Ah, no need to rush. I don't want to fight half a magus. I'll call them over right away. The evil saintess suddenly thought of something and hurriedly raised her hand. A pitch-black magic bullet instantly hit the throne. The dust produced by the huge explosion temporarily obscured the evil saintess's vision. When the smoke cleared, what first appeared before the evil saintess's eyes was a giant, petal-like noble phantasm, Ro Ajax. Gilgamesh was standing behind Ro Ajax, looking angrily at the evil saintess. Mongrel, I've finally caught you. Engra Mainyu, surprised. Unexpected. Did you think I was an idiot? Other than Gilgamesh, other servants would probably be contaminated by all the world's evils the moment they were touched by you. Damn it, Tohsaka Rin, as long as I kill you, yes, killing you is the same. The evil saintess howled ferociously while speaking. Then, dozens of magic circles appeared behind her. Borrowing the power of the third magic, Heaven's Feel, terrifying magic cannon-level blasts began to volley toward Tohsaka Rin. Mongrel, your opponent is me. Gilgamesh simultaneously unfurled dozens of golden ripples, continuously projecting high-level noble phantasms, to engage in a bombardment duel with the magic cannons. Relying on the effect of the golden fleece, Tohsaka Rin, who had already recovered more than half, agilely cast reinforcement magic, flipped up from the throne, and nimbly dodged behind the throne. Listening to the endless roaring in her ears and the constantly trembling palace, Rin depressively held her head and crouched behind the throne, waiting for Semiramis to begin acting. Under the palace, Semiramis yawned boredly, watching Castor, who was performing the ritual. Suddenly, the palace above began to tremble. Semiramis smiled sweetly, nodded at Castor in the middle of the ritual, and disappeared into the air. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, I Tohsaka Rin, on the path to becoming a demon god. 1235 words. In the hall, the battle was ongoing. Seeing that she couldn't win after a long time, the evil saintess constantly tried to summon mud dolls to attack Gilgamesh and Tohsaka Rin simultaneously. Gilgamesh, rarely, was holding Durandal at this moment, displaying exquisite martial arts to slay mud dolls while using the Gate of Babylon to bombard the evil saintess. Faced with the incoming mud dolls, Tohsaka Rin could only keep reinforcement magic active, cautiously dodging the attacks of the mud dolls formed from the black mud of all the world's evils. "Master, I am ready. Shall we begin?" Hearing the voice transmitted by Semiramis through the contract, Rin was almost hit by a mud doll, panicked, and barely dodged with a roll. "Semiramis, please. As soon as you hear me call Gilgamesh, act immediately." Rin rolled again, dodged the mud doll's attack, and quickly stood up while holding the wall. Just as she steadied herself, she shouted at Gilgamesh. "Gilgamesh, it's time." As Rin shouted Gilgamesh's name, Semiramis suddenly appeared behind the evil saintess, and Gilgamesh's chains of heaven simultaneously bound the evil saintess. Then Semiramis, holding the command seals, thrust the command seals in her hand deep into the evil saintess's back, and Gilgamesh also fired a command seals from the front, piercing the evil saintess's heart. Aya. A shrill scream erupted from the evil saintess's mouth as she was pierced. Semiramis released the command seals in her hand, and gently stepped back a few paces. "Sorry, you might have forgotten, but I am also an assassin. So now, Ngramenu, I think you should understand what an assassin is." Pierced by two command seals simultaneously, the evil saintess could no longer make any sound. The moment she was pierced, the connection between this body and the Holy Grail was severed. The soul fragment of the Winter Saintess, with the link to the Holy Grail interrupted, and being in a soul fragment state to begin with, lost the third magic without the support of the Holy Grail. Also severed was the contamination by which Ngramenu operated the soul fragment of the Winter Saintess. The pitch-black priestess robes began to turn white. Wearing the dress of heaven, the Winter Saintess revealed her true appearance. Looking at the mud dolls beside her that turned back into black mud after losing the support of the third magic, Rin carefully avoided the black mud flowing on the ground and came to the side of the Winter Saintess. Then she sighed, shook her head, and stretched her hand to hover over the Winter Saintess lying on the ground. Subsequently, magic power circulated, and with the appearance of a magic circle, a soul fragment emitting pure white light appeared in Rin's hand. As the soul fragment was taken away, the dress of heaven on the Winter Saintess on the ground disappeared, and the corpse of the already deceased Iris Veil just lay on the cold ground. Gilgamesh looked at the contemplative Rin, and asked with interest, "Girl, are you interested in the third magic?" Rin looked at the soul fragment in her hand and shook her head. "As a magus, I'm afraid no one can ignore the charm of magic. However, I have my own path. Moreover, a mere soul fragment cannot analyze the third magic. I just wanted that dress of heaven. If I give it to Sakura, she will look good in it. TCH, boring. Since things are resolved, this king should return to the Hall of Heroes." "Girl. Wait, there is one more thing. I promised to assist you in retrieving the Holy Grail. I don't want to break my promise." Gilgamesh was stunned. Gilgamesh had always understood that this girl had always been using him. If he hadn't used all the world's treasures on a whim, this girl would have been a cold corpse by now. However, after seeing the future, Gilgamesh was willing to be used by this girl. "Then this king will stay a while longer, waiting for you to return the Holy Grail." Rin looked at Gilgamesh, smiled, turned around and shouted, "Start, caster." The entire Hanging Gardens began to tremble constantly, its altitude continuously dropping. As the ceiling magic circle outside the garden expanded to its maximum, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon began to fall. At Mount Ryudo, Ngramenu looked up at the bottom of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, which was constantly expanding before his eyes. He looked with hatred at the Hanging Gardens of Babylon falling from the sky and cursed viciously. "Tohsaka Rin, you will definitely pay the price for this. Your family will be shattered, your relatives and friends will die one by one in front of you, Tohsaka Rin. As the altitude of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon continued to drop, a huge air wall formed between Mount Ryudo and the bottom of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Ngramenu was pressed to the ground by the huge wind pressure, howling constantly, trying to climb up. Mount Ryudo shattered. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon was embedded straight into the original location of Mount Ryudo. The seal contracted, the black mud was swept back by the seal, and everything was absorbed into the hall where Castor had performed the sealing earlier. In the palace hall of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the shaking stopped. Rin nodded to Semiramis, who was supporting her. "Thank you, Semiramis." Then she said to Castor behind her. "Castor, please summon the Holy Grail." Castor walked slowly to Irisveel's side, used magic to extract the Lesser Grail from Irisveel's body, handed it to Rin, and then smiled at Semiramis. "Goodbye, Master. Thank you for always being able to believe in me." "Goodbye, Master. I still insist on believing that you are the reincarnation of Goddess Ishtar." Although Rin had long been prepared for this moment, when these two servants who had accompanied her for a few days disappeared, she still felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. She silently turned her head, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes at an angle where Gilgamesh couldn't see, and then took a deep breath to adjust her mindset. Holding the Holy Grail, which had already revealed its original form, she slowly walked in front of Gilgamesh, stared blankly at the Holy Grail, and murmured, "Castor, Semiramis, we will definitely meet again." Then Rin held the Holy Grail, and handed it to Gilgamesh. "Hey, Gilgamesh, I have fulfilled our agreement. Take it." Gilgamesh did not speak. He just took the Holy Grail, played with it carefully, then threw it casually into Rin's arms, turned around, and waved his hand. "I bestow the Holy Grail upon you, girl. Let us meet again in 10 years. As Gilgamesh also disappeared from the world, Rin sadly hugged the Holy Grail, and sat lonely on the throne. "Gold Flashy, you guy, well, actually I don't hate you that much. Why didn't you stay like in the original work?" Rin began to recall the few days she had spent with several servants. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. I, Tohsaka Rin, on the path to becoming a demon god. 1402 words. As the ceiling ended and the flowing black mud disappeared, Fuyuki City ushered in peace once again. As everything calmed down, Kiritsugu Amiya cautiously arrived at the ruins of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. He walked into the palace and, arriving at the hall, ignored Irisveel's corpse on the ground, raised his gun loaded with origin bullet, and aimed at Rin, who was dazed on the throne. "Hand over the Holy Grail." Kiritsugu Amiya's voice interrupted Rin's memories. Looking at Kiritsugu Amiya before her, Rin threw the Holy Grail to him with disgust. "The Holy Grail is yours, take it. Also, stop pointing your gun at me. You should understand that having signed the Self-Hayes scroll, you cannot harm me. Give it up, Kiritsugu Amiya. This Holy Grail is just an ordinary golden cup. The magical energy required to make a wish has long been sealed away, along with all the world's evils, in the depths of this palace." Kiritsugu Amiya ignored Rin's words. He lowered his gun and picked up the Holy Grail he had dreamed of. When Kiritsugu Amiya lifted the Holy Grail with his remaining arm, a will to die surfaced in his eyes. He silently set the Holy Grail down, not even taking the handgun loaded with the origin bullet, and like a walking corpse, went to Irisveel's remains, picked her up, and left the palace. Watching the back of Kiritsugu Amiya, as he carried Irisveel away, Rin sighed. She rose from the throne, picked up the Holy Grail, and the handgun Kiritsugu Amiya had left behind, and also departed the ruins of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Rin walked out all alone, carrying the Holy Grail in one hand, and the handgun in the other. She arrived at the foot of the newly formed mountain created by the ruins of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, and from afar, she saw Tohsaka Tokiomi holding Sakura's hand, waiting there. Tohsaka Tokiomi, holding Sakura's hand, walked proudly to his eldest daughter's side. Seeing that Rin was in a bad mood, Tohsaka Tokiomi comfortingly reached out with his left hand and patted Rin on the head. Rin, you did very well. As the victor, you should welcome your opponents with a smile. Look, they are coming. Following Tohsaka Tokiomi's words, Kenneth, accompanied by Sola and Waver, also arrived at the scene. Kenneth looked with emotion at the ruins created by the previous battle all around. That someone like you could appear in such a magical backwater, as the Far East, is truly incredible. Facing you, my title of Clock Tower Prodigy is simply a joke. Congratulations on your victory. At this moment, Waver also smiled and came to Rin's side. He cautiously touched the Holy Grail, then asked. Is this the Holy Grail? The Holy Grail we were fighting for this time. Looking at the curious Waver, Rin lifted the Holy Grail and shoved it into his arms, then shrugged. That's right. If you're interested, take it and play with it. It's just a golden cup without any magical energy anyway. Waver scrambled to catch the Holy Grail. After inspecting it, it was just as Rin had said. Once the magical energy was sealed, the so-called Holy Grail was just an ordinary golden cup. At this point, Kenneth turned to look at Tohsaka Tokiomi. Tohsaka Tokiomi, the commotion this time was not small. Coupled with the talent of your two daughters, I think when the Mages Association sends people to investigate, I fear one of them will inevitably be placed under sealing designation. Tohsaka Tokiomi nodded calmly and spoke without any fear. It does not matter. As a father and husband, I have already made up my mind to protect this family. If the Mages Association truly places a sealing designation on my daughter, then even if I am crushed to pieces, I will find Zelrich and beg him to help my two daughters. That's right, I had forgotten that your Tohsaka family ancestors were once disciples of Zelrich. However, I fear that once the Holy Grail War is investigated by the Mages Association, even Zelrich will not be able to protect your Tohsaka family. Countless magi pursuing the truth will likely tear your Tohsaka family to pieces for this omnipotent wish-granting machine. Tohsaka Rin took the Holy Grail back from Waver, and hearing Kenneth's threat, amusedly interrupted their conversation. Hey, Kenneth, stop scaring my father. Speak, what is your purpose? Kenneth looked at the little girl before him, his gaze somewhat evasive as he spoke. Heir, with talent like yours, it's a waste to stay in a place like this. If you are willing to return to the clock tower with me, I will, in my capacity as Lord of the Elmeloi faction, help you cover up this incident with all my might. What do you think? No. I have already scouted out a teacher for Sakura, and I have my own path to follow. However, Sakura, are you willing to go to the clock tower for a year of advanced study? Sakura thought about not being able to see her sister, mother, and father for a year, and wanted to shake her head immediately. But thinking that if she refused, then either she or her sister would be placed under a sealing designation, and her father and mother would likely not have a good end either, she nodded with difficulty. Rin looked at Sakura and accepted, saying, Well, Sakura doesn't want to, so that's impossible. However, Sakura lifted her head in surprise, looking at her sister. As expected, it's still my sister who understands me best and is best to me. Sakura loves sister the most. Waver, hiding to the side, silently retorted, she clearly nodded. Kenneth ignored the other's reactions and asked with some anticipation. However, what? However, Sakura and I can promise you that in the future, we will definitely go to the clock tower to study. When that time comes, during our time at the clock tower, we can help your Elmeloi faction to repay this favor. Kenneth pondered for a long time, exchanged a glance with Sola, and then nodded, agreeing to Rin's terms. Then it's a deal. Rin looked at the left hand Kenneth extended and grasped it with her right hand. It's a deal. Although the scene looked a bit comical, an adult seriously making a deal with a 7-year-old girl, half crouching to shake her small hand with his large one, no one present laughed. They all understood that this little girl, Tohsaka Rin, had already begun her journey to soar into the sky. As for what heights Tohsaka Rin would reach in the future, of everyone present, perhaps only Tohsaka Rin herself knew. As the hour hand pointed to midnight, the final day of the Holy Grail War also came to a complete close at this moment. Rin had already returned home by this time, and the Holy Grail was just casually tossed on the coffee table. Tohsaka Tokiomi, having comforted Aoi, slowly walked into the main hall of the Tohsaka residence and came to Rin's side. Rin, do you really believe Kenneth will help us cover up this incident? Rest assured, father. Although the El Meloy faction is in its prime at the clock tower under Kenneth's leadership, all of this is built upon Kenneth's potential. Those other lord families only favor Kenneth's potential, but the El Meloy faction currently lacks a grand-ranked magus. Potential is just potential. When one lacks sufficient strength in hand, it is nothing but a castle in the air. Kenneth must want the El Meloy faction to advance further, which is why he wants Sakura and me to go to the clock tower to add chips to his El Meloy faction. Now that I have clearly stated that I will go to the clock tower in the future to repay his favor and help his El Meloy faction, so rest assured, father. Perhaps good news will appear on the television tonight. Is that so? However, Rin, do you think our family should also add some modern appliances? Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 30. I, Tohsaka Rin, on the road to becoming a demon god, encountered a tiger on the way. 1,369 words. Peaceful Fuyuki City welcomed another quiet and harmonious day. Tohsaka Rin sat up from her bed, eyes bleary with sleep. She lazily stretched, rubbed her bright, watery eyes, threw off the quilt, put on her rabbit slippers, and wobbled toward the bathroom. Tohsaka Aoi was in the kitchen cooking for the family. One could feel from the cheerful song Tohsaka Aoi was humming that the end of the Holy Grail War and the safety of her family put Tohsaka Aoi in a very good mood. Tohsaka Aoi suddenly saw Tohsaka Rin passing by the kitchen doorway and greeted Rin affectionately. Little Rin, good morning. Wobbling along, with her mage circuits still feeling sore, Tohsaka Rin replied casually. Morning, Mom. Rin suddenly remembered that every time Tohsaka Aoi discovered her inelegant behavior, she would be nagged for ages. Rin quickly pulled herself together, performed a lady's curtsy again, and then rushed into the bathroom without looking back. At breakfast time, the Tohsaka family sat in the garden, enjoying the long-lost tranquility while basking in the winter sunshine. But Tohsaka Rin was an exception. She quickly picked up the jam-covered bread, stuffed a few mouthfuls into her mouth, then picked up the milk, gulped it down, and swallowed the bread. I'm full, please go ahead. By the way, Mom, I'll be at the church all morning, so don't wait for me at noon. I'll have lunch at the church. Tohsaka Aoi frowned as she watched Tohsaka Rin's retreating figure. Just as she was about to say something, she saw from the corner of her eye that Tohsaka Tokiomi was shaking his head at her. Mom, big sister must be worried about the aftermath of the Holy Grail War, which is why she went to the church in such a hurry to ask about the situation. Mom, big sister definitely wouldn't be like this usually. Listening to Sakura's defense of Tohsaka Rin, Tohsaka Aoi fell silent. When it came to matters related to magecraft, Tohsaka Aoi could never intervene in this family. As someone who was not a magus, Tohsaka Aoi knew almost nothing about matters related to magecraft. Having thought this matter was already over, her heart hung in the air once again, and she couldn't help but pray in her heart, God, please protect our family. Tohsaka Tokiomi noticed the worry in Tohsaka Aoi's heart. He reached out a hand, placed it on Tohsaka Aoi's shoulder, and said, Aoi, don't worry. Tohsaka Rin will handle it well. Even if Tohsaka Rin can't, I, Tohsaka Tokiomi, will not let anyone hurt you. Tohsaka Aoi turned to look at her husband. Originally, when Tokiomi decided to send Sakura away, although Tohsaka Aoi didn't say anything, she had felt a trace of unwillingness and regret in her heart. But with these words from Tohsaka Tokiomi, the elegant, reliable, and firm man in her eyes had returned. No, after this Holy Grail War, he had become even more protective of his family. Tohsaka Tokiomi gazed at his beloved wife, who was looking at him affectionately. A look of pride, satisfaction, and affection also appeared on Tohsaka Tokiomi's face. Seeing her parents suddenly gazing at each other affectionately, Sakura stared at them curiously. "Papa, Mama." Tohsaka Tokiomi and Tohsaka Aoi, hearing their daughter's call, awkwardly withdrew from the affectionate atmosphere. Then, with slightly flushed faces, they coughed a few times. Tohsaka Aoi shyly lowered her head, and Tohsaka Tokiomi hurriedly spoke up, trying to ease the awkwardness. "Aoi, I'm going to trouble you to drive to the neighboring city today to purchase some home appliances. I can feel it now too, it's indeed a bit inconvenient without home appliances." "All right, dear." Tohsaka Rin was walking alone on the street at this moment. After last night's Holy Grail War, the streets of Fuyuki City were filled with a desolate atmosphere. The shops along the street were all tightly locked, and there were only a few pedestrians who had just returned to the city from the suburbs. When Tohsaka Rin passed the area where Ryudoji Temple used to be, a sorrowful atmosphere kept coming from it. The road was full of passers-by crying on the ruins. Seeing such a scene, Tohsaka Rin couldn't help but feel secretly saddened. Just as Tohsaka Rin was passing by an alley with her head down, two guys who looked like thugs blocked her path. "Little girl, where are your parents?" Tohsaka Rin glanced at these two ordinary people, and ignored them, continuing to walk on silently. The two thugs were relentless, and one of them even stepped forward, trying to grab Tohsaka Rin's wrist. Tohsaka Rin looked at the thug's outstretched hand and secretly activated reinforcement magic. Just then, a young girl's crisp shout came from beside her. "Stop it, you bastards!" A brown-haired girl around 15 years old with a ponytail, holding a bamboo sword, slashed down onto the thug's outstretched hand. "Ah!" The thug clutched his arm and wailed. Seeing this, the other thug pulled a dagger from his waist and aimed it at the girl. "Where did this stinking brat come from?" "Oh, you look pretty good. If you help us catch that rich girl today and keep us two brothers company, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll give your face a few slashes." Tohsaka Rin looked down at her clothes. "Ha, so these guys took me for a rich kid, and are planning to kidnap and extort me." The girl pulled Tohsaka Rin behind her, holding the bamboo sword vigilantly. "Little sister, you run first." The thug who had just been hit on the wrist had recovered by now. He also took out a dagger and stared angrily at the girl. "Damn brat, you're dead today. Little sister, run quickly, otherwise I won't be able to look after you once the fight starts." Tohsaka Rin looked at the back of this soft-hearted person in front of her and shook her head. At this moment, a huge force came from the girl's waist, pushing her aside. Before the girl could react, Tohsaka Rin had already lunged in front of one of the thugs, delivering an effortless elbow strike. The thug's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Tohsaka Rin pressed her advantage, and before the other thug could react, she delivered a whip kick to the inside of his knee. The thug, losing his balance, immediately knelt on the ground. Tohsaka Rin then viciously kneed the thug in the chin. The girl watched in disbelief as Tohsaka Rin easily took down the two thugs in a few seconds, her mouth hanging open unconsciously. Tohsaka Rin brushed the non-existent dust off her hands, turned to the girl's side, tugged gently on the girl's arm and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Although you intended to help me, you hardly did anything, so don't expect me to thank you." The girl snapped out of it, looked at Tohsaka Rin who had already walked some distance away, kicked the thugs lying on the ground a few times, and then hurriedly chased after Tohsaka Rin, saying, "Hey, little sister, my name is Fujimura Taiga. What's your name? Where did you learn that skill of taking down two people in a few quick moves? And where are you going? I'll take you there." Just after Fujimura Taiga and Tohsaka Rin left the alley, several men in black suits appeared in the alley. The leader waved to the people behind him, and soon the two thugs were carried away by the men in black. Then, the leading man in black took out a mobile phone. "Boss, the young miss just saved someone." "Yes, that's right. We've already sent people to handle it. But boss, it seems the person the young miss saved is the daughter of that Mr. Tohsaka. Okay, I understand. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 31, I, Tohsaka Rin, on the road to becoming a demon god. 1,361 words. The Fuyuki City Church welcomed two girls, one big and one small, at this moment. Tohsaka Rin frowned as she looked at the girl beside her who had been chattering all the way, and said somewhat irritably, "Hey, I'm telling you, I've arrived, you can go back now." "Ah, we're here already." "But little Rin, you still haven't told me where you learned that martial arts." Tohsaka Rin looked at the troublesome Fujimura Taiga in front of her, rolled her eyes, and said crossly, "Then come with me, but remember to shut up. You talk too much." Fujimura Taiga hurriedly nodded, closed her mouth, and used her hand to mimic a zipping motion, indicating that she would be careful and not speak any more. In the garden of the church, Shiro Kotomine was clumsily imitating Kirii Kotomine's 8 extremities fist. Suddenly, Kirii Kotomine stopped his movements and looked toward the gate of the church. Shiro Kotomine, seeing his adoptive father stop practicing, also looked toward the gate of the church, following Kirii Kotomine's gaze. Shiro Kotomine saw a cute and exquisite little girl, about the same age as himself, with twin tails, walking into the church with a youthful and cute girl around 15 years old. Seeing Tohsaka Rin's arrival, Kirii Kotomine hurriedly walked forward to greet her. Regarding the Tohsaka family and Tohsaka Rin, Kirii Kotomine felt grateful after finding his life goal, especially toward Tohsaka Rin. Although his life goal was not found with Tohsaka Rin's help, many of Tohsaka Rin's previous actions were only now understood by him. Now that he had found his life goal, Tohsaka Rin had actually known long ago that he had no life goal, which was why she used those actions to help him find it. Kirii Kotomine approached Rin, smiled, and asked her, "Rin, good morning. Do you need any help coming to the church?" "Ah, good morning, Kirii." That's not a fake smile. What's going on with you? Kirii Kotomine watched the startled Rin, and said with a smile, "Rin, I have found my purpose in life. I want to save those who need help. This is my purpose as a servant of God. By the way, Rin, let me introduce you. This is my newly adopted son, Shiro Kotomine. Come, Shiro, this is my junior fellow apprentice, Rin Tohsaka." As Kirii Kotomine spoke, he pulled the Shiro Kotomine behind him forward to stand in front of Rin, signaling for Shiro to greet her. Shiro Kotomine fidgeted, looking at the little girl in front of him who seemed to be about his age, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. Rin's eye twitched as she looked at the guy in front of her, the one who should have been Amiya, but had turned into Shiro Kotomine. What's going on? What happened last night? Oh well, Kirii Kotomine turning out like this is a good thing after all. Shiro Kotomine is fine. Maybe I can even pick up a useful tool for free. After finishing her mental calculations, Rin waved her hand. Forget it, Kirii. Your adopted son is about my age. He probably wouldn't be able to call me, and anyway. Let's just treat each other as equals. By the way, Kirii, I forgot to mention why I came here. Is your father in the church? Also, does your TV work here? Yes, my father is resting in the church, and the TV works. Do you need me to take you there, Rin? Just as Rin was about to speak, she heard a grunting sound from behind her and remembered she had brought a troublesome companion. Meanwhile, Taiga Fujimura, upon entering the garden and seeing the Kirii Kotomine father and son pair practicing in the morning, realized that this was the kung fu master she was looking for. After Rin and Kirii Kotomine finished talking, Taiga Fujimura couldn't hold back anymore, but remembering that Rin told her not to speak, she could only keep grunting to remind Rin. By the way, Kirii, this person behind me wants to learn the 8 extremities fist. You decide what to do. You don't need to accompany me, I'll go in myself. See you later. After Rin left the courtyard, and went behind the church, Taiga Fujimura performed a dajiza to Kirai Kotomine, kneeling at his feet. Master, please accept me as your student. Why do you want to learn martial arts? Master, I have wanted to be a hero and help others since I was a child, but I lack the ability and often cause trouble. Today, when I saw Rin's skills, I realized that such martial arts actually exist in the world. I hope to learn martial arts to better help others. To help others, is it? Starting today, if you are willing, you can come to the church to find me every morning for morning practice. Yes. Thank you, Master. Rin walked into the church alone, passing through the long, narrow corridor to the church's backyard. In the open space of the backyard, Kotomine Risei was standing with his eyes closed, holding an 8 extremities fist stance, motionless. Rin coughed and called out. Grandpa Risei. Kotomine Risei opened his eyes and turned to look at Rin. Oh, it's Rin. Is something the matter? Grandpa Risei, what is the church's view on this Fuyuki City incident? Rin, don't worry. I still have some faith with the church. I've already notified the nearby churches, only reporting it to the higher-ups as a ley line runaway event. Besides, the church doesn't really care about this Far East region. However, I'm afraid I'm powerless when it comes to the Mages Association. Hearing Kotomine Risei's words, Rin bowed to him gratefully. He's such a good person. Even after I threatened him earlier, he holds no grudge. He truly is a great person. Thank you very much, Grandpa Risei. I've reached an agreement with Kenneth regarding the Mages Association. His faction will help me smooth over this incident. By the way, Grandpa Risei, I'd like to watch some TV. Which room is the TV in? It's in that room over there. Kirai's room has a TV. Then I won't disturb your morning practice, Grandpa Risei. See you later. Yes, see you later, Rin. Kotomine Risei watched Rin walk into the room he pointed to and let out a long sigh. It's a good thing this girl didn't come to trouble this old man. It's fortunate that I can return to Europe in a few days after handing over the Fuyuki church to Kirai. Brother Tokiomi, your daughter really scared the living daylights out of me last time. It is reported that Mount Ryudo in Fuyuki City was the epicenter of a magnitude 5.8 earthquake that occurred last night, causing emergency evacuations throughout Fuyuki City. Watching the news on TV, seeing that last night's disaster was being treated as an earthquake by ordinary people, Rin finally felt relieved. It must have been Kenneth who took action. I wonder how many people were hypnotized. That guy is quite efficient. Meanwhile, Kenneth, who was sitting on a plane preparing to return to London with his fiancée and disciple, sneezed. Sola, sitting next to Kenneth, heard him sneeze and quickly took out a handkerchief to hand to him. Are you okay, Kenneth? Did you catch a cold last night? Kenneth looked at Sola beside him, revealed a happy smile, reached out to hold her hand, and beamed with happiness. Don't worry, Sola, I'm fine. Waver, sitting to the side, turned his head and curled his lip helplessly. Thinking about how he was now Kenneth's disciple, and would have to spend a lot of time around him in the future, he couldn't help but wail inwardly, "Ah, someone save me. I can't stomach any more PDA." Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. I, Rin Tohsaka, am advancing toward becoming a demon god. 1429 words. The Great Hollow beneath Mount Ryudo. Zoken Mata brought Kiritsugu Amiya to stand before the main body of the Greater Grail of Fuyuki, looking at this massive magic circle with a radius of 50 meters embedded in the basin-shaped rock. He, Kiritsugu Amiya, how about it? Now that you have seen the true face of the Holy Grail, and the purpose of its creation. Do you agree to cooperate with me? Kiritsugu Amiya frowned, pondering everything Zokanmato had told him. Heaven's Feel, the third magic, the sacrifice of the Winter Saintess, opening a void to the outside of the world through servants, a wish-granting machine. After thinking for a moment, and looking at the main body of the Holy Grail before him, Kiritsugu Amiya nodded. I agree. Zokanmato looked at the dim Holy Grail before him, recalling the past when he, Nagato Tohsaka, and Justice Lizric von Einsborn built the ritual known as Heaven's Feel in Fuyuki City 200 years ago. Why did I do this? Forget it, I've long since forgotten. As long as I obtain the Holy Grail, and complete the third magic, everything else is irrelevant. Very well, Kiritsugu Amiya. Let's go meet our other companion. Then, the two left the Great Hollow, and walked onto the ruins formed by the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. After avoiding some magic traps left behind by Rin, Zokanmato and Kiritsugu Amiya arrived at the room ceiling and Gramenu, and the magic of the Holy Grail. Zokanmato looked admiringly at the formula set up by Rin. He, that little girl is truly a genius. Not only did she use this formula to create illusions to deceive ordinary people, but she also extracted this malice and dispersed it to the outside world, so that even if those ordinary people broke through the illusions, they would be scared away by this malice. It's a pity such a good vessel was born into the Tohsaka family instead of my Mata family. Kiritsugu Amiya ignored the muttering Zokanmato, who was examining the formula left by Rin, and instead surveyed the entire hall. In the center, a massive magic circle with a diameter of 30 meters was emitting a soft blue light, making it impossible to see what was inside. In the empty hall, the surrounding walls were filled with various formulas. Although Kiritsugu Amiya, as a Magus killer, could not understand them at all, the magical power emanating from them made him not dare to underestimate them. Soon, Zokanmato, while examining these formulas and talking to himself, led Kiritsugu Amiya around numerous defensive formulas to the side of the ceiling circle in the center of the hall. And Gramenu, won't you show yourself upon seeing an ally? Following Zokanmato's query, a black palm print appeared on the inside of the ceiling circle, then a blue light flashed where the handprint appeared, accompanied by a howl, and the handprint disappeared. Then, Gramenu's venomous voice came from the ceiling circle. Zokanmato, you actually dare to come see me. Gramenu, it was I who helped you break free from the shackles of the Holy Grail's main body last night, and let you out, Aren't we allies? Zokan, no, Makirizaljan, if we are allies, why didn't you come to help me last night? Gramenu, when I let you out, I told you to hand over the soul fragments of the Winter Saintess to me, but you were the one who refused, What role could a mere magus like me play in last night's battle, Makirizaljan, then let me out now. A seal of this level from the Age of Gods is not something a magus of my level can solve. Moreover, my body is reaching its limit. However, we have a new partner now. As long as he can provide me with qualified magi, I might be able to recover and wear down this seal over time, Kiritsugu Amiya heard the topic shift to him, and looked calmly at Zokanmato and the seal before him. I have no problem with that, as long as you can eventually hand the Holy Grail over to me. Of course, Kiritsugu Amiya. Didn't I say? What I need is the third magic to achieve immortality, and what Ngramenu needs is revenge. The Holy Grail can be left entirely for you to save the world, Then I have no problem. Zokanmato tapped his cane on the ground and said, looking at the ceiling circle before him. Ngramenu, what about you? Makirizaljan, remember, if you are deceiving me, the first person I will take revenge on when I get out is you. At noon at the Meto residence, Tsuruno Meto returned to the ancestral home with a maid and his son, looking travel-worn. Tsuruno Meto looked at Shinji Mato, who was being supported by the maid, and scolded him unhappily. Shinji, you've been complaining the whole way. I already took you to the hospital for a checkup. There's clearly nothing wrong with you. Stop pretending. Shinji Mato, supported by the maid, clutched his heart and replied tremblingly. Dad, my heart really hurts. It's real, Dad. Humph, forget it. Take Shinji back to his room to rest. I'm going to find that guy Korea. The old man is dead now, and I can't let that guy Korea snatch the property. Don't worry, big brother. I don't want anything in this house. It's all yours and Shinji's. I'm preparing to leave this city now. Rest assured, I really will never return this time. Tsurunometa turned his head and looked at Koreameto, who was carrying luggage behind him, feeling awkward and at a loss. Korea, that's not what I meant. Right, look at how small Shinji is. And I'm not like you, without any skills. I was just worried about Shinji's future. Koreameto looked at his hypocritical older brother and shook his head, saying indifferently. Don't worry, big brother. I really won't come back. You also know that it was that old man who called me back this time. Now that he is dead, just pretend I never existed in this family. Tsurunometa, seeing Koreameto speak this way, finally felt relieved. He looked at his younger brother and said hypocritically. Since you've made your decision, Korea, I won't stop you. But if you need any help in the future, remember to contact me. After all, I'm still your big brother. Koreameto didn't look at his hypocritical big brother again. Instead, he walked over to the maid and patted Shinji Mata's head, saying, Shinji, uncle is leaving. Take good care of yourself in the future. At the same time, remember these words uncle is giving you, remember, never come into contact with magic, absolutely never. Shinji Mata looked at this stranger, clutched his heart, and nodded perfunctorily. Koreameto took one last look at the place where he grew up, then turned and left with his luggage without looking back. Now Koreameto was like a gust of wind, free from all shackles. Ever since he met Rin and Sakura at the Meto residence that day, Koreameto had understood that he and they were not people of the same world. Now the naive version of himself had disappeared, and it was time to go find his own happiness. Tsurunometa stood in the garden and watched Koreameto leave, then walked happily into Zokanmeta's room, intending to retrieve property deeds and other assets for transfer. At that moment, Shinji Mata stood behind Tsurunometa with blood on his face and a gloomy expression. Tsurunometa turned around, saw the blood-stained Shinji Mata, and collapsed to the ground in fear. Shinji looked at the pathetic mess on the ground before him, and the voice that came from Shinji's mouth was none other than Zokanmeta's. He, Tsuruno, what are you trying to do? As this peaceful day passed in Fuyuki City, the Holy Grail War and its aftermath would slowly fade from the city's memory over time. Fuyuki City would remain as peaceful as ever. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. I, Rin Tohsaka, am working hard to become a demon god. 1306 words. Rin kept flipping through the soul fragments in her hand. After a long while, she sighed, casually put the soul fragments into a drawer, then took the draft on the table filled with dense mysterious text, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. Suddenly, the electronic clock on the table rang. The time had quietly reached 16:30 on November 27, 1997. Rin turned back to look at the ringing electronic clock, picked it up to turn off the alarm, put it back in place, stood up, and picked up the coat draped over the back of her chair. In the corridor, Aoi Tohsaka smiled as she watched Rin running towards her. After these few years, Aoi Tohsaka had become accustomed to her daughter's rough personality. Rin, are you getting ready to pick up Sakura from school? Yes, Mom. I won't talk anymore or I'll be late. Then, Rin rushed into the yard in a whirlwind, pushed out a customized small motorcycle from the garage, fastened her helmet, hopped onto the bike, twisted the throttle, and sped out of the gate. The twilight sun shone lazily on Rin. Her ponytail, exposed outside her helmet, swayed with the wind. Passers-by on the street habitually smiled at the little girl riding the motorcycle, while a few confused onlookers watched the scene with curiosity. Looking at the peaceful and harmonious Fuyuki city of today, those who didn't know better would never imagine that just 3 years ago, a great disaster had occurred here that nearly destroyed the city. Human forgetfulness is truly a wondrous thing. Rin rode her small motorcycle through the streets and alleys, soon arriving at the elementary school where Sakura was enrolled. Ignoring the middle-aged man reading a newspaper at the gate, Rin skillfully maneuvered her motorcycle and dashed into the campus. The man put down his newspaper, shook his head in exasperation, and shouted at Rin's retreating back. "Hey, Rin! Riding a vehicle on campus, be careful for me." With her back to the man, Rin let go of one handlebar and raised her hand to wave. "Don't worry, uncle." Soon, Rin arrived at the archery club on campus. She casually pulled out the key, hooked her finger through the keyring, and walked into the club while spinning it. Sakura, who had worked up a sweat during archery practice, had just stepped out of the shower. She tilted her head to one side, wiping her smooth black hair with a towel, while preparing to go to the locker room to change back into her school uniform. "You're here?" "Yeah, Sakura." Rin looked at Sakura, who had just finished showering, her fair skin flushed with pink. Rin pulled Sakura into a hug, buried her face in Sakura's hair, and took a deep breath. Sakura, you still smell so good." Surprised by Rin's sudden attack, Sakura shyly pushed her away. "Sister, stop it. It won't be good if someone comes out and sees us." "TCH, what's there to be afraid of? If anyone dares to talk, I'll give them a good beating." In the girls' locker room, Sakura finished changing. With her school bag in one hand, she held onto Rin with the other as they walked out together. At that moment, Shiro and Shinji, who had also just finished showering, arrived together, chatting and laughing. Shiro and Shinji, who were still joking around, suddenly stiffened. Their eyes darted around, not daring to look at Rin. Seeing their expressions, Rin said somewhat gloomily, "Hey, you two. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost when you see me?" Shiro waved his hands in a panic. "No, definitely not. Rin, how would we dare?" "Right, Shinji." "Right, Rin, how would we dare?" Whatever. "Sakura, let's go." Shiro and Shinji watched Rin and Sakura leave. Patting their chests in relief as if they had survived a disaster, they looked at Rin's back and whispered a complaint together. "You violent woman, who wouldn't be afraid of you? One wrong move and we'd be covered in lumps from your beating." Arriving outside the archery club, Rin easily hopped onto her motorcycle and inserted the key. She then put on her safety helmet, took Sakura's bag and placed it on the floorboard. Sakura then gracefully smoothed her skirt and sat sideways on the back seat, hugging Rin's waist. On the twilight road, Sakura hugged Rin's waist, her face pressed against Rin's back. Looking at the flying ponytail before her, she spoke up. "Sister, since you dropped out this time, do you really not plan on going to school anymore?" "Yeah, it's too boring and a waste of time. I'll definitely be, and can only be, a magus anyway. As for you, Sakura, why don't you just drop out too? No need to wait for winter break. I can take you to Misaki City tomorrow to seek apprenticeship with that which I've been telling you about." Sister, I still want to go to school." "It's okay, Sakura. If you want to go to school, then go. We'll just go after your winter break starts in a few days. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Anyway, your sister will protect you in the future." Sister." Pressed against Rin's back, Sakura listened to her sister's reassuring words and felt her warmth. A faint blush appeared on her small face. "Sister, it's so good to have you." As the motorcycle entered the Tohsaka residence, Rin let Sakura go inside first while she pushed the motorcycle back into the garage. Tokiomi Tohsaka, sitting in the living room watching TV, looked at the two girls walking in and said with a smile, "You're back. Just in time, come take a look." Tokiomi Tohsaka pointed at the TV for Rin and Sakura. A food program was currently playing, and the dishes on screen indeed looked very appetizing. Tohsaka continued. How about it? Papa just learned a few things from the TV. Should Papa show off his skills tonight and make an extra dish for you? Looking at Tohsaka, Rin shuddered with a chill. Since who knows when, Tohsaka had suddenly become obsessed with cooking. However, Tohsaka had no talent in this area. Every time he made something, it was chemical waste capable of poisoning someone to death. Seeing Tohsaka's rising enthusiasm, Rin retorted sarcastically. No thanks, Papa. We'll just eat what Mama makes. You should enjoy those things yourself. Your daughter doesn't want to die young yet. Tohsaka was heavily struck by his daughter's sharp tongue. He slumped onto the sofa in dejection, muttering to himself. I make killer cuisine. I'm being shunned by my daughter. Sakura smiled and covered her mouth, watching the scene of her sister's sharp tongue, and her father's dejection, which had gradually become a part of their daily life. Recalling the past, she looked at Rin with gratitude. Indeed, because of sister, our family is constantly moving in a better direction. Sensing Sakura's gaze, Rin turned back and looked at her strangely. Why are you looking at me like that? It feels weird. As expected, sister is still the same, Sakura thought while saying. It's nothing, sister. I just feel that you are especially cute today. Hearing Sakura's praise, Rin Sunderly covered her face. Ah, Sakura, why did you suddenly say that? What do you mean cute? How could I be cute? She then rushed out of the living room in embarrassment. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating, thanks. Chapter 34, I, Rin Tohsaka, begin my type. 1,380 words. At night, Rin lay in bed. The bright moonlight shone upon her, making her look like an elf who had wandered into the human world. Lying in bed, Rin reached out and looked at the back of her hand, staring blankly at the 3 command spells left over from the last Holy Grail War, while her mind recalled the dinner tonight. Tohsaka residence, dinner time. In the dining room, the entire Tohsaka family sat around the round table enjoying dinner. Suddenly, Tohsaka put down his wine glass and asked Rin. Rin, do you really plan to take Sakura to find the witch for apprenticeship during her summer break? And do you really not need me to accompany you? Yeah, no need, Papa. I'll just take Kirai with me. It'll be fine with Kirai there. Besides, Papa, the fairy tale magecraft system I researched is just too different from real fairy tale magecraft. Even Sakura's imaginary numbers attribute can't solve this problem. It just so happens that there's a reclusive fairy tale witch living in Misaki City, Japan. Isn't this the best opportunity? Rin, have you ever thought that with your current bounty on the black market, if those magi discover you, I'm afraid. Hearing this, Rin shuddered in disgust. That's right, the magus with the highest bounty in the world right now was none other than Rin Tohsaka. Although the events in Fuyuki City were covered up by various parties, and ordinary people knew nothing about it, the magical energy that erupted during the final battle was sensed by at least half of the magi in Japan. No matter how much they tried to hide it, some inside information about the Holy Grail War was exposed. Faced with the temptation of an omnipotent wish-granting machine, various pseudo-Holy Grail rituals began to pop up all over the world. And since Kenneth returned to London, he publicly announced that he was giving up his title as a prodigy, and began to proclaim that the true prodigy was the Rin Tohsaka he met in Japan. From then on, as the heir of one of the 3 founding families of the Holy Grail, and with Kenneth's public admission that Rin Tohsaka's talent far exceeded his own, Rin's value on the magecraft black market soared. Magus families hoping to obtain Rin to use as a mother to breed the next generation with super strong magical talent even offered a staggering price of $1 billion on the black market for the live capture of Rin Tohsaka. Of course, Kenneth's purpose was merely to let everyone know through publicity that the current El Meloy faction not only had him, a recognized genius of extraordinary talent, but also had a good relationship with Rin Tohsaka, who was far above him. To this end, Kenneth somehow found Zelrich and had him publicly issue a warning to the magecraft world: anyone who takes the initiative to move against the Tohsaka family is an enemy of mine. When this news arrived at the Tohsaka house along with a letter of apology from Kenneth, and a jewel sword bestowed by Zelrich, Rin Tohsaka almost collapsed. It seemed she had been royally screwed over by Kenneth this time, but owing Kenneth a favor, Rin could only swallow her anger. It's fine. This time I plan to first hire a caster of the crown before setting off to find the witch for apprenticeship. Plus, Kirai will be following us. By the time those mercenaries get the news, Sakura and I will be surrounded by at least an agent, a caster of the crown, and a fairy tale witch. I don't believe anyone would dare to make a move against this lineup unless they aren't human or are a magus. Only then did Tokiomi Tohsaka nod in relief, looking at his eldest daughter with satisfaction. Rin, since you already have a plan, I won't ask more. But be careful in everything, understand? Rin held up a thumb, revealing her neat white teeth, and said with a smile. Don't worry, father. Rin withdrew from her memories and lowered her hand, then opened the system panel that hadn't been opened for a long time. Compared to 3 years ago, the system now had an additional exchange function for mystic code manufacturing, allowing her to learn methods for making various magical mystic codes. According to the records in the system log, compared to before the Holy Grail War, Rin had 2 more exchange records and 1 saved exchange qualification. When the Holy Grail War ended, Rin, who had suddenly obtained 3 exchange opportunities, spent 2 of them to exchange for the Spear of Tlahuascalpantakutli, used by Itzali from the A Certain Magical Index world, and the manufacturing method for the shorthand Codex Mystic Code. Among them, the Spear of Tlahuascalpantakutli had, through Rin's efforts over the past few years, been modified from the Spear of Tlahuascalpantakutli modeled after the Aztec god of war to the Spear of Venus modeled after Ishtar from Mesopotamian mythology. Rin, whose strength had greatly increased compared to before, now had her own worries. Although the techniques from a certain magical index were more powerful in terms of destruction and effects than modern Type Moon magecraft to some extent, due to the various differences in mythology and history between the 2 worlds, while most techniques could be used after modification, such techniques had almost no mystery to speak of in the Type Moon world. Most were equivalent to general modern magecraft, which meant that once she encountered an opponent who could use ancient magecraft or even possessed higher mystery, Rin would naturally be at a disadvantage. So this journey for apprenticeship was not just Sakura's. Rin also wanted to use this trip to communicate with other magi to find a way to solve the issue of her technique's mystery level. The more she thought, the more Rin couldn't sleep. She threw off the covers, revealing her body in thin pajamas, and stepped onto the soft carpet with bare feet, walking to the desk in her room. Opening the drawer, she ignored the Holy Grail and the jewel sword inside, casually took out the soul fragment of the Winter Saintess, and began to study it again by the moonlight. The next morning, the weather was clear, and the sun hung high in the sky early on, illuminating the peaceful and harmonious Fuyuki city. Knock, knock, knock. A few urgent knocks on the door woke the still sleeping Rin Tohsaka. Then, Aoi Tohsaka's voice came from outside the door. Rin, it's time to get up. If you don't get up now, Sakura is going to be late. Sitting on the bed in a daze, rubbing her messy long hair, Rin suddenly snapped awake. She turned to look at the digital clock on the desk and shouted toward the door in a panic. Getting up right now, Mama. Oh, Mama, could you please come in and help me comb my hair? Aoi Tohsaka, who was about to turn and leave, shook her head helplessly upon hearing Rin's shout. She turned and opened the door. As soon as she entered, she saw a large pile of magecraft-related drafts scattered messily on the desk. Rin, were you researching magecraft until late again last night? Sigh, I've told you so many times not to research magecraft at night, but you never listen to Mama. Mama is so sad. Rin rubbed her messy hair, and looked helplessly at the melodramatic Aoi Tohsaka before her. After hurriedly washing up and dressing, Rin rushed to the dining room. Seeing her family eating, she scratched her head in embarrassment and pulled out a chair to sit down. "Good morning, Papa, Mama, Sakura." Sakura looked at her hurried sister and said helplessly, "Good morning, sister." "Sister, were you researching magecraft until late again last night?" Cough, cough. "Sakura, I was only a little bit later than usual last night, not that late." Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. If you do, and would like to read the next 30 chapters in advance, please do check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/tlscarlet. Also don't forget to give me a power stone if you do like this fiction. Your support really motivates me to continue doing my best in translating. Thanks. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.